Good morning. Welcome to Work in Progress. Thank you, everyone, for being in the audience here today, and also thank you to everyone that's at home as well. So we've got this kind of weird mix of the real life, um, Neve being here with me today as part of the Startacus team, and then obviously everyone joining us on Zoom and streaming as well. So it's just a fantastic, obviously, kind of hopefully blended experience, and that's what we're going with Work in Progress, because the world of work is changing. So we kind of want to reflect that today with the theme of the event, which is around the future of workplaces, ways of working, through to the future jobs and talent planning. Obviously looking at kind of commitments to diversity, inclusion and social purpose, through to meeting and kind of matching people to the hiring demands of the tech industry. So we're looking both locally in Northern Ireland, and that's why we've got a heart and soul. We're based at the MAC, which is in Belfast, but we're looking at global themes that are going to kind of impact on everyone. So hello to the audience here, hello to the audience at home. Audience in the room, I have bought a really dodgy old phone with me that you can WhatsApp with any questions, and I think I've got it in my pocket. Yep, so if you have any questions for either the speakers or you've got any questions for the panelists, then basically you can WhatsApp us. You should have a little letter with you there. Zoom people, you're not allowed to ask any questions. I don't mean it cheekily, but it's just because sometimes some people ask some horrendous questions. So we're going to stop the chat from there. The audience here in this room is going to represent you here, and they're going to ask any questions to panel. We're not using microphones because we want to try and be COVID secure for the whole day as well. So WhatsApp us any questions, audience, and then we'll go from there. Obviously, just a big thanks before we go on, to sponsors, just to mention thank you to the MAC. They've been great in accommodating us, to all the Startacus helpers that are here today as well. Unit 7, brilliant, obviously, in terms of audio visual, and thank you to the audience here and at home. So, Neve, what's coming out throughout the day?
Well, in this first session, we'll be exploring the future of workspaces, ways of working, and how your business can collaborate in real time. Then at 11:30, we'll be focusing on hiring demands of the growing tech sector. At 1 p.m., we'll be looking at session 3, which is through diversity, inclusion, and social purpose. At 2:30, session 4 will begin, future jobs and talent planning. And then finally, at 3:45, join us as we announce the pitching startups will walk away with the 1.5k cash prize. So just ahead to Startacus.eventbrite.com if you want to book any of that. But if you want to stay onto this link, it will be running the full event today as well.
I thought you were going to say 1.5 million then, and I was actually shitting it, because I was thinking, I don't have 1.5 million.
I would have started pitching an idea if that was the case.
I'll be getting some word from the sponsors there, and we'd have to change some sponsorship stuff going on. But no, thank you ever so much. Talking of sponsors, thanks ever so much to the version 1 and real-time recruitment team who have come in as major sponsors for this. They've supported us from the very start, so thank you, Claire and Lorna. As Neve said, obviously in this first session, we're going to be exploring the future of workspaces, ways of working, and how your business can collaborate in real time. So our partners for this session is an organization called Waypoint. They're looking to change, fundamentally looking to change new ways to lead and manage and adapt to kind of real change across complex business and social and technology environments. The Waypoint change management platform uses their proprietary and collaborative protocol. It's very posh, this wording, by the way, which is a paradigm shift in the way that conventional change programs are managed and deployed. I hope Toby might be able to explain that a little bit to me, and we'll have a chat with Toby as well, but I just think it's like Slack for innovation and ideas and the innovation process. It's obviously a cloud-based platform where you can basically come together as teams, whether that's a business, whether that's an individual, whether that's an accelerator program, and fast-track that progress. Hello, Emma. We have Emma Jones from Enterprise Nation. She's just come in from Dublin. She's over in Ireland at the moment because Enterprise Nation are just setting up, have set up base in Ireland. So it's lovely to have you with us, Emma, today as well. Over to yourself, Neve.
So inspired by everything that's taken place over the last 18 months and how we have all learned and benefited from blending work environments, we are now joined virtually by Vanessa Tierney, who is the director of YonderDesk.com, a virtual real estate platform for hybrid working, and co-founder of Abodu, a learning engagement platform for people in the new world of work in geognostics, talent and matching and enriching platform for future skills.
I feel like we're like Richard and Judy. What do you think? I don't know. Like, we need to. I don't know whether we're.
Richard always looks better than Judy. We know this.
Really?
That's an insult.
Maybe I should be like Ant in your deck. That's probably better. Obviously, we're joined. Vanessa's joined by Nino as well. Hello, Vanessa. Lovely to see you there on the screen. Yeah, she's
Lovely
waving
to see
happy
you guys.
face.
How are you?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. We'll let you get on with your presentation. We have Nino joining us as well, I believe.
That's right. Nina's joining in from Italy. You can see her there. Her camera's not on.
Okay, cool. Happy days. There she is. Hello, Nino. I'm gonna let you get on with your presentation. So me and Neve will drop off. Just to give you kind of a bit of awareness, there's probably a good kind of 25, 30 people behind you in the audience. They're seeing what you see on Zoom at the same time. So it's that blended hybrid experience that we're going for here. So we'll let you get on with your presentation.
Thank you very much. Okay, hello everybody. So our presentation is going to be a little bit different today. Nina's joining me from Italy, but we work together in a virtual space every day as if we were in one head office. So we're going to bring you on a bit of a virtual tour and show you what that looks like. But I thought I would start off, I guess, talking a little bit about the experience I've had leading teams in remote working for the last decade. Obviously in 2020, we were all forced into this massive experiment and there was the shock factor. And going into 2021, a lot of companies were thinking, okay, well, we just have to make this work a little bit longer before we reopen offices. But any of the surveys done, and we've just done a top 100 leader survey asking them, you know, for 2022, what do they endeavor? What do they think is going to happen in terms of remote working? And nearly 90% are saying remote and hybrid is the way forward now. So this is a new model. And I think where I saw at the very beginning, the video, Alistair, about change and, you know, the percentage of change that actually works and doesn't work, this has to work. And ironically, I had met a brilliant person in South America who had for the last 10 years managed gig workers. And together we started to write a book around, well, how can you run a company if you've no walls? Interestingly, it was due to be released March 2020. We decided to hold off because of the pandemic, but it did. It came out later in the summer. But the whole essence of it was, can you make it work if you're 100% remote? And then how does a hybrid model, or what does it look like? And one of the reasons I became a director of Yonder Desk is because having done remote for so long, I felt very, very isolated from the team. We had members all around the world, from Germany to Hawaii, America, India. And, you know, everyone did get that fatigue with video and links, and everything had to be scheduled. That ability to just be innovative and say, listen, we grab a coffee, will we have a chat? You know, they call it the water cooler moment, but whatever you want to describe that brainstorming, it's very hard to do when you're doing individual meetings on video. And so when the opportunity was to become part of Yonder Desk, when I saw it came about, I was just blown away by something so simple, well, relatively simple from a technical perspective, could actually reopen the channels of communication again. And nothing can replace the physical office, but boy, does it get there in terms of enabling people to connect. So I thought what I would do is actually bring you on a tour while I'm chatting about, you know, since we've embedded Yonder Desk into Abodu and what it's done for us. And Nino is going to come in as the product sales manager for Yonder Desk and really talk about what are the companies saying to her about where are the changes. I will start off with this. The survey said the two biggest pain points for leaders right now today are attrition and the phrase, the great resignation. You know, 75% plus of people are thinking, actually, I don't know if this, not just, I don't know if this company is for me, but I don't know if this job and career path is for me, because we've all had time to reflect. And then the other element as well is, well, what are the future critical skills? So if we know that technology is taking over more and more of the world, well, what do I need to make my organization really competitive? And is there the opportunity to reskill and redeploy rather than have resignation? Okay, so this is obviously live. I'm going to hope this is going to go well. Okay, I'm going to share my screen, and if you follow me through. Okay, so you need to give me authority to be able to share my screen. Technical hiccup number one. That's okay, I can keep talking. Okay, I'll try again. Hold on, let's see.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. while we're waiting, it would be lovely if anyone has their WhatsApp in the live audience there open. If you could kind of highlight what are the challenges that you have when it comes to hybrid or remote working. Maybe if I list the top that we see, one is the connectedness with the staff. Two is, do you know if someone's working? Three is the culture's been lost. And four is like different opinions within the organization, certain profiles of people saying, the office needs to reopen. Oh, perfect, I'm in. Others are saying, no, I need remote. And so I believe we're in. Please tell me if you can see my screen.
We can.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. So welcome to our floor. We operate 24/7. So some of the team are coming in now, especially in APAC, and the US joins later. So you'll see here now, we have our own floor, which we've designed completely, right from the lobby to each individual personalized office. So I'm going to go into my office first. Now, when I relocate to this space, I don't need to say to anyone where I am because they can physically see me. And a lot of the companies that are embracing this type of virtual floor, virtual building, what they're doing is they're actually mimicking their exact building, whether it's, you know, a Dublin, Belfast head office, so that, and this is the core idea, that if I'm working from home or I'm in the office or I'm in a digital hub co-working space, I can be connected with my team. There should be no difference between whether I'm present or virtual. Furthermore, when clients come to visit, they actually, you can see them going to the lobby there, they can see the branding. One of the challenges of being virtual or remote is that disconnect with the culture. So you can start getting your brand and values and that feeling of culture back on the walls. But it really, the game playing or the game changing opportunities is around the different rooms and their purposes. So I started off in this lunch breakout room where people can come and have a coffee and connect with others. And it's very simple for someone to see where I am, activate their camera, and in they come. So say, for example, now, if I say to Nino, the coach is coming, we're going for a workout in the gym, and a yoga teacher is going to come. Do you fancy joining? We both go to the same room. The gym lady yoga person comes, they do their lesson. And if others are available and they feel that they want to connect, they can. And I'm just activating the camera there now. So Nino would come in at the same time. And you can see, I'll open the floor plan, and you can see now we're together down here. What this has meant is we're now able to celebrate people. So one of the large business process I'll actually mute because I know there'll be a feed. One of the large business process outsourcing companies have decided to have a room that celebrates their teams, which means that maybe there's an awards happening or there's a birthday celebration, and they'll actually go and change the room, the customized room or office that the person is in. So maybe I'll hand over to Nino now as to, maybe Nino, you could cover some other points as to how companies are using the virtual building to help in engagement and connection.
Thank you, Vanessa. So the first challenge you mentioned very correctly for the big organizations is employee attrition. So we all the time thought about how we could help companies having hybrid working model, those people who are working from home, not to feel isolated. That's why on the floor plan, we decided to have specially dedicated room for the recreational activities. For example, breakout room is the place where all of my team members can meet me in the breakout room when I've got a break. And this is the whole visualization of your team members. And you feel so much secured when you see that your colleagues right now are having the break in the breakout room, and you can simply initiate your camera and have the organic conversation. You can even see on the floor plan that we have got the terrace area there. Some of our customers even call it the smoking area. It depends on the company and its culture. So what I'm trying to say here is these small elements and the recreational activities and different rooms on the floor plan is kind of very important for the employee engagement. And those people who are working from home, they don't feel isolated anymore. The second one is about the visualization and the tangibility. And your team members have got the designated avatars on the floor plan, which means that this is the recognition of each team member. So you're the part of the organizational culture.
Super, thank you, Nino. So as Nino has highlighted, that it really has helped people connect, feel more engaged, and actually be very creative when it comes to whether it's a Christmas party and there's a room celebrating, and actually some have even arranged for the doorbell to ring while the celebration is happening with food delivery, whatever it might be. So I'm going to move on just quickly from Yonder Desk to talk about other areas that can really help you predict the skills of the future and enable retention and reduce the area of resignation. So for companies right now, your greatest assets are your people. And as roles evolve, it's really to understand, well, what are the skills that they have? Obviously, we have services at Abodu that can make it faster and quicker. But even if you don't engage a company like ourselves, my high recommendation is to map the skills of your organization now to see, are people in the best roles? And if they're not, providing reskilling that can really help them on a career path. A lot of people now are saying, well, where am I going to be in 3-5 years time? And if I work remotely, will I be excluded from the workplace? So by providing this integrated virtual space where they can immerse themselves, they connect with people in the office, even if they're in Cork and the office is up the north, you're enabling people to have that connection. Secondly, you could actually build in coaching and learning to happen in your floor. So it's happening in real time. The other thing I would highly recommend is, now that the borders or boundaries are, no longer limited to the commuting distance, actually look to see where are the skills clusters across a region, across a country. There's amazing talent globally. And now that you have video technology and now virtual buildings, there is nothing preventing you from attracting the best people in. And then the final thing, and something I'm quite passionate about, is really around diversity and inclusion. And it falls under our geo matching. It's actually where Abodu started. We were really trying to understand, how can we build technology that enables people and companies to connect on skills first, so supporting diversity, but they enabled people to be anonymous. So that what that would mean for the company is that you are pro diversity, but for the individual, you can't see the age, sex, or ethnicity. And it really gives the opportunity to get the best skills within the business. When companies implement diversity hiring, really strong virtual working, they hold on to their best people for the long term, which can make you very, very competitive. And the last point I'd make is that, having worked in recruitment for nearly 20 years, the big brands are slowly losing their pull or their draw. By that I mean, before it was maybe the rock climbing wall or the free food all day. But once you've experienced remote, really, you can't put a value on your time. And I think it's an amazing opportunity for small to medium-sized companies now to really think about their hybrid remote working, not just policy, but also the virtual infrastructure that people have, as well as the kit to work from home. And it's something we're launching for 2022, because we've realized, actually, and this is through Yonder Desk, that people can't work on desks if their back is bent over. People need the right ergonomic chair. And I don't know if any of you saw an interview I did recently with Richard Grogan, the solicitor, and he really opened my eyes and those that listened of the potential litigation that lies ahead if we don't act upfront with our workspace. And now really workspaces beyond office walls. So maybe I'll stop there, and if there's any questions that have come through, I'll be happy to answer.
Great stuff. Right, so we're back in the room. Hopefully my microphone will kick in 1 second. I have a question here, Vanessa, from Martin Gilchrist, who's from Workshaw Co-working. He said, what are the best web platforms for managing hybrid working? Well, I think obviously perhaps yours was one, but obviously any other suggestions, obviously around the other platforms that can help with that hybrid approach?
There's actually very few. There's a couple in America. I am biased, I guess, because I feel like Yonder Desk is giving people the ability to personalize it and connect, and it's quite affordable if you're an SME right up to an enterprise. But I think Teams will get better. I mean, we're looking to integrate Teams because we see the importance. Like, if an enterprise is leaning heavily on Zoom or Teams, then that's probably the video technology they want to bring forth with them. but it's that who's providing the virtual space. And just on that point of co-working, I actually think virtual co-working is a huge opportunity for co-working hubs, because, you know, if we face another lockdown, and I don't want to jinx it, but, you know, the indications are there. If you're in a co-working space, all of a sudden you're back home for a few months, you feel disconnected. But this gives you the ability to replicate the co-working hub online and let people connect. So you're never really closed.
Yeah, actually, something that I read this morning, about 6 o'clock this morning while I was getting ready for this, is Sifted, which is a big tech publication. They wrote a piece which is it time for us to start hiring remote managers? So people that manage the remote process. And is that something you're starting to see in real life as well, that companies are having someone to manage that process just as a job?
100%, yeah. If you look on LinkedIn and Indeed, and it's really only in the last couple of months, head of remote director are jobs that are being created now. Once again, I think for the smaller companies, it's a little bit challenging, but bring in a specialist, bring in someone who maybe spend a day on your business. And I think especially from that recent interview that I did, my eyes definitely were opened to the fact that the home is now the workplace, which is hard to get your head around. And, you know, for one company, I was told that they are having to deploy assessors to every single workplace to ensure, or home, to ensure it is adequate to the workplace standards. So homes, apartments, and that brings its own complications. But isn't it better to do all of this up front than after the fact?
Absolutely, absolutely. Vanessa and Nino, thank you so much for joining us today. Forgive us, I would love to chat with you for about another half an hour, but we have to jump on to the next session. All I would say is that we have some reports, obviously, that the team have put together that we can send on to anyone in the room as well if they want some more information on the process of working hybrid or remote. And obviously that information is being provided by On the Desk and the team. So thank you ever so much for the support you've given us as well. We'll look forward to chatting again. Round of applause from the audience in the room as well. Look at that. Oh, wow.
I haven't heard one of those for so long.
Oh my God, I feel like I'm in the metaverse or something. What's going on? Mr. Zuckerberg, if you're listening in, this is what it looks like, kind of. So no, thank you ever so much, team. We'll move on, and we're just going to go to a quick advert break from Clockwise. So we'll jump onto that. And Vanessa and Nino, thanks for your time.
Thanks, everybody.
Hi, guys. But look at that, it's like magic. They've all joined us in real life. So I'm going to introduce a few people that are here in real life. We also have joining us on Zoom, we should have Toby Farron, who is from Waypoint, Ben Dixon, who is from Sonar, and Shay O'Carroll, who is from Pixel Max. So this is going to be some kind of weirded blended experience where you see, you guys in the audience here will see the Zoom and the real life, and hopefully everyone at home will see the combination of the two as well. Toby Farron is the CEO of Waypoint. They're sponsoring this session. Thank you ever so much. Ben Dixon is the co-founder of Sonar, which is an employee app for tomorrow's deskless workforce. Emma Jones is the founder of Enterprise Nation, which is obviously the home business website. Rachel McMillan is the general manager of Clockwise Offices. Shay is the co-founder of Pixel Max, which is an award-winning immersive communications platform. And Rachel Gawley is a leading experience in building flexible and collaborative teams. She's based in Northern Ireland as well. So thank you.
I know.
Hello, Toby, Ben, and Shay.
Hi guys.
Hi guys. This probably feels a bit weird, but don't worry, it's not as weird as it feels for me right now. So lovely to have you with us. Rachel, I'm going to start with you because you're in the room. Clockwise as well, you're a co-working space. I suppose it's a little bit weird listening to Vanessa talk about this kind of hybrid experience, and I'm sure you've obviously had to adapt how you've dealt with things over the last while. So the pandemic has kind of moved things on in a way. So what do you think about remote working? Is it something that you're kind of encouraging your members to experience as well as being in the office?
Yeah, definitely. I think that what we've seen in Clockwise is that blended approach. A lot of our members are combining the two. And I have come full circle from last year feeling like, oh my goodness, I'm going to lose my job, the office is going to die. But that is definitely not the case. And what our members are doing, a lot of them at the beginning ran surveys just to really ascertain what their team wanted to do and how many days they wanted at home and how many days they want to spend in the office. And I believe that's definitely the best way to go about it. But I think it's important that companies set clear goals to know what they want to achieve at home and versus in the office. And what I have heard from members is that a lot of the work they do at home is more focused project and admin work. And then in the office, it is that collaboration and bouncing ideas off each other, which I really feel is very hard to achieve whilst working at home. And Clockwise is very well placed with the facilities that we have and the events and all of that collaboration space to really be in a good position to be able to offer both of those benefits for members. But it is the collaboration and the flexibility that they want from the office, and at home is where they can do their focused and admin work. So I would definitely encourage it.
Perfect. I think in a way it's like I would like the virtual gym. That sounds amazing. Neve, what about yourself? Obviously, like, is it something that you've had to adapt yourself?
Oh yeah, definitely. I find that I'm working from home way more now than I was even 2 months ago. I maybe go into the office like once a week. I find that the office can be a bit distracting because I'm a very sociable person. So I can't stop talking to all the other people that work in there. But yeah, having to reevaluate, the benefits of Clockwise. Have you found that when it comes to marketing and promoting yourself, have you had to rethink how to do that?
Well, we've had to rethink more the physical space and our offering, in a sense that, with the sharp rise in doing calls online, we have seen our club spaces and our meeting rooms becoming increasingly busy. So we have actually now ordered more phone booths and Zoom pods, which are arriving early next year. And we have also introduced a Clockwise Flex Pass, which we have been advertising out to members and on our social media. And it's been really beneficial for our members who have decreased their office footprint. For example, we have a member who has 45 team members, but they have a 20-person office. But the Flex Pass essentially enables them to, for all of their team to have a membership and have access, but just rotate between the space. Perfect. So that's one thing that we really advertised. But next year we'll really be focusing on increasing our co-working spaces, meeting rooms, adding in more furnishing and acoustic furnishing, which we'll be advertising as well when those changes happen.
Have you found many limitations when it comes to providing, the likes of workshops? I know there's a limit of like 12 to 14 people. Have you had many struggles with that, or have you found that?
We have started running events again in the space, but it's slowly, it's going to be a bit of a slow burner to increase, because people are still concerned about obviously safety, but we have those measures in place still in Clockwise. And I think it's getting a good blended approach of what we have in Clockwise is we have good talks and workshops and health and wellness as well, really focusing in on that, because it has been difficult for so many working from home for so long. But the challenge is it's hard to get the numbers as well because there are so many people still working from home. I don't think we're ever going to see the full capacity that we had pre-COVID in the building because there's always going to be that mix of the two. So it's hard to say what numbers, even when we're planning events, when it comes to catering and just to try to work out what the numbers are going to be because it is hard to kind of gauge.
So like let's obviously I've got a question that's come in actually, and I think it might be David Shaw, but forgive me if it's not. And the question is, obviously, I'm going to ask this to Shay, and Shay, you can possibly start, if that's okay, with just explaining a little bit about what you're up to, and then the question will make more sense to the audience. So what is it you're up to at the moment? Obviously.
So just checking you can hear me okay. So we've effectively moved into, from creating virtual factories before the pandemic. During obviously the pandemic, things moved across to eventing and immersive eventing, and we were all about creating something that was engaging, and it's grown from that. And now we're kind of at a place now where the clients we had during there want those places to be on all the time. So now we create fully immersive worlds effectively on behalf of corporate clients. So virtual offices being one of those where effectively you can walk in, you can be your own avatar, and you can go and bump into your other members of staff and teams and a whole myriad of interesting things. But I'll let you come on to the question.
No, perfect. The question is, what's your thoughts on Zop's vision of the metaverse? Like, obviously, would you classify yourself as that metaverse solution anyway?
So yeah, we've been doing this for like 4 years. So we've been creating, interactive, engaging 3D environments, but it was more about reducing travel and giving people an engaging and relevant place to immerse yourself. And you can imagine how many times we've been asked this over the last 2 weeks, and it's all very interesting, this hypothesizing about what we can do and what it might be. And we're all about doing it. And, we have been doing it for a while. And there's some of the things we're doing now in terms of just extending the existing physical workspace. People are now starting to invest in their virtual workplace in the same manner. They want the same identity, the same level of consciousness towards their staff and things like that. So, I mean, my view is, honestly, I think it's more of a PR stunt, but, they've got a huge amount of investment, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of activity in this space.
Yeah, no, perfect. And I'm going to just jump really quickly before I pass you over to Neve on the next question is to Ben. Ben, tell us a little bit about Sona, and then I'll ask you a question which relates to that specifically as well.
Fantastic. So Sona is a platform for managing deskless workers. So if you think anyone from sort of nurses, waiters, anyone who doesn't typically spend their time behind a desk. So the goal of it is to provide a system that empowers workers to sort of take control of their own work life, and also which minimizes the amount of time that sort of managers spend dealing with the admin of managing sort of complex distributed workforces. And it's been a particularly interesting time to do it because although being fully remote and being distributed are different, actually you share a lot of common challenges of how do you manage a large group of people who aren't always in the same building at the same time.
Obviously, so my question then directly is, have you seen more of a kind of digital transformation that's coming from the traditional sectors? Is there more of an embracement from those sectors that traditionally wouldn't have used digital, and are they benefiting from that approach, irrespective of the pandemic or what? Like, do you feel that's something that's going to be sticking for ongoing from now?
Yeah, it's been really interesting because I think the conversations that we've sort of been most used to having would be businesses that already had quite a lot of technology, and maybe they were moving on to sort of a new generation or looking to fill gaps. And what the conversations we're increasingly having, I think, are the last wave of businesses that were predominantly paper-based or spreadsheet-based. And the pandemic has sort of provided the catalyst to push them over the edge. So we're actually getting involved in more and more greenfield projects of businesses that historically haven't really been technology enabled at all, who are now going straight in with sort of third and fourth generation workforce tech. And I think what's been quite exciting to see there is this increasing embracing of this idea of using technology as a way to empower workers rather than control them. So a great example we're seeing is sort of 3 or 4 years ago, businesses were very excited about auto scheduling and trying to automatically assign people to things. Whereas now we're seeing this really strong trend towards self-scheduling, where the business lets people know what it needs and then allows workers to make their own decisions about how they fulfill that. And we see that as a sort of wider trend as rather than using technology as a way to kind of control or monitor remote workforces, instead it being a tool to empower them and to give people more autonomy over how they conduct their day-to-day work.
It's a really good point. And before, obviously, Neve, I'm going to pass you over to yourself, but I just want to signpost to Waypoint at this point, because that's obviously about empowering people to make their own choices and come together collaboratively to kind of develop ideas in that innovation process. So I'm going to pass you over to Neve. I'd love you to ask some questions for Emma and Rachel on this side of the room as well.
Yeah, no problem. So, Emma, how quickly did the small business owner adapt to the completely remote reality of working over the last 12 to 18 months?
Morning, and first of all, congratulations on the best hybrid event I have seen since the whole of lockdown. So well done.
Hang on a minute. Can we just...
Oh, well, no, I already tweeted it. I did a picture of this set. It's just really professional. So it's a pleasure to be here. But to your question, I think small business owners are still adapting. And I kind of came in, sorry, a little bit late, but when I was hearing the Yonder Desk presentation at the beginning, I sent a couple of notes kind of to my team. So first of all, to our head of ops, just saying, are we making sure that everyone in our team feels comfortable working from home? Because I'm not quite sure we're brilliantly onto that. So I've got a team of 35 people. And then I also sent a note kind of to our head of marketing saying, should we do something that's got more of our brand identity that's delivered on virtual calls? So all the time, small business owners are still learning. And it's really interesting kind of hearing about the technology platforms that are enabling all of this to happen. I think the one thing that I would love a little bit more conversation on is the mindset that's required to make this happen. So technology enables teams to do self-scheduling, which I love, but I'm of an age and as a founder of a business, I guess I'm quite old as a founder. And I think younger founders are not going to struggle with this at all, because they will start businesses that probably are kind of remote first and have the benefit of an office. But I had a first and only job actually before I started my own company with a business called Arthur Andersen. And I don't know if anyone kind of used to come across that business. It was one of what was called the Big Five. There's now 4 big accounting firms. Andersen's was the 5th biggest one. It actually went down in an accounting scandal, but that's not the point. The point was, when I started at Andersen's, there was this whole work philosophy of, if you're in the office, you are seen. And therefore, if you're in the office from 7 a.m. until 9 p.m., that's going to really help your career progression, because you're seen to be in the office, and therefore your managers think you're in the office and therefore you're working. So for founders pretty much of my generation, the technology can be enabling, which I love. One of the biggest shifts that we're all having to make is, how can you trust your team when you can't see them? So there is an element where I think small business owners are still adapting to kind of say, first of all, let's find the new technologies on the market. So coming to an event like this is great, because I hadn't heard of Yonder Desk, I hadn't heard of Pixel. So it's good to find out about the new technologies. But I do think small business owners have got to help each other around that kind of mentality of, how do we feel comfortable that the progress in our business is being made when we can't see the team? And then another topic, which I'm sure you'll cover today, is then how you keep the culture of a business alive when you're not seeing people as much as you used to. So small business owners are adapting. I mean, they adapt incredibly quickly to anything. So they are adapting, but I think it still requires actually a lot of conversation so that everyone can just figure out this new world together.
It's very interesting you should mention trust. I know Vanessa had mentioned trust earlier as well. Something I never particularly thought of.
I don't know.
Do you think so? Oh, it's back again.
Jumpy mics.
But I find that I'm getting over it now, but I have a lot of guilt from working from home, because for some reason I may get more done at home, but I'm like, I should be in the office. And I refuse to take a break at home out of that guilt. So yeah, the trust is one I never considered till today, really.
And it's
Totally,
also,
yeah.
and just, I know that kind of well-being is coming up as well, and well-being spaces. It's one of the things we've heard from our team is we do employee pulse surveys. And at one point during lockdown, we kind of said, how does everyone feel about the working conditions? And everyone said, I love being at home, but I'm just not taking a lunch break. I feel completely stretched. So again, companies have to, and this is probably another thing that we're seeing businesses who are doing well, who are doing this well, is listen to your team all the time. We do an employee survey every 2 weeks. We try and keep the pulse of the company. And of course, because you're not, you know, again, previously when we were all in the office and we used to be just UK, we're Ireland now. So of course you can't physically have everybody in a London office, but when you used to be with people, you could tell if they were up or down because you were physically in the same space. When they're working from home, they come on a 30-minute call, you do the business, and you can't get the sense of, are they mentally kind of feeling fit today? So you have to rely on your team telling you, so listen to your team all the time. But just one other thing pushing sort of back out to the team is communication. So I send a note to the team every morning. I still don't know if they like it or not, but every single morning I send a note to the team, which has just got a piece of news in it. It's kind of a little update. We have a stand-up every Monday where all the team comes together. We do quarterly socials. So I think this is becoming a bigger part of the working life, is just regular check-in points with everyone.
So I'm going to ask a question that's come in from the audience, which I think really leads very nicely onto that. And then what I want to do is ask Toby and Rachel from the innovation perspective, because I feel like it might have been quite hard to drive innovation during lockdown, but perhaps it's the flip of that and it's the other way around. So I'm going to ask Shay and Ben on this question, if that's cool. And obviously you can give your own inputs on it. But the question is a really excellent one. Curious to know from a team manager's perspective, with all this virtual technology that we're talking about, how do you engage or motivate remote workers who are introverts or neurodivergent and less likely to take part in team building? Ben, let's look at it from your perspective first.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting one. I think, like, particularly, it's even for people who wouldn't necessarily classify themselves as introverts. If you're on a Zoom call with 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people, that's quite an intimidating environment. I think a really simple thing that we found to be very effective is having different channels of communication. So one example would be Zoom very much is sort of the world of grids of lots of people who are all looking at you, and it can be quite uncomfortable to get your viewpoint out. We have other tools which do exactly the same thing. So we use something called Tuple, which is a tool for jumping onto a very quick voice chat, predominantly for engineers. And it sounds silly because it's almost identical to Zoom and what it does. If you put them side by side for features, it would be the same. But because that you can have a very clear psychological difference between something where you're going to be jumping on and having a meeting with somebody and something where you're going to be, I think you might have video and this sort of thing, and something where you might be jumping on for 2 or 3 minutes with only voice to have a quick conversation, we find that different people engage very differently. Some people love the audience of Zoom, but some people are much happier with that sort of more informal environment. So having some a way of replicating that idea of, am I standing in a meeting now, or am I chatting to somebody by the water cooler, or whatever that may be, have found makes a surprisingly big difference.
I would actually amplify that in terms of, I wholeheartedly agree. We've had meetings now, so like you're running now, we're running hybrid meetings where we're presenting to our teams both in person and virtually, and there's things like lag and all sorts of fun things that you'll be dealing with today throughout the day. But the point, what we've found now is we've got members of the team who are predominantly quiet, especially in face-to-face meetings, but then we enable them to just chat via text. And we've got people who in the past would never speak. And they're actually the people that came up with the idea of setting up a wellbeing initiative within the company. And that was via text feedback. So it was actually less intimidating. And we started off with that. And then we started to think about how we can get people to engage differently. So obviously we work in game engine technology. A lot of people are quite familiar or have seen their kids play games. So ours are effectively an enterprise version of that, where you can wander through, or your avatar can wander through a workplace. And let's say you got 5 minutes before a meeting, we have a virtual water cooler where you can just walk up and you then launch a voice over IP chat, which is exactly what Ben just mentioned there. And you could just have like a little informal chat with people, and the ability to drop out of this kind of like this back-to-back meeting, like face-to-face. So we're really pushing that, and now we're kind of really going down the route of games. So having something where you can break out, and whether it's a yoga session or something that, you know, fitness related, or just being able to do an escape room together and things like that, but driving engagement through fun. And, you know, as boring as that sounds, or non-corporate as that sounds, we're finding the more fun you throw in, the more we're actually driving our teams together, the more they're starting to get along, the more informal chat that they're having. And I think, you know, it allows you to really thrive. But these are things that there was no real theory. We work closely with an occupational psychologist called Sarah Clark, and, you know, some of the insight we get from her is amazing. But I think at a fundamental level, we all need to start thinking about our HR functions, and, you know, thinking about the psychology behind this and the amount of change that's going on, because, you know, well-being, it is a massive challenge for us all, and it's definitely here to stay.
Absolutely. Oh, there you go. Hello. Just checking. Obviously, like, well, this is the same with our event today, isn't it? We've got obviously you guys on Zoom. We've got obviously everyone here in the room. We've got the audience, and we've got the audience. It's kind of like events will never be the same. And I think we're in a working environment which will never be the same as well. Like, we've got to combine all of these things together. So I just wanted to then move the conversation on slightly, and thinking about the actual the kind of product and kind of innovation, development and design. Rachel, obviously you've worked in that space for an awful long time. So how have you found the pandemic in terms of how people are approaching the remote working and then innovation within that?
Yeah, so I think for me, to hark back, sort of like the pixel, like metaverse is, I'm in tech, so we've been hybrid working for years. So you're all coming to the party, and now, and I would sort of say that this is not a fair test. So this is not hybrid working as you would expect in the world. So it's going to get better. So I think it's actually this radical change. Embrace it. Don't be trying to replicate, you know, the as is before. Embrace this as change. For me, for innovation, I work with a lot of large orgs and things like that. All the barriers came down. I worked on the Emergent Alliance, and we would have like Rolls-Royce, Google, Microsoft, IBM all in the same room working collaboratively together. And that would have taken a lot of orchestration before. Put a link out, away we go, we start to do things a lot quicker. So I think this has sort of broken down some of the barriers that frustrated me, in the fact that now that everybody's kind of at the party. So I kind of love that, but I do think like there's definitely some barriers to sort of getting that properly orchestrated. And like someone said HR, and I think that HR has to get with the program here. You know, it's not necessarily about fighting the attrition. Flexible workforce, you know, I was at a company recently, Whitespace. I took entrepreneurial leave for a bit and then came back in, you know, this kind of flexible, rather than lose me completely. Let me go off for a few months, let me go do something, let me come back, let me work part-time. So I think that's where we're going. That's where the game changing, like people sort of get to, let's just say, a certain stage of life, like me, an age, you've kind of done a lot of stuff and you're like, what do I do next? And sort of, those are the people resigning. You know, those are the people that are like, you know what, I'm out. And now I just want to go and cherry pick and do what I want to do. And remote allows that. And sort of the biggest challenge I have, and I say that to sort of the other Rachel there, is I've been hybrid working for years, and I always struggled with the co-working space, getting it just right. And I think co-working spaces are finally getting it right, because I would actually, you know, only wanted part-time, but I always had to maintain some sort of office space, and that was annoying. So I think there's lots of learnings, and I'm embracing it. I think this is great. And I think for innovation as well, there's things I was trying to push through for 5 years. Suddenly pandemic hits, 48 hours, done. You know, that's amazing. That's good, but also makes me think, did we need a pandemic for that to happen as well?
Is this working okay?
Yep,
There we go.
yep.
No, I believe that, well, it may have happened eventually, but obviously it happened a lot faster. And what do you think that the future workplaces look like? Because obviously a key word that I'm hearing a lot is communication. At the start, there was a big panic. I know in our workplace, we did not know how to communicate to each other. Now we've got really big into voice notes on WhatsApp. We're constantly sending voice notes. What is the best form of communication that you've been using for years now?
I would say it's a big thing. It's very much, you miss nuance in text message and stuff like that, and that's kind of a bit weird. I would say async. There's a lot of focus of when we have to be together, our time is valuable. So now scarcity of time together makes us very productive. So the rest of the time I can fire something off. Doesn't need to be executed now. Someone in a completely different time zone in Israel can pick it up. do it when they do it, and then fire it back to me. So this sort of async doesn't need to be immediate. I think people need to get their head around that. And I sort of like how we talk to each other, and sort of how do we still keep the niceties and sort of as well. So I think there's that can be lost. I have an open channel that's just audio. So any of my team at certain hours, if they just want to come out, shoot the breeze, need me, it's my non-focus time. So that you can get that window and you're not going to annoy me because I'm not focused on my thinking couch or doing whatever I choose to do. And you'll find that maybe one person comes in and then two and three, and you can shoot the breeze that way. And sort of, I think that's the future. The interesting thing that I found going back out to people, you can call out behaviors better now. You know, that if someone's getting argy-bargy and like on Zoom, it's like, mute, bin, like, you know, gone. But like, and that was probably the most shocking thing for me, to be back out in the real world. You know, and I work a lot of, like, you know, innovation can be difficult. There's a lot of change, there's emotions here. And the first time I was back out in the real world, and I experienced that aggressive, typical executive person using their size, their voice to really dominate. And I was like, this is it. This doesn't have to happen anymore. So I think it's good to call out those behaviors now and make sure they don't creep in to your communication style. So for me, it's now, none of that behavior should have been acceptable before, but now I'm like, flip, I've, you know, spent 18 months without that. I don't need your aggression in my life. Move on.
It's a really good point. And obviously I now want to jump. Oh, hello, Niall from Glandor. But there he is, he's joining in. It's okay, don't worry. This is the whole point of the hybrid approach. You can just walk in, walk out, grab a coffee. We don't mind. It's okay. And I kind of feel like I've always been remote in my head anyway. That's what I'm thinking. And I'm thinking, well, I've always talked to my dog, so nothing much has changed there either. So I was just going to now moving on, because I feel like Toby's been sitting there in what looks like a very wild field.
Yeah,
and
I've been shrunk.
He has been shrunk. It's like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids all over again.
Yeah.
I just obviously wanted to jump on now, Toby, because you've been listening in very quietly there. And what are your thoughts immediately on what everyone has said? And then secondly, I want you to tell us a little bit more about Waypoint and how this all links to what you're doing.
Sure. So I guess first on what people have been talking about so far, one of the things that really kind of stood out to me was your question around introverts and neurodivergence. And in my opinion, I think Ben's quite correct here in terms of different channels and different mediums fit different styles of work and are appropriate at different points. I'd actually argue that this kind of creates more of a level playing field for these sorts of personalities, because traditionally, you know, a lot of these things would have been done just in meetings, and that was kind of where a lot of this get done. In those situations, it's the dominant personalities that effectively, you know, decide the outcomes and kind of add the framework to the event, let's say. I think technology creates more of a level playing field for different types of personalities. And it actually enables them to have more of a voice than previously. On the culture side of things, Emma talked about obviously tools being very important, but obviously culture plays a large part as well. I'd agree fundamentally with that. What we're seeing is kind of a move away from command and control style management to more kind of team empowerment and things like that. The role of the project manager is basically moving from, you know, scheduling, task management, telling people what to do, and their role is moving more towards being a change agent, where effectively their role is to give their team context for the rest of the organization. How are they delivering value to the organization, and where best can they connect to resources that exist across the organization? So really the team leader or the project manager role, what we're seeing is becoming more like a catalyst for the team as opposed to a command and controller. I guess the two big things in summary that we're seeing is that what worked yesterday is not going to work tomorrow. And that nobody can do it alone, no individual, no team, no company. We're seeing a huge desire from executives that they want to make much better usage of the collective intelligence and the resources that exist in the organization. And from the staff perspective, we're seeing, you know, we've heard a lot about the Great Resignation. I wouldn't necessarily take that stance on it, but what I do think we're seeing is the future workforce having a much more focus on value orientation and impact. So what is the purpose of my role? What does it mean for the organization? And what does it mean for the wider world and ecosystem? So I think it's happening at both sides. And I think for organizations who want the best talent and the people who are going to give the best ideas and contribute to innovative activities and help drive the change of the organization, they're going to have to move away from command and control style structures, and they're going to have to connect better to the resources that exist, not just inside the organization, but also their users, their clients, their partners. What does our ecosystem mean, and how do we best make use of the resources and intelligence that exist across it? So
like,
with Waypoint,
yeah, just on Waypoint, then you're talking about change management quite a lot, and obviously for someone that doesn't work within that, tell us about change management and Waypoint so I can better understand what you're up to.
Yeah, so effectively what our platform does is it acts as a social layer for the organization, and it connects individuals and teams with the people, process, and evidence that will help them navigate change at the different points. So it effectively, it's a socialization of the change process, which is people have a high resistance to change, and mandating it top down is not necessarily the best way to make change happen. So you've got to bring everybody along for the ride. And the second side of it is there's a huge amount of situational awareness that kind of comes from the staff. They're living in the trenches of the organization, and to try and attempt to do change without their insight and without their awareness is a recipe for disaster. I mean, you can see in our video at the start, we talked about 70% of change initiatives failing. And the primary driver for that is not connecting to enough of the right people at the right points in the change journey. It's not about having poor strategies or a lack of resources. It's really about having a lack of empathy and not connecting to people from start to finish.
Perfect. I know we're tight for time, and there's so many of you, so it's kind of like I could kind of chat all day on this, but I want to just finish with asking each one of you to very quickly tell us about another tool or platform that you've been using that's helped with hybrid, blended, or being back in the office approach, something that we could all learn from and take away and obviously potentially use. So Rachel, obviously from your end.
I'll give you my entire stack: Google Docs, Slack, and Whereby, and that's it. That's all I need to be on the road. And WhatsApp is good too for the socials.
Yeah, love it. Emma?
Yeah, ours is slightly different. So we use lots of kind of stacks of technologies, but I think the thing that's changed it for us is we've set up a Zoom room in the office. So we paid $4,000 for a massive kind of TV screen. So it's kind of this effect. So if you're in the office, what we had found is that people were in the office were having one meeting, and people who were at home were just like, I just do not feel involved in what's going on. So that's one thing for us where I'd like to think it's kind of technology helping aid the division between are you in the office or are you not.
Perfect. I'm just imagining like Emma as like Tom Cruise now at this point with Minority Report and all these people in front of her. Neve, what about yourself, obviously working as a small business owner? Anything that you've really used during lockdown that's really helped in terms of that process, apart from what's been mentioned? Sorry.
I don't know. I don't think I've used anything in particular that everyone else isn't using, but honestly, if WhatsApp died today, I would lose a lot of things. I'm relying a lot on it, and it was the best way of hearing people's voices. I think for me, I just had to hear their voices. I was starting to think that people were in a bad mood, employees were angry at me, there's no tone in text or emails, so I just needed to hear the voice regularly. I think that was a big one for me.
Totally. Before I ask Rachel and then go, obviously one of the comments Michael McDonald has asked, can we bring back the phone call? I'm free and I'll speak, and if not, I'll phone you back. It sounds quite obvious, doesn't it? Like, let's just start chatting to each other again, whether it's in real life or on the phone. Rachel, anything that you've used or are starting to use in the office again that's helping with your management of people?
Well, for the team, like the actual Clockwise team, we would just use Microsoft Teams, and we do still pick up the phone because a lot of our colleagues work across the water in the rest of the UK. We do just pick up the phone and call each other. But when it comes to our actual members and platforms or technology that has helped them, they have used the likes of In the Office. I don't know if you've heard of that, but that is communications and hot desking booking system, which has been really beneficial for our members using that blended approach.
Yep, perfect. Just before I move on again, it's like old school stuff. It's like people posting like letters through the door. I remember Amazon started doing that again because obviously people love to actually look at stuff and buy stuff. And I think it's the old school stuff. It sounds a bit old, but SMS, David Phelan just said, I've gone back to SMS text messages to communicate with some team members as it helps cut through Teams, Slack, email, Zoom. like just one thing. It sounds pretty obvious, doesn't it? And Ben, obviously from Sona, alongside obviously what you're doing, which is an amazing piece of tech and innovation, obviously for the kind of more traditional industries and those that are deskless. What anything else that you've used or have been heard of, or?
I mean, I think it almost sounds lower tech. I can't echo enough the point about if you have a hybrid workforce, investing in Zoom hardware or video conferencing hardware for those locations, but equally for your remote workers, investing in hardware for them. Because the difference, if you're spending a lot of time on calls throughout the day, between having spent a little bit of money on high quality audio equipment and cameras, the difference in your energy level at the end of the day will be hugely different if you're using good quality equipment for that versus if you're at home and using sort of whichever pair of headphones came free with your phone. And I think it should be as fundamental as, you need a good desk, you need a good office chair, that you need really good quality hardware if you're going to spend your life or a good proportion of your life on video conferences.
Totally. And obviously, let's hope that the employer pays for that as well.
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
It's kind of tough on obviously employees working from home. They've got to probably sometimes generally pay for their own tech as well. Shay, anything that you've seen out there apart from what's that Mr. Zuckerberg all about when you're doing it already for 4 years? Honestly, what would you say is something that you've used in the business or heard about and you're going, wow, that's the future?
We're literally building digital real estate on behalf of our clients that they own. So if I'm honest, we have to integrate anything. So if an organization uses Teams and Microsoft, we have to integrate it. But the stuff we've integrated recently, Slack, YouTube Live, Teams, I mean, it's an endless list. I've just heard 2 other companies in this panel we'd love to integrate as well. So we're kind of a marketplace. So we're like non-stop integration. So a lot.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Before I move on to Toby with the final word on this, and then we'll have to wrap it all up. We've got one comment that's come in and saying using Zoom and Teams with camera turned off, aka audio conference, helps focus on voice and the nuances in the voice, makes people more comfortable as well. That's a really good comment, and it doesn't mean that we need to necessarily be looking at each other all the time, does it? Just to have meaningful conversation. Toby, last comment to yourself, something obviously alongside Waypoint, something that you've seen or you'd be like, I'd love to use myself.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be case by company. It's whatever they're comfortable with and what makes sense for their culture, their size, and the kind of work that they're doing. I would say that I think the integrations between those mediums is important. You want to avoid information asynchronicity. When people don't have context for what they're doing, create some balanced conversations. If people are lacking information that maybe happened on one channel, they're not up to speed. So I don't think it matters too much as long as there's kind of symmetry with the information and the conversations. I would say that a tool we've found quite a bit of success with is Discord. It's familiar to Slack, but the engineers love it. So it's kind of a great tool for us to kind of connect the business conversations with the technical conversations. But again, I think that's just down to the culture of our team. It's worked for us.
Yeah, and that's maybe the final point, isn't it? It depends on the culture of the team and who you've got working with you on what works best for you. I love Emma's idea of having that big screen in the office as well to kind of connect everyone kind of virtually, but in real life. It's a changing landscape, isn't it? I'm sure everyone in the audience has got points as well that they'd love to make. And thank you for all the questions that have come through from WhatsApp as well. By the way, I don't look this old in real life. I don't know why it's because I shaved my head this morning. So I just wanted to pass on my thanks to Shay, Ben, Toby, Rachel, Emma, Neve, Rachel. Oh my God, so many people. But thank you ever so much for the chat. It's amazing to you to all join us. We've gone for the one show look today. That's what we were pitching for. So thank you ever so much for joining us. Round of applause from the real life audience here as well. Woo. Okay, so panelists, just stay here for 1 second. Don't jump. No looking at WhatsApp. Neve, what have we got coming up now?
So now we're going to take a look at the first of our startup pitches from our work in progress startup pitch competition, sponsored by Raise Ventures and Clockwise Belfast. These are 8 early stage tech startups from the island of Ireland with relevance to future work, workspace and workplace solutions. Will have the opportunity to compete for the cash prize of £1,500, making that clear, it's not 1 million.
Cool.
And at the end of the day, one of these will be crowned the overall winner.
Okay, so let's go live now, or I should probably say pre-recorded, but to Startup 1 Mustard, and then we'll be followed by Startup 2 Broker IQ.
My name's Matthew. We are Mustard, and our vision is to empower a digital generation with control over their financial future. With Dan's experience as a financial advisor and Dave's in cybersecurity and my own in Google and Microsoft, our team has the ingredients in finance, tech, and go-to-market to achieve our ambitions. We are solving the pension problem, which impacts employees, employers, and pension providers. 61% of European workers are worried about not having enough money when they retire, with almost a quarter having zero retirement savings. Employers are failing their employees when it comes to pensions, with our research indicating that 64% of employees are seeking more from their employers, and we're changing that. From our conversations with the leading pension provider, integrating and scaling with SMEs is a multi-billion euro pain point. So what's our solution? For employees, we're the best platform to make, manage, and monitor your pension investments. For employers, we're keeping things simple by integrating with payroll and taking care of all compliance hassles. For pension providers, we're the quickest, most cost-effective way to scale their SME business. Our SaaS platform fees paid by businesses and commission paid by pension providers gives us a dual revenue stream. Leading a business with about 20 employees represents a €1,000 per month in recurring revenue for Mustard. So what's the opportunity? With our pricing model, the Irish market alone represents a €300 million opportunity, but we're not stopping there. Across Europe, there are 250 million workers with no retirement savings. This is a €60 billion opportunity. So what's our traction today? We have 5 businesses with over 100 employees looking to join our pilot program on launch. We're working with key business leaders in Ireland's largest pension provider, Irish Life. For our go-to-market, we have 3 resellers with access to over 10,000 Irish SMEs, excited to take Mustard to market upon our regulatory approval. And this week, we're launching our pre-seed campaign at Web Summit, seeking to raise €250,000 to build and bring Mustard to market before our UK and German expansion. Thank you for listening.
All right, so I'll do this.
Okay, Alistair, are we allowed to ask questions?
Absolutely.
Okay, so just a couple of quick questions. How different are you to, say, a platform like PensionBee?
PensionBee are really great. They really live in the B2C space. So if PensionBee goes direct to consumers. If I'm a consumer, PensionBee go directly to me, whereas Mustard is about that B2B conversation. So what we do is we help employers empower their employees with that, with that kind of pension support. So what we do is we kind of have a value add for businesses, which PensionBee don't really consider too much at all.
Okay, thank you. I've got another question if nobody else has. Yeah, I'm going to go ask my other question. So my next question was, for the 250K that you're looking for, what are you going to do with that 250K?
Yeah, so that 250K is going to help us basically build and bring Mustard to market. But half that's going to be on product dev. So we want to obviously invest in the best for UX and our front end. And then the other half will be our business development plan, so hiring our initial kind of biz dev hire, to obviously sell mustard and bring it to market and work with our resellers, which obviously really important to our go-to-market strategy.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you.
I've got a quick question. So obviously Pension B, maybe more B2B, but the likes of Penfold do have partnerships with Starling Bank, obviously big opportunities there. What would you do to perhaps challenge that or muscle in on that side of things?
Yeah, this was really important for us is that we integrate with payroll providers. So rather than going straight to the banks, we integrate with the payroll between the business and the employee. So Mustard holds no cash. We are just like any other digital pension broker in that we just kind of facilitate the investment. So we're unique in that, and also unique is that we have access to the full pension marketplace. So whereas Penfold or Pension B or whoever may just have one pension of their own funds, we have access to the entire marketplace. The idea there is that we give our employees and our customers the best choice in the marketplace, because we know somebody 23 and 63, they don't need the same fund. We want to give them the right fund for them.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had one question. That slide you had the 3 categories up and you had partners on the right. Those are your presumably distribution partners?
Yes, correct. Yeah, resellers, correct.
And the resellers, are they exclusive relationships that you'll have with them, or will your competitors also have those relationships?
At the moment, they're exclusive. They are not doing any work with any of the players that you mentioned. So we are like going to be their exclusive pension offering. To be honest, none of them have any pension offerings yet. It's a new value add, new revenue opportunity for them. And because the uniqueness of our platform, we feel it's not going to be an issue at all to have exclusivity with them, because they're very excited to work with us going forward.
Thank you.
Just a quick question to you guys. What do you think the 5-10 year plan looks like?
Look, it's a huge opportunity. I think for us, what's really important is to build something that we're proud of. And for that, it's about having societal change. People in our generation were in a lot of trouble when it comes to our long-term financial future, wage stagnation, house prices, pension contribution. Like, it's a huge problem that our generation is running into in the coming decades. And we feel there's a huge opportunity to address that problem. And again, it's not just Ireland, it's not just UK, it's all across Europe and the world. So it's about scaling across Europe in the coming 5 years, where obviously we could acquire acquisition or we could look on public.
Good afternoon and welcome. My name is Joanne Cole and I am the CEO and founder of Broker IT. Broker IT is a customer engagement platform built specifically for the insurance and mortgage broker industry. The problem within the broker market is their lack of digital capabilities, leaving them unable to move forward with the future of work solutions. The broker market is still working with manual and legacy systems. Research shows that 63% of time in a broker's office is spent on admin tasks, as opposed to 37% spent on client services. Admin teams process the same tasks 5 times a day, every day, and the average retention rate for a broker agency is 84%. A 5% improvement would double a broker's profit in 5 years. Doing nothing is not an option for the insurance broker market. Our solution. Broker IQ sits in the middle between brokers and clients. For the broker, we provide them with a work-based solution that acts as a retention tool, reduces their admin, and helps them to become more efficient. The platform can be accessed from mobile, tablet, and computer from any location, facilitating the work from home or hybrid work model. As part of our initial launch, we have been targeting businesses who have complex insurance needs. We have identified businesses such as haulage, engineering, manufacturing, and construction industries who would benefit from being able to access their insurance documents from their mobile devices anywhere at any time, providing a work-based solution for these industries as well as for brokers. This is what makes Broker IQ a future of work business solution. What makes our product unique? Our marketing tool. The broker market is a large and growing market, and there is an urgency and a need to embrace digital. We plan to grow and scale quickly as we operate our flywheel system of marketing. We sell our platform to the broker market starting with a premium model, but we also market to businesses and consumers who struggle with the management of their insurance data. We prompt them to download our app free of charge and nominate their broker to use the platform, creating a push-pull marketing tool. We are also the only platform that provides clients with one place to store all of their insurance documents from multiple brokers. These two factors set us aside from our competitors. Where we are, Broker IQ have launched. Our platform is available for clients and businesses to download from the Apple and Google Play stores, and we are out currently in a number of broker offices. Who we are, we have built a fantastic team from our inception, including myself, Des, our CTO, Michael Faulkner, our non-executive director, cousin, and John McGrath, our advisors to the board. Our vision and ethos is to make insurance more accessible and transparent for all. Our ethos impacts every part of our business and is based on honesty, integrity, strategy, and transparency. We should win because we are a future of work business solution that fixes pain points for brokers as well as business consumers of insurance, fixing two problems in one using technology and processes, making life easier for all. Thank you for listening. My name is Joanne, and you can find us on all of the usual social media channels.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Hi. I wanted to ask regarding the business model. So you were explaining that it's free for the client and the broker is your paying customer. So how does that work? Is there like an annual fee or?
Yeah, it's a SaaS model. We have a freemium. We start with a freemium level and then we work on a subscription basis. So we have a basic user fee for up to 5 users, and it's relatively reasonable. We had this conversation today. Actually, it's relatively reasonable. At £50 per month, that's for up to 5 users, and then per user after that, we add an additional fee. That's for multi-user, multi-site.
Right. Thanks.
And how many paying customers do you have at the moment?
Well, we've just launched. We just launched there in the last week of September. So we have confirmed a number of customers. They're on the onboarding. So our onboarding our customer success is really setting us up at this moment in time. That's what I'm perfecting at this moment in time. We spent a long time on our MVP working on that. We're looking at hiring now. So I'm still looking at 3 to 4 weeks for onboarding. Then they have their freemium on, but we have confirmed a number of paying customers.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question. Have you spoken to the end users in terms of, do people want an app to manage this relationship with their brokers, or is it they like to just talk to them one-to-one?
Yeah, well, it's a great question. Our app does not take away from the one-to-one. I work the broker space myself. It is not to take away from a one-to-one. It's just to provide another touch point for communication for brokers with their clients. You know, clients in this day and age, they want convenience, they want clarity, they will buy more insurance if they're provided with this. That does not mean that they cannot talk to their broker. It's just another touch point for them, and it gets the broker in front of their client. And our app actually has within the app video messaging and voice messaging capabilities. So the broker can also get in front of that client. And I learned that very much. I was using video emailing 5 years ago when I started selling insurance. And that's where I got the fascination for Broker IQ, because I did get quite a big hit with it. You know, clients wanted to see it. And I was one of the few then, because we didn't have a pandemic to contend with, whereas now everybody wants to video message because it's now the norm. So it has worked in my favor, definitely.
All right, quick follow-up. Do you have a web platform or plans to build it on the web and not just the app-based?
Yeah, well, we have the platforms built in the web for the clients or for the brokers, and then we have the app. But yes, we will. Yeah, we do plan on that in the future. Yeah.
May not have time to answer this, but are you acquiring the end user for the broker, or is the broker then deploying your solution to use with their existing customers?
Mostly the latter. However, we also market, that's the flywheel effect. We also market to the end consumer. So I actually do a good bit of marketing to businesses to download the app to onboard their broker. So we're using that push pull. So sometimes I find that the businesses would like it. They would like the solution, but we encourage them to onboard themselves through the app, put their broker's name in, and our system automates an email campaign to their broker that their client is using the Broker IQ app, and they can request a demo from us and we will set up from them. In most cases, Caleb, we actually do just market to the broker. We go out to the broker. I spend most of my time in the broker office doing that onboarding. But we do have that push-pull effect, and that's what we're really proving our concept of that at this moment in time. As we move out into commercial stage, does this push-pull work? So it's kind of a twofold marketing, but the brokers on board, they email their clients. And for every broker that onboards clients, they send emails out to their clients, the client onboards. But in my case, I have 4 separate brokers with 13 different insurance policies. So I select all of the other brokers that I would want to communicate with, and our system automates that campaign. That creates that flywheel. And I think that is what makes us slightly more unique and is our unique selling point, and will hopefully help us scale quickly.
Thank you.
Right, okay, cool. Lessons from session 1 is I must sit up better in a chair because I looked like I was falling down the sofa. So that's lesson number 1. Lesson number 2 is it's not just about culture, it's about the team that you have as well, but like it's merging all those things together, and that kind of blended approach, it's not going away. We're not going to go back to how it was before. And in a way, that's been good, hasn't it, really? It just kind of means that we've been able to do things. I don't have to go to London to meet someone for a half-an-hour meeting. Simple.
It really felt like everyone's in the same boat. Everyone's going through the same experiences. It doesn't matter what business sector you're in. We're all about like having a good team that you can trust and communicate with.
Yeah, absolutely. And then that innovation piece, being able to kind of innovate quicker, faster, collaboratively, but virtually as well. It doesn't have to happen that you're with a whiteboard in a room chatting to each other and then you leave for the end of the day. It should be that that's a continuous process. So change management should be easier. Just thanks again to all the speakers, the panelists, Waypoint, who sponsored this session. Our 2 major sponsors, obviously, version 1 and real-time recruitment. We're just going to end with some music before we jump back into the second session, literally in 3-4 minutes time, with music from Cherem with Listening to My Head.
I sit alone almost every night, waiting for you to call home. Where do you go? I don't want to know. You don't pick up the phone. You've got a friend at the office. I never get a reply. I thought that I was looking for a day I die. I guess I was a fool to think a wedding ring's the light. But then we just had a bad weekend. Thought we needed time to see. Why am I still trying to fix you? Is there something wrong with me? Said that you were gonna do better. You won't even give me
Are we in the room? Woo, we're in the room. I'm so sorry. I thought we were going to have a wee trailer to start the episode off. Welcome back. Actually, if we can go to an advert, that would be awesome. And I think we should, because it's one of the major sponsors. So before we go live, I'd love you to watch this little short clip from Real Time, which is our major sponsor alongside version 1. Good morning. Welcome back to Work in Progress. This is the second session of today's one-day event. Thank you again to Real Time Recruitment and version 1, who are major sponsors supporting the event. What a great first session, by the way, and thank you to Waypoint and Toby and the team for partnering on that. So the world of work is changing, or it has changed, hasn't it? It's more like the new now. It's not in the new normal. It's still kind of evolving. Long may it continue in many ways. So from the future of workspaces, the ways that we're working, through to future jobs and talent planning, commitments to diversity, not just diversity, by the way, but inclusion, because there's no point having diversity without inclusion, and through to meeting the hiring demands of the tech industry. So that's what we're hearing about now, is the demands of the tech industry. Where do we go? In finding talent, where do we go in making sure that that talent comes through and is sustained in organizations? So look forward to the theme of the event, which is around, obviously, the hiring demands of that industry.
And to hear an audience at the MAC, if any of you have any questions for the audience or the speakers or panelists that we have here, be sure to WhatsApp us your messages as you're acting as our voice today. So now, if you're looking to explore the realities of sourcing, hiring, and retaining tech talent, both nationally and globally, then this session is for you. Our partners for this session is Young Enterprise Northern Ireland. Young Enterprise Northern Ireland is a leading business education charity. Each year, Young Enterprise Northern Ireland helps over 90,000 young people aged from 4 to 25 across Northern Ireland to explore their entrepreneurial potential with support from volunteer mentors. Thank you, Young Enterprise Northern Ireland.
Yeah, awesome. I've worked with Young Enterprise for ages, doing stuff in schools with them and helping. What they do is something that's really needed across Northern Ireland and across the whole of the UK, in a sense, and in driving that innovation and driving that enterprise mentality and getting people to better understand about the employability process. So Carol, Young Enterprise, thank you very much for your support. Something that's quite exciting that me and Carol have got coming up, which we're going to launch in a video in a few minutes as well. But first of all, I wanted to introduce you to, before any panel or anything else, I want you to introduce you to Louise Brogan. She was going to be here in person, but circumstances mean she can't be. And magic of this new world that we're in, it doesn't mean that she's cancelled, because she's going to join us on Zoom. So we don't have to worry about her not being here. Louise works with entrepreneurs, SMEs, professionals looking to raise their profile through LinkedIn. We've asked her to kind of explain a little bit about how companies can use their LinkedIn profile, which is their company profile, one would assume, to help attract and retain talent. So let's hope that we can be joined by Louise now, live from New York or maybe Belfast, I'm not sure. Let's have a look. There she is, Louise. Hello.
Hello, everybody. I'm so sorry I can't be there in person, but yes, I am live from Newton Abbey.
It's just as sexy. It's all right. It's okay. I probably shouldn't use the word sexy in work, but never mind. So, Louise, we'll obviously you should have SlideShare all set up and ready to go.
Yes.
Really interested in knowing a little bit more about LinkedIn and the company profile, because that's something I've always taken for granted. So hopefully there's HR people listening in that can benefit from this short 13.5-minute session. I'm only joking. Off you go, Louise, sorry.
All right, excellent. Let me just share my screen. Okay, the joys of tech. All right, Alistair, can you see my slides?
All good.
All right, excellent. Okay, so I want to talk to you about LinkedIn company pages and the part that they play in attracting and retaining top talent. That's a bit of a mouthful. So for those who don't know me, my name is Louise Brogan. I'm a LinkedIn consultant and trainer. I live here in Northern Ireland, but I work with organizations, clients, companies from all over the world, really. I have a podcast called LinkedIn with Louise, a YouTube channel, which I'm very proud of. It's my little baby. I put up regular little videos on how to use LinkedIn for business, if you want to go and check those out. I'm a speaker, and I'm also very passionate about supporting small businesses. And as part of that, I'm a small business Britain champion for the second year in a row with Small Business Saturday. Anyway, enough about me. For those of you who aren't entirely comfortable or familiar with LinkedIn, when you log into LinkedIn as an individual, you have your LinkedIn personal profile. So for me, that is Louise Brogan. I also then have a LinkedIn company page, and that's called LinkedIn with Louise. So the difference being, and what we want to talk about today, is how you can really leverage your company page as a place to attract talent and showcase the people that you have, as well as if you are in the business of going off and finding top talent, where you can find those people through their company page and how they're all connected. So the company page is very different. The content, unfortunately, the content you share on your company page gets about 1/10 of the view of the number of people who will view the content that you share on your personal profile. But we can change that by actually engaging our employees and understanding how LinkedIn works as a platform. For me, LinkedIn is very much about building business relationships. It is not somewhere that you simply go on and broadcast what you're up to in your career or as an organization or as a company. And unfortunately, that's where a lot of people actually seem to stay in that zone, that they will go on and they will just simply share, we're hiring, and that's it. They're not really using everything that LinkedIn has for you as a platform. So if you looked at your LinkedIn company page from the point of view as a member, LinkedIn calls the people who have LinkedIn accounts LinkedIn members, by the way, because we're all like part of some big club or membership. So what do people see on your company page when they go there? Have you ever looked at it from the member's point of view? Are you using all the tools that LinkedIn has for you? So there's so many things, it's crazy. There's talent pages, there's showcase pages, you can post jobs, you have the life tab, the people tab, you can find the alumni at the university you used to go to. You can see who lives in the same city as you, works at that place. You can see if you have LinkedIn Premium, and we will have questions at the end. If you have LinkedIn Premium, you can see when that company has last hired, who are their interesting hires, who are the top talent that they have recruited, who are people of note that work in that organization, which department in the company is the biggest, fastest growing sector. You can share events on there, including like this one today. You can put your webinars on there. And most importantly, are you using your existing employees as part of your talent recruiting and attracting regime? All right, so I've got a few little slides to share in terms of what it looks like on your LinkedIn page. So this is a job alert. So you can create jobs, and as a small businesses actually can go in and create jobs for free. You can also pay. As with everything online, there are free options and there are paid options. You can do a lot with the free version of LinkedIn. We're not going to talk today particularly about going down the route of the paid versions and the paid opportunities, but you can create jobs. As a person viewing this company page, I could go in and create a job alert. So LinkedIn will notify me. So if there's a large organization, maybe you want to go and work for one of the top accountancy firms, you could go to their company pages and you could set job alerts for whenever they are going to share new roles that match what you're doing. So maybe we talked about diversity and inclusion earlier, maybe you're a diversity and inclusion specialist and you want to go and work in a financial services company. So you could target the top 10 that you want to work for and then go and create a job alert based on the keywords that you want to be found for. So Tech Data was just a company that I picked. They are based in Florida. They have 2,261 job openings. So you can search on there for job titles and you can look for keywords. LinkedIn is a big user of keywords. And in fact, this is why when you Google someone, other search engines are available. Their LinkedIn profile is usually the top result because Google and other search engines love LinkedIn because of the volume of content that is created on there every day. So companies, organizations, individuals are sharing content on there every single day, keeping it fresh. And if you know about like SEO and websites, the way we get people to our websites is by sharing fresh, relevant content on a regular basis. Well, LinkedIn has got that going on because of all the so many organizations, from the Wall Street Journal to the BBC to the Guardian to Alan and Overy to people like Louise Brogan posting content every single day. That is why search engines love LinkedIn so much, and it's why it's really important for you to stand out by actually creating content on your company page. So that shows here recently posted jobs, and you can click on see all jobs. We don't want to look at 2,261 jobs, but it's knowing that these tools are out there on your company page. A much overlooked option on your company page as well is, what is life like at your firm? So if you look on this here, you see home, across the top, you've got home, about, posts, jobs, life, people, insights, events, and videos. So life, what is life like at Tech Data? And there's 3 options. You can set this up for your organization. Now, there are some limitations if you have, if you are a company with maybe 6 or 7 people, it's completely different. So you need to have a certain number of employees who are attached to your company page on LinkedIn to get access to some of these options. However, if you're trying to place somebody in a large firm, you can go in and you can look at life at Tech Data, student engagement, global life cycle management. And at the bottom of this screen, you will see meet our leaders. So let's go and see what the CEO of Tech Data is like. Rich Hume, is he active on the platform? Is he engaging on LinkedIn? Do I want to connect with him or follow him? And if you are interested in going to work at this company, or I do think, look at the top 10 companies that you want to go and work with, not just one, but why don't you follow the CEOs or follow the chief technical officer or follow the president for the Europe, Middle East and Africa region? Pick your people and follow them and make a point of going into LinkedIn to see how they posted content. Can you make yourself visible in front of these people? But also, if you are the company, are you training your staff? And do they understand how important their LinkedIn profile looks and their behavior on LinkedIn? During the pandemic, there were a couple of people that I came across on LinkedIn who were posting content that I am pretty sure their senior team would have been pretty annoyed about if they'd seen it. So remember that you have got to represent your company in a professional manner. LinkedIn is a professional social media site, and they do not like people who behave in an unprofessional way. Another thing as the company page is, who are your people? Now, if you go and look at an organization, so this is Zurich Insurance, and you click on people, you can say, okay, well, I want to find everybody who lives in the UK. Or maybe I went to the University in Barcelona, like 326 people. If you click on any of these options, those people will appear below. So you can go and connect with those people. And maybe it turns out that somebody else went to the University of Barcelona and studied software engineering in the same area that you did. Then you connect with that person. You ask them, what's it like to work at Zurich? And this is how LinkedIn really works. And this is what a lot of people don't actually realize, how easy it is to build your network and build your profile on there. So how can you attract top talent on your company page? Number one, share your company brand story. Hopefully you understand your brand story, and what do you stand for? Who are you trying to attract? What's the company all about? What makes it appealing to someone to want to go to work there? Highlight your employees. Who are the people who work for you? Don't just think about the C-suite. Think about the people who are doing the graduate entry jobs, about the senior team, the middle management. How do you want to represent your company on LinkedIn? Train and engage your team to promote the company. And this is really, honestly, it's such a simple thing to do. But if you can bring in someone like me, for example, to train your team, and you post brilliant content on your company page like 3 times a week, just get some training in your team, whether it's the C-suite or the middle management or the grassroots level, that they can take that content and start conversations about it in the LinkedIn newsfeed to get more visibility for your company. I love this Colt Technology Services. If you have not heard of this company, go and follow them. They do LinkedIn brilliantly. They create webinars, they have events, they highlight their staff. And this is an example of a new member. So Gervais was the country manager for France, and they literally are introducing you to her. And I'll tell you one thing about LinkedIn and the network on LinkedIn is that they love a good news story. They celebrate hires, they celebrate wins, they celebrate awards, and they love a positive story. So use the collateral that you have, which is your people. Here's another screenshot of Cisco. So you've got 4.2 million followers. They did a short video, it was 10 minutes, and they literally interviewed their staff to say, what's it like to actually to work at Cisco, using their team as their material. Colt Technology Services. So my contact is Jake here. There's their life panel at Colt Technology Services, inclusion and diversity, sales and marketing. So you can decide what it is that you want to highlight about life at your organization. So you've got to use the tools that you have. You can also recommend the content to your employees. And if you can't think of what to say about your industry, and honestly, in tech, you should never be short of what to say. It will also offer you content suggestions. What's trending on LinkedIn? What are people talking about in your industry? Bring your team in as advocates for your company. So Michelle Backer is the IBM Data Solutions Architect at Tech Data in Europe. And I picked him because you can see here, he's got the branding behind him here in his cover photograph. And he's got the company logo here, and he's talking about what goes on at the company in his personal newsfeed. So they have spent time investing in their company page and also their employees and their staff. Very whistle-stop tour, Alistair. I do think it's time to start looking at your company page in a new light. It's not just about putting out, here's what we do, here's what we do, here's what we do. Let's engage our team, make it interesting, give people a reason to follow us, and attract that top talent. If you do want to find out more about how I work with organizations and companies, then please reach out at louisebrogan.com. I think we have time for some questions, Alistair.
Thank you, Louise. Before we go on, I'm just going to apologize if anyone can see the live feed of chat that was coming in from some idiot, if I'll be totally honest, making comments at the bottom of the screen. I'm not too sure if you'd have seen that at home or we're just seeing it in the room here. But apologies to anyone reading those type of comments. Certainly they won't be employable because of the comments they were making there. So we'll find out who they are if we can. So Louise, quick question that leaks back obviously to the first session. How is LinkedIn kind of reflecting this kind of hybrid remote working environment that we're now living in? Are they innovating in a way, in any sense?
Yes. So interestingly, they have just brought out a new feature for company pages that you can say what kind of jobs you have, if they are hybrid or remote. I posted a job myself, and I was hiring somebody about 4 months ago. And when you create a job posting, you can literally say, what is this, a remote job? Is it a hybrid job, or is it an in-person job? And then when someone applies for those jobs, you can filter out, oh, I only want to work remotely. So it works really well for the company and also for the individual. As an employer recruiting on LinkedIn, if you have not used LinkedIn Jobs before, it's excellent because you can put filters in that somebody, everyone can apply if they see the job. But if they don't meet your criteria, so your minimum criteria is that they have 2 years of software development experience. If they don't meet that, they don't even get through to the filter for you to see their applications. So you only see applications that actually meet the criteria you've set inside the LinkedIn job function, which is really good, I think.
Neve, anything from your end? Obviously, do you use LinkedIn yourself?
Yes, I do. I recently put out looking for a job, and LinkedIn was really, really beneficial. It was a brilliant platform for being able to hire that member of staff. And also it was great having that filter system and, getting the CVs directly sent to you. And it was also brilliant to actually take a look at their LinkedIn profiles and seeing how active they are.
Yes.
So I found it very beneficial.
Yeah. And like, obviously, Louise, from your end, what one thing should every single employer be doing in terms of, obviously, say for their next role? What's the first thing they should consider when posting it onto LinkedIn?
Make sure that your company page is portraying the organization in a way that's actually attractive to people who are looking for work, because I think it's a bit of a it's the people who are looking for work have the benefit of having more choice because of all those hybrid options and remote options. I mean, you're not limited by where you want to work. So make sure that your company page portrays the company in the best light possible, and it's active as well. So important. And then try and get the members of your organization who already work for you, get them up to speed on how to use LinkedIn. I think what Neve said was really interesting there, because people do go and look not just at your profile, but your activity on LinkedIn. So make sure you are behaving in a professional manner, because this is a professional networking site.
Absolutely. And obviously reiterating again, whoever was making those silly comments at the bottom of the screen, if anyone can see them at home, well, they're not just being professional, but it'll impact on them down the line if that's the approach they've got with their work, home life anyway. Louise, thank you ever so much for your time. I want, obviously, the audience in the room to give a big round of applause to Louise. I'd have loved you to have been here, but we know it's not possible.
I'm so sorry I couldn't make it in person.
Thank you very much. Just before we now go on to the panel, so panelists, obviously, just in about 30 seconds, if you jump up and join us on stage. There's going to be a few folk join us on Zoom as well, and I'll explain that in a minute. I just want you to watch this quick video about a new program called Exporting Founders. Welcome back. Thank you ever so much, Louise. It's great to look at things from a fresh approach, and I think that's what we're all having to do. It's a busier marketplace as well, isn't it? It's like there's more people out there looking for work. It's harder for recruiters and harder for organizations to find talent. So I'm just going to let into the room on Zoom. So we have with us, obviously in person, we have Claire Nixon, who's the Director of Real-Time Recruitment. Thank you, Claire. We have with us in person as well, Lorna McAdoo, who's the Director of Operations and Business Development for Northern Ireland at Version 1. So thank you, Lorna, for joining us as well. Now we're going to introduce, obviously through Zoom, we have Dave Graham, who will be looking at the conversation around finding tech talent internationally. Dave's based over in the US, and he's a tech advocate lead for Dell Technologies Office of Research. We also have Ollie Monks, who's the Visa Program Manager for Tech Nation. Hello, Ollie, love to see you. And Claire, who I work with quite a bit. Awesome to see you, Claire, who's the co-founder of Table Crowd Talent. So Claire connects startup passionate talent with London's most exciting innovative tech companies and startups. So we're trying to kind of bridge the gap between what's happening here in Northern Ireland with Claire and Lorna, what's happening obviously maybe nationally, obviously with Ollie and Claire from Table Crowd Talent, and then Dave, who's our US voice of reason, I'd like to think. Dave, your background looks awesome. Is that real life, or you just got like an amazing filter there?
Oh, it's as real as I can make it, my friend. So
excellent. I hope that's not beer you're drinking. It is a coffee, isn't it?
It is 6:30 in the morning.
Excellent. It's 6:30. It's 6. Are you in Boston at the moment? Then I take it.
I just flew back from Ireland on Friday, so yeah.
Excellent, excellent. So Dave kind of flirts between Ireland and the US. So obviously you have that connection as well. So it's great to have you all with us today. Let's start with Claire, who's in the room, and me and Neve will be asking all the questions. Claire, how busy is the tech recruitment sector at the moment in Northern Ireland, Belfast, maybe more specifically?
Yeah, it's absolutely booming. I'm sure everyone is aware at the moment. I mean, I've been in the tech sector in Belfast for 10 years, and this is the busiest I've ever seen it. Job announcements in 2021 galore. Recently, ASOS, 180 jobs, Agio, 100 jobs, WorkRise, 150 jobs. It's just big, big announcements. PwC, 800. And everyone's going, well, you know, where are we getting these people from? So it's a busy, busy time, but it's great at the same time. The opportunities for people here are immense. You know, so graduates coming out of university have their pick. People looking to move jobs. They've got so much choice. So it's a great time. I mean, I think I saw a stat, 26% of our workforce are now employed in the tech sector, which is really quite unbelievable and growing. So it's very, very busy and very active scene at the moment, but I mean, it's a good thing.
Lots of indigenous tech companies, lots of FDIs, not enough candidates, I'm guessing. And obviously, is that something that you're always struggling with, obviously, from the tech side?
I mean, it's the same. It's not just tech, you know, everyone I speak to, you know, there is a skills shortage. So, you know, it is the case, but we would tend to focus on, okay, well, what makes your company different and what is it specifically that you could offer a candidate that others can't? It's not impossible, but you've got to find out what your unique selling point is for the market. And you will find your people, but it is extremely competitive. There's no getting away from that.
100%. Over to yourself, Neve.
I would say, you know, once you have a good talent in your company, how can you retain that? Like what benefits can you add to them that they will stay around and not be swayed to join another company?
It's a great question, and I think it's something that everyone's, you know, really considering at the moment with remote working. It's something that's changing because traditionally, you know, creating a great culture is the way to retain staff. But obviously now that we have a hybrid model, culture is something that's cropping up. How do we continue to create that culture when maybe the workforce aren't there a lot of the time? So for me, it's really listening to the staff and actually understanding what people want. So I know Version 1 do great employee engagement surveys, and, you know, large organizations would do that. For ours, we're smaller. We talk, you know, we talk to each other and we ask people, you know, are you happy? What could we be doing differently? And really, it's just listening to your staff, I think, is the key thing, and catching on to anything that's going to make people, you know, leave essentially, you know, and fixing those problems.
100%. Well, Lorna, then obviously that's been mentioned then, obviously about employee surveys and obviously that engagement piece. How important is your feedback from your employees to kind of retain them? Like it must be quite challenging as well with people advertising for jobs all the time.
Yeah, it is massive. Like just what Claire has said, the culture piece is so important now in organizations. And I think in the tech sector, we've always had talented people who question whether they're working with the latest technologies and the latest skills and all the rest. And that hasn't gone away. But what I've seen more of now is people in version 1 and in other organizations as well starting to question about what their impact is and how big an impact are they actually having and how big of a say do they have in the organization that they work for. So the staff engagement piece is really, really important for us, because that's our way on a quarterly basis of being able to take feedback and being able to improve constantly. Not just the kind of role that they have and the kind of projects that they work on and the skills that they learn, but also about what makes it an even better experience for them in the organization. So a lot of the staff engagement that we do, we have the social piece, but now the community piece is even more important for us. It's about enabling us or the organization to be able to give back to the communities. So people start to feel they belong to version 1, but they get the sense of purpose as well. And it's not just internally in the organization, but it's how we can use that as a vehicle out into the communities as well.
Good stuff. I mean, it reminds me obviously of some research I've read recently, which is millennials and Gen Z, they're not necessarily, yes, they love salaries and they love wages, but one of the things that drives them the most is that social purpose, that impact. Claire, London, is that the same thing? Hello, London.
Hello.
Nice to see you, Claire, as well. How important is that? I mean, obviously, apart from the fact that you seem to kind of be traveling every week and you're working remotely all the time as well, like, how important is that flexibility for employees, but also that mission? Are you finding that is important in London as well?
Very much so. So mission-wise for early careers is exceptionally important, more important than I've ever seen it before. If I think back to 20 years ago, I was really grateful if I could work somewhere where they'd give me a pen and a book and maybe a t-shirt. Now, candidates want so much more. What I'm also seeing is career shifters, people that have, I find that COVID has given a lot of people some kind of awakening. Maybe they weren't like really unhappy before in their roles, or they weren't exceptionally happy. They were kind of like midway. What the pandemic has done is it's taken away so many distractions from people. So they've been faced with, crikes, most of my day is filled with my job. Actually, it's okay, but it's not really giving me enough. And that has led to a wave of people who perhaps before would never have realized that they weren't really that unhappy in their jobs, seeking jobs with a lot more purpose.
Really. And obviously then, Dave, from a US perspective, are you finding that conversation that we're having in the UK and Ireland is the same in the US? And what other factors perhaps are kind of impacting on recruitment and retention over there?
I think it's a lot of the issues that have been brought up already. The social equality, the statement of, I want to belong in a place that actually wants me. There's a large movement, for these employee resource groups to kind of coalesce around social transformation goals. How can we help the folks that are less fortunate? Real quick shout out to Carol Rossborough and the work that Esther has been doing. Very, very similar style, where you're calling to a certain subset of your employees that are willing to give, but they've never had the opportunity to give in a way that's meaningful to them. And so something like Esther being integrated into kind of corporate land, especially for Dell, where we're a very large multinational. I think the hybrid work has certainly changed. It's changed my lifestyle. I float between, I live in Ireland and I live in the United States, right? So I have both, I'm working from both locations. I have accommodations that have to be made in both locations based on data access, which is a huge thing. Privacy, the way I interact with different groups in different regions of the world. My team is global as well, from Shanghai to Cairo to Tel Aviv to Ireland as well. So there's a lot of these different, we're starting to be exposed to new people in our organization that perhaps we never were exposed to before. Mm-hmm. It's been opened up, especially in the United States, where contracted work is not really a thing. We have contractors per se, but gainful employment is generally at will. We're starting to see folks, to the point about job availability on market, starting to pick and choose very, very carefully where they want to live, and then who has the opportunity to remote work in that location. So much has been said about the exodus from San Francisco. It's maybe true, maybe not, but folks are realizing that they don't have to pay that lifestyle anymore to do the exact same job. So they're willing to go, let's say, more country. They're willing to go to a place like Texas or Oklahoma or Middle America, if you will, right? Where lifestyle is a lot more affordable, where they can still accomplish everything that they wanted to do. I was told back when I started remote working, all I needed was an internet connection and an airport. And that holds true to this day. I mean, that's what I need. So I can live in the Midlands of Ireland, which is where we're living now. And as long as I can get into Dublin, I'm pretty good, and internet's good. So the options are there. And I think the counterbalance from the corporate side, if I may, just for a second, is the idea of inflation-based or location-based pay is starting to subtly change as well. No longer will you enforce to me that I will make less in a location based on the exact same job performance I did before. And it has to be taken into account now, because if I am able to leave my current place of employment and move to another place that satisfies that need of lifestyle, of belongingness, of social transformation, social action, then perhaps that is something that I am willing to give up, one location, because there is a plethora of jobs in the market especially within the tech sector. So those are comments from stateside.
And Ollie, tell us about Tech Nation's role in the UK Global Talent Visa and what type of visas exist for companies to find global tech talent.
Yeah, afternoon, everybody. Really interesting to hear what everyone said so far. From a Tech Nation involvement perspective, the Global Talent Visa is what it's officially known as, and there's actually lots of routes people can come into the UK on it, whether it's in different sectors, whether it's the arts, whether it's through engineering, whether it's through academia, if you like, and each one of those has its own endorsing body. And so for anything that comes under the broad umbrella of digital technology, and that is really kind of all consuming at the moment, that's where Tech Nation's involved. And so each route has a kind of sole endorsing body. So at the moment, I would say we're kind of the closest thing to the UK's tech visa is probably kind of what this operates as. And so to be able to get the visa, you have to get an endorsement from Tech Nation. So that's kind of where we sit with it. It's still a relatively kind of unknown and certainly underused, I think, visa option. It's not for everybody. It is designed for those who are highly skilled or have already kind of shown a real high potential to be significantly contributing in the tech sector. And so putting that on people's kind of radar as an option from both an individual and a kind of employer side of things is one of the reasons I'm here today, right? To really let you guys know. But the UK is getting slowly better, I think, in terms of the other options people have if you're international talent, however you might have arrived here, or if you're looking to arrive, and building out that kind of, there's different options that you have. So you've got what we're involved with. The most typical one still is the kind of, used to be called Tier 2. It's now known as the skilled worker visa. That's still the most typical one. If you are a company and you're looking at it, it makes total sense to apply for a license, whether you're trying to bring in 1 or 2 in a year, or whether you're trying to be in multiples of that. I definitely would recommend to do so. And that's, I don't want to go around the topic of Brexit too much, but I think it's one of the things that's changed in a positive way, is that actually the route has broadened and is more accessible now for everyone than it might have been maybe more than 12 months ago, which I think is a positive. You've got other options, which are kind of the ICT visa. It's a kind of company transfer. So if you've got a company that is already based over in the US, for example, and wants to kind of put some feet on the ground in Belfast, for example, that's a great option to kind of get your employee number one there. So, and I think the final one I'd say is Claire mentioned around kind of your early talent, your graduates. I think something that's also been reintroduced in a new form is the graduate visa. So in a similar way to the visa we operate, really, I think for 2 years, you've basically got complete carte blanche, really, and kind of flexibility to go and work where you'd like to in your first couple of years after graduating. So it's a great route for the UK now to get that great talents coming from everywhere around the world into our tech companies. That's a great kind of, hey, check it out, come and stay here for a bit longer and see what our tech scene's about before you look at other options after that. So it's getting better. And if I may, for the last point, in terms of a new visa to put on people's radar, is something that was announced, you might have heard it in different clippings, is a scale-up visa that's coming out, I think will be live from April. And the idea, particularly from a tech sector side of things, and it came from a fintech view, but it's going to be broader, I believe, is that you've got these really fast scaling companies. It sounds it very much in Northern Ireland, right? You've got a huge companies, lots of hires being made right now, But then it generally might take 2, 3, 4, maybe longer months sometimes to actually get the visa approved and get people actually working and helping to scale these companies. The idea for this new visa is that it's going to fast track that process. So for those companies that can demonstrate that they're scaling, whether that's through kind of turnover or for kind of people hiring, that should be quicker. I don't know how much quicker, but it will be quicker. So things are getting better in that respect too.
Perfect. Okay, well, we're back in the room, and I'm going to ask Claire and then Lorna a question on all of that, because I think there's quite a lot to take in. The scale-up visa, I mean, how much do you guys have to look at visas and maybe talent, whether it's remote talent for a company in Northern Ireland, and then working completely remote, and also the visa side? Is that something that companies are quite adaptive to or approachable to, or do they still like to find their talent and be physically based within Northern Ireland?
I think it's a change in picture. I think Ollie's information there is actually really interesting for a lot of the companies here in Northern Ireland that I don't think actually know a lot of that stuff still, you know. There's still a real hesitation around visas, I find, with companies that, you know, they think this is an administrative nightmare that I just don't want to go near. I'll just avoid it at all costs. Because I think in the past it has been really quite difficult, and you know, a lot of investment potentially for then the candidate to maybe never join them in the end, and you know, there's maybe a few £1,000s spent there that, you know, never got utilised. So, but it, you know, it does seem actually that one positive outcome of Brexit is that the whole visa, you know, application process is actually simplified and has opened up to the whole world. So I have been having chats with companies recently about this. Invest NI are doing a bit of work around it as well to try and get the word out, that it's not actually that difficult now to get your license and then, you know, start going through the process. So there's a bit of work I believe going on in Invest NI as well about sort of helping potentially fund some of this as well. So it is a changing picture, but it's definitely, you know, it's a no-brainer, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think everyone should be, you know, hearing what Ollie had to say today and having a look at their own processes and get the ball rolling.
Ollie's on speed dial after this, I think. So I was going to actually I was going to follow up on that and say thank you to the audience, because we're getting, this phone is buzzing. So if anyone thinks, why is he looking at his phone? It's because the audience who are in the room here are WhatsApping questions. So we're trying to have that blended approach. It's like Zoom, but in real life. So obviously there's a couple of questions that I'm going to lead on to after that. But Lorna, from your perspective, where are you finding talent from right now? And do you consider remote workers and that international piece? Is that something that would just be for senior hires, or?
Yeah, so maybe start with where we're getting the talent from right now. Like, we've been very lucky in version 1 in NI because we've got a referral scheme that seems to have always worked really well. So we're very reliant on people, staff, our own staff, referring ex-colleagues in, or members of their family, or the sons, daughters that have just come out of college. So it's worked really well for us. And it's helped to actually build the culture in the organization as well, because we're bringing like-minded people in that people have worked with and know that they'll be an automatic fit for version 1. So we've been very lucky in that respect. I think from an international perspective, it's not something that we shy away from. We in NI and alone, we would have quite a number of tier 2 sponsorships that we've done over the years. But I think for us in NI, we would much prefer to have people across Northern Ireland working for us remotely. It can be hybrid, or you can be in the office, whatever. And I think that's the one thing about COVID that has been absolutely brilliant, is that location doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter where you live. And in Northern Ireland, you know, just even myself, I moved from Fermanagh to Belfast because I knew I'd never get a real job in tech if I didn't do that. But that doesn't need to be the case anymore. You can live wherever you want in Northern Ireland, or in the UK, or in the world, and still be employed by someone like version 1. And I think that's one of the big pluses that's come out of the COVID for us.
What is the one job skill that you would love applicants to have right now?
That's a really tough one.
Just pick one.
I think for us, the one for me that is really, really important is the teamwork you know, being a team player, wanting to be part of a team, wanting to grow a team. We're still quite small in NI, we're just over 400 people. And I love to see people collaborating, and those skill sets, while some people take them for granted, they're not. You get a lot of people who are quite happy to work in isolation on their own, which is fantastic. But for me, it's the collaboration. It's that skill set of being able to listen to other people in your team, to take on board their opinions, to be able to express your own opinion, and to be able to work together as a team.
Yeah, it's a really good point, and it reminds me of some of the stuff I do in school as well with Young Enterprise. And thank you, they're the sponsors. So that was for this session. So it's nice that I've mentioned them actually, but for no other reason. But one of the things that we have to talk to kids about in schools is soft skills, because an example of that might be that they don't even feel comfortable because of the way that they communicate through phones, just by WhatsApp or whatever, or Instagram or TikTok. Even answering a phone can be quite challenging because they're not used to that. Claire, is that something that you're finding in London as well? And I can see you're kind of laughing away there. Is that something that's quite typical as well?
Yeah, it is. I have a starter sort of say to me, Claire, can you really make sure that they will pick up the phone? I need people that will pick up the phone, that they know what a phone is when it rings. And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. And it is something that you have to talk through with, you know, early careers. And, you know, are you happy to pick up the phone? And if you get a bit of a stumble, you're like, yeah, okay, this really isn't going to work. But yes, absolutely, it's an issue.
Yeah, totally. I'm going to just give a quick shout out to Leon, who's in the room right now, actually. And he's our job start, actually. And he started yesterday remotely. But we said, come down to Belfast, no other objective, but just sit in the audience, soak in what we do at Startacus. We'll talk about what you're going to do after that. But it's all going to be good. Dave, don't be laughing at the top of the screen. You know I'm going to be a good person. But I just wanted to shout out Leon and say, Leon, thank you for joining us. It's about showing respect to your employees as well, isn't it? Like, obviously leading on to that, whether it's the first person that's entered the organization or the last and whatever level. Do you find that that's a shift in pattern as well, that we are showing more respect to people because otherwise we'll lose them?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, for us, we've taken on so many new people during COVID. The onboarding process was so important for us, that it's that sense of belonging the moment that they walk through the door, and they'll only get that from really engaging and people engaging with them. So one of the things that we've done in NI is, you know, the onboarding is getting managers, getting even people that they won't even work with on day one, to reach out to them and welcome them into the organization to make sure that they're okay. We set up a WhatsApp group as well during COVID called Core Blimey, and everybody is welcome to that as well, even all the new starters. And that was a great way for people to informally meet each other, and, you know, sharing jokes and silly pictures and photos and stuff. But it was a great way to build that sense of belonging from day one, and that sense of respect as well.
Totally. I've got a question here from the audience, and then Neve, I'll pass over to yourself. Claire, I'm going to ask this one. Claire Northern Ireland, not Claire London.
Too many Claires.
Sorry. Dave, I'm going to also kind of think about this from a US perspective straight after, if that's cool. The question is, and this is where I've got to press my PIN number again. Oh my goodness. Attracting the talent seems to be one challenge. How do you then combat new hires, then jumping ship when a new, slightly higher paid opportunity comes onto the market? What do you do there?
I mean, again, you know, salary inflation's a bit of an issue at the moment. You know, not all companies can compete sometimes. So again, you've got to look at the other things that you can provide. That's not just monetary value. So I think it's what Lauren and I have been talking about there. You know, it's a culture that people want to stay in. We've got good retention rates in Northern Ireland, actually, compared to other locations. And I think we do have, you know, because of our small community type vibe, you know, everyone knows everyone and tends to be quite a nice, friendly environment. So for me, again, it's the culture part. It's feeling like you belong to something, you know, that it's not all about the money. And I do think, you know, that was referenced earlier, you know, the social side is becoming more and more important now. You know, if you're giving back to the community, or there's a tech for good, you know, element to your company, or something that's actually, you know, more important than money. I sound a little bit on my high horse here, but you know, if there's things that your company does that are more important than cold hard cash, I mean, that's valuable to people, and I think you've got to focus on these things.
Totally. Neve, before I pass over to yourself, Dave, I'm going to ask you, like in the US, is there any initiatives that you're seeing in big organizations or small organizations using to maintain staff? Anything that we wouldn't maybe know about over here, or you think is quite fresh?
I think that in general, we have the same wage discussions constantly, right? You can see it on Twitter, you can see it on, you know, the news, where, you know, restaurants or retail are not able to retain people because the livable wage has changed. That high watermark, if you will, or low watermark, depending on which way you look at it, has changed. And so I think there's a lot of that going on right now, and it's good. It's an agitation for a purpose. You know, we need to respect the right of people and the ability of people to work, regardless of what the employment situation is. For large companies, just to echo Claire in Northern Ireland, the idea is very much around culture. It's really about how I fit into this place in this world. And the opportunities that are afforded to me at a good company, you know, and I'll speak on Dell's behalf right now about this, we try our damnedest, if you will, to ensure that you know that you have a place that you can fit within a resource group. If you have an idea, you know, this is something that you can go and percolate out and you can kind of chase it down. Yeah, we do have the initial hire and then quickly leave type process. It just happens. Churn is the reality of things. But the folks that stick with it, that are willing to kind of embrace that, you know, more than just the money kind of concept, are, you know, we find them to be extremely valuable, and that's what we continue to support there. So
perfect. Ollie, have you seen any companies that have any innovative or interesting strategies in bringing in new tech talent?
Oh, great question. I suppose there's lots. Short answer is yes. I'll give some examples of that. There's some from different perspectives when it comes to remote. I think there's some more. I think there's been similar topics already today here, right? About how people will hire remotely, and I think that's really fundamentally changed a lot of hiring processes. I'll also share on a different hat. I want to do a lot around neurodiversity, and I think there's lots of really interesting approaches to how do we really kind of hire and interview for and put a process together that really focuses on what the core of the job is. And I think at times we've not always had that in the tech sector and other sectors too. So I would look at, I mean, it's not necessarily completely new, but I think is really interesting from a tech side of things is a platform, say like HackerJob, which is really then putting together, it kind of streamlines and fast tracks some of the processes of what do we actually need this person to do, particularly in technical roles, and kind of maps that towards what are the different tech stacks that are needed. How can you kind of demonstrate whether or not you are, you know, effective at building a certain amount of code or whatever. I think it's probably easier in that kind of stuff. It's a bit more binary. Is this good web development? Is this not good development? But if people are able to kind of hit certain marks, then actually you kind of fast track a lot of what would otherwise be real emphasis on the soft skills that people typically assess in interviews. And actually, particularly maybe in technical roles, in some roles, absolutely it's needed, but in some it's not. You know, and I think we can feel foul at times of kind of copy and pasting some parts of, you know, job descriptions and things in interviews actually aren't that important to someone doing the job well or not. So I really like their approach of going, actually, let's strip this away. What does someone doing this job well look like? And how can we best test that? So whether it's that kind of stuff, and I think it can lead to kind of your informal chats after that, or work trials in some ways can work. In some ways, I know absolutely not. But I think that's a really fresh approach for me. I'd recommend looking at HackerJob as a kind of a way of revisiting, actually, does our interview process work for who we're after?
Yeah, I was going to then lead on to, and it's interesting that you mentioned that, because David, who's in the audience here, I feel like a politician naming people by first name, by the way. It sounds like I'm trying to make them more personal, but they do exist here as well. David is from Belfast Met, so I should probably drop that in there as well. And you've kind of answered it, but I'm going to ask then Claire from London this question. Obviously, as a lead on to that, are human soft skills increasingly becoming more becoming as important as the technical skills in IT. So thinking of more the IT jobs rather than obviously the kind of marketing sales, are we looking at those skills as much now as well?
Hey, very much depends by company. Yeah, pretty much depends by company. I like what Ollie's saying. I see a lot more focus on neurodiversity as being important in the hiring process, and actually flexing between whether it's the tech skills or the soft skills that are more important. Yeah.
And that's because, and obviously you mentioned neurodiversity because we're doing some work on that as part of a steering group in Northern Ireland. Neurodiversity is 1 in 10 of us. So within this audience, there are quite a few people that are neurodiverse. For those listening in at home, there are quite a few of us that are neurodiverse. So it's important that we make sure that we're not discriminating, but making sure that they are as included in the recruitment process. Obviously, from a Northern Ireland perspective, before we move on, is that something that we're now starting to be more aware of? Obviously, those things that we need to actually be aware of at the recruitment process. Claire, maybe yourself first.
Yeah, we work quite a bit with specialist turn, you know, and what we've done is, you know, present to them on sort of tips on what the interview will be like and that sort of thing, but also then feedback to our clients as to how to make the interview process fair, you know, and you know, not maybe miss out on neurodivergent talent because their process, you know, is really skewed and would put certain people off. So there's definitely, Specialist Turn is a great organization here doing some brilliant things and actually, you know, helping companies how to manage that process and make it fair.
Yeah, perfect. And obviously, Lorna, for yourself, do you look at talent coming in from a different angle depending on the person as well?
Yeah, absolutely. And like, just come back to the question David asked, for me and for the organization, soft skills is very important. Like, if Northern Ireland's a very small place in the tech sector, and when you get a CV in from an organization, you generally know the kind of skills and kind of projects and work that that person's doing. So you're automatically sort of already ticking that box. So it's about everything else that person will bring to your organization. So the soft skills for us is very important. In terms of the diversity bit, we've started to do a lot of work this year around our recruitment process, and really with that diversity piece in mind. And next year we will be doing a lot more work around the recruitment process to make sure that we are making it as easy as possible for everyone and anyone to be able to apply and to come through that process and to come through it as smoothly as possible and to be able to present themselves in such a way that we can see exactly what they're going to be bringing to the organization.
Perfect, good stuff. And obviously, I should shout out to Patrick Cutler, who's in the audience, who actually had to leave Northern Ireland to do something that he wanted to do, which was shape obviously people's careers in a digital capacity. He's now supporting quite a few underserved communities in Manchester. He's here with us today, which is great, but he's doing that remotely. Thank you, Patrick. But he's supporting female talent in the Manchester area, making sure that they are upskilled so that they can go and work in the workforce quickly within like digital marketing and digital skills. And it's great that we are able to do that remotely. And then someone like Patrick can be here as much as he's going to go out there and talk to some chaps and ladies in Manchester. So that's the way the world is now. And before we look too internal, and obviously I didn't want to mention the B word, and it's not Boris, it was Brexit. I wanted to obviously touch on the fact that, Ollie, we are, I hope, trying to be more inclusive of when someone comes to the UK, they feel part of that tech sector. So a final word on what you're doing, obviously, on that onboarding kind of culture piece with that as well, with the visas.
Yeah, thanks, Al. And I think it is something we just have to really, I suppose, address. And I think it's one of those, rightly or wrongly, from an external standpoint, it's one of the things that's been in the headlines when it comes to anything UK related, right, over the last few years. So even when we've been speaking to people over the last couple of years about our visa routes, it's just something that comes up. You know, actually, is it as diverse as you say? Is it actually still inclusive? Is it a good time to come along? And so I think we still have to be quite proactive to really address that and say, you can go through so many different cities and regions in the UK and to show how wonderfully, genuinely diverse and inclusive they are. London is an incredibly global city, but there's so much more to the UK than just London. I can say that being a Londoner, right? So it's about kind of giving people the view of all the different regions that we've got. And so I think we do, especially when we're hiring internationally, have to make that point. I think just to kind of effectively reassure people in how we do that. We're looking at it from a Tech Nation side of things in terms of the tech sector. We've had just over a few thousand now who've come through our visa over the last 4 or 5 years. And we get a lot of the similar feedback, which is, this is not a kind of UK specific challenge, but moving to any country, right, is a big challenge. And especially if you're moving without any kind of friends or many networks in the country you're moving to, beyond just maybe colleagues or a partner or family. So I think there's lots more we can be doing. And we actually just, in a very case of good timing, we actually launched something ourselves just last week, which is called Thrive. It's an onboarding program. And we're trying to, so it's quite personal driven, trying to support people have the best possible start in the UK and any region of the UK. So helping them to actually understand where they could be living. For us, we get a lot of people coming to the visa and they think, UK, oh, I'll just go to move to London then. I think that's another kind of thing around the location we've spoken about, where it's definitely been escalated through COVID, but I think we're going there anyway, is that you can work from anywhere. And so, but really making that point to anyone across the UK, whether it's Belfast, Northern Ireland, Manchester's got a really fast growing tech scene, Edinburgh, Bristol, these are other places that are just as great as London, depending on what you're looking for. So giving people access to that and that view, and then really kind of fast tracking their view of how do you find a community? Where are people in the UK when you want to make that network beyond just colleagues? What are the cultural norms? NHS sounds great. How do I access it? Who's going to tell you that? You know, beyond just Googling it and other search engines, right? Same for taxes, all that kind of stuff, and giving people that information, we're really kind of keen on doing. But for us, we've had it from an employer perspective, right? It can, about where you land, that first few months, if it can really be the make or break about whether or not someone turns around in a year or two's time and leaves. You know, we've spoken about how do you retain talent from an employer perspective. Well, if their experience in the country they're based in is a bit naff, then they're going to go anyway, and you could be a great employer or not. That actually could be quite a definitive point. So we're looking at it from a tech sector perspective and say there's just so much to be gained if we can kind of integrate people in a much more proactive way. So I suppose the plug is, if you're a founder, if you're a company listening to this and have some new hires joining in the next few months, please do reach out. It'd be great to see if we can get you guys on the program that we've got running. But I think hopefully it's a bit of a symbol about where we're going, that we want to show more than just in our words, we've got a visa route, but actually that's one of the ways we're trying to look at it and say, we really do value global talent when it comes. And I think it matters to us what their experience is when they get here. And so we're just trying to do more about that proactively.
Awesome. Ollie, that's the final word, apart from to say we're all right, really, aren't we? Like, obviously, if I was pitching Northern Ireland, I would say, I feel like it's the most inclusive place that you could be, but we don't hear that on the news. It's the friendliest place. I'm sorry, London. Dave will probably agree. Dave, you've been over to Northern Ireland loads of times. You know how
Ireland's my home, my friend. So I agree. More so than anything.
And like, once you come here, you don't want to leave, which means I've been here for 17 years and I've got 3 kids and they've got strong Derry accents, and there's nothing I can do about it now. But it is the best place in so many ways, and we just don't hear it. And I think we need to champion that, obviously, as every region would want to do, like Manchester or Bristol or wherever. And that's why we need tech leaders like Claire and Lorna here in Northern Ireland, who are driving that diversity piece as well, in terms of women in tech as well. So I just want to say, love you, Dave. Basically, Dave does every panel I ever ask him, whether it's bias in AI or something else. He's just like this knowledge bank. Claire, always great to have you with us. Ollie, you're a star. Thank you for always helping us. But in Northern Ireland, we've got 2 stars here, and I wanted just to have a round of applause, obviously, for Claire from Real Time and Lorna from Version and One as well. Thank you. Right, there you go. That was my little tearful moment. Neve, what's up next?
Okay, how long do I check here? Okay, so next we have the Startup Pitches competition. Yep. Powered by the sponsors here are Clockwise Belfast and Ria's Ventures. There were 8 early stage tech startups from the island of Ireland with relevance to future work, workplace and work space solutions, will have the opportunity to compete for a cash prize of £1,500.
Not 1.5 million.
No.
Just keep that in the back of your head.
I've changed it to the 1,500.
Unless Lorna is putting in the extra cash, but we will. Nope, she's not. So okay, so next up we've got pitches from Knowledge Work and Sonar Move, and they're both awesome. So thank you very much for pitching. We'll be back after the 2 pitches. Thank you.
I'm Paul O'Neill, one of the co-founders of Knowledge Work. Globally, there are over 1 billion knowledge workers today. And knowledge work is work of the head versus work of the hands. And it's common in financial services, insurance, legal, and public sectors. COVID has massively accelerated change in how we work, with hybrid set to become the new norm. But knowledge work has an invisibility problem, which makes it really difficult to manage. How to deal with change in business is usually through a combination of people, process, and technology. But when you look at this picture, you realize how we do process today is broken. It's too complex, relying on technical staff. It's too time-consuming, often taking weeks or months, and it's not owned by business people. So an absence of process drives ad hoc work, which in turn fuels an excess in emails, meetings, and ultimately workload. And there's one statistic which suggests that up to 60% of work is work about work. But there are real human consequences of how we work today. For example, burnout is caused by an unsustainable workload coupled with a perceived lack of control. So at Knowledge Work, we're rethinking how to do process to make it accessible to business people and faster in hours, not weeks or months. To explain our new approach to work mapping, we use this sample customer journey. By focusing on outcomes rather than activities, it represents a service as a type of value chain. And ultimately, through this methodology, we want to create the Google Maps for work. Our proposition consists of our work mapping methodology, which is part of our differentiation, together with the underpinning technology to drive this. Co-founding team, of which there are 3 members, process is our area of expertise within the broader enterprise software market. Personally, I've been working in this space for over 15 years, working across multiple roles. Our revenue is planned on a B2B SaaS model. Final word about the markets, and it is very competitive. How organizations work is addressed by a range of different overlapping technologies, with horizontal technologies and vertical solutions. And this is just a subset. I've included some market valuations as a guide, with process mapping at $500 million and intelligent automation at $15 billion annually. And highlighting just 2 of those market segments, we were recently included in an analyst report on process mining for our work mapping approach. Which for digital workplace, you can see our solution deployed within the context of Microsoft Teams, which itself has 150 million daily active users. And if I could finish with just one request, we'd really love to speak with organizations who are interested in exploring a new way of mapping knowledge work. Thank you.
Hi, Paul and Naomi here. How different is your platform to say something like Lucid?
So Lucid, I think it's Lucid Chart, is that right?
Yeah.
So I think Lucid Chart, as I understand it, is really just a diagramming methodology. Okay. So I think the difference there is that you can't take those processes and actually execute them.
Because they call themselves a process mapping software.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's one aspect of similarity, is that we will map the processes, but actually then we will take them and allow them to be operated and managed, and ultimately to be optimized as well. So part of the future plans is to apply things like artificial intelligence, to do things like forecasting how much work people actually have on. Yeah. Which is so it's really there's value in the mapping, but it's being able to take it all the way through. That's the ultimate value in the platform.
Thank you.
I have a bit of a three-part question.
Okay.
Forgive me for that. Number one, is your customer enterprise SME? Number two, what role in the organization is the customer? And the third part is, how are you going to acquire them?
Okay. I suppose my background is in enterprise software, so that's really selling to large organizations. I think in terms of the SME, I think that's a part of the market that's really underserved. Traditionally, this technology is so expensive, and perhaps where it takes so long to roll out, it's just not been available to SMEs. So I think there's a real underserved market there. Role, I think we would look to go both direct, but also through partners. There's I think a good opportunity to work with partners, particularly in repeatable use cases. And acquisition would be through outbound marketing to try to attract their clients. Obviously, as a horizontal technology, we would have to pick one vertical, one use case, something like that, and then actually try to repeat it, just to rather than trying to be all things to all people. Does that answer, hopefully, those three parts?
Yes, Paul, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask what methods you will be using to reach and engage with your target audience?
At this point in time, we're really just getting into marketing. So I think it will be through, I suppose, really channels like LinkedIn, which is really where the kind of professional market will tend to be. We've kind of done a little bit of investigation on this, and we've advised that LinkedIn is probably the best place, rather than things like Twitter and so on. But equally, part of the reason for engaging with people like analysts is that they're independent. So it's almost like an independent voice. They're a bit like influencers and social media is the equivalent in the enterprise software market. So that's kind of why we've gone down that route to an extent as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just clarifying, maybe I missed it, and apologies. So you're not live. Are you live now? Do you have customers?
No, at this point in time, we're still working on our software. So we secured a grant from TechStart earlier this year. So we've been using that to build our MVP. So probably over the next 2 to 3 months, we'll probably have our MVP ready to be able to roll out to prospects at that time.
Okay. And do you know how much you want to charge? Have you thought about your financials and the model?
Well, it's certainly B2B SaaS. In terms of pricing, that's a challenging one because in some respects, if we go after a horizontal large audience like the digital workplace, that would probably tend to be at a cheaper price point. Whereas if you go vertical and things like the legal market, it's probably a much smaller audience, but there's a much higher value. So pricing, that's something we still have to work on.
Okay, good stuff. Well, let's get cracking then. Sitting for too long isn't good for you, but how many hours do you spend sitting each day? There are over 1 billion knowledge workers worldwide. Service workers typically sit for 10 to 12 hours every working day. Sonomove is going to change that. We'll help desk workers reduce their sedentary behavior by tracking activity and providing tailored feedback. Excessive sitting leads to reduced productivity and well-being and more sick leave. This is why many firms now provide their employees with sit-stand desks. Despite this, many of these height adjustable desks get used properly for about a week, then are left permanently in the seated position. Office workers don't like being the odd one out and standing on their own. They need regular reminders to stand and move to help them disrupt the sedentary status quo. Unfortunately, wrist-worn activity trackers cannot detect when the wearer is in a sitting or standing position. The solution is Sonomove. I'm a medical doctor researching sedentary behavior among desk workers. In autumn 2020, I conducted a study where participants wore accelerometers on their thigh 24/7 for a week. This is the gold standard for measuring sedentary time. In subsequent interviews, participants said that they changed their behavior to sit less and move more because they knew they were being observed. The problem is that most people just don't want to wear a device on their thigh. I then thought, what about putting a device on a sit-stand desk instead? This could detect when the user is sitting or standing without the inconvenience of having to wear something. I realized I needed some technical help, so I joined with Eamon who has design and innovation expertise, and Chris, who has the software engineering know-how, and the Sonomove team was born. We were winners of the Catalyst Co-Founders 2021 cohort. We've conducted extensive user research to develop the Sonomove concept, which will use hardware and software in harmony to give desk users the tools they need to be more active at work. We'll use this to provide tailored, personalized feedback and reminders to desk users. They can track their progress and receive useful tips on being more active at work. In this storyboard, office staff are provided with new sit-stand desks. Some use the head adjustable desk for a short time, before all permanently reverting back to the seated position. This annoys the manager, who is fed up of staff being off sick due to musculoskeletal problems. With Sonomove, the employees are provided with education, motivation, prompts, and feedback to help them reduce their sitting time. Everyone's pleased, workers are feeling better, sick days are down, and productivity is up. We've now developed a hardware device which can be fitted to all the main types of sit-stand desks. We're seeking further funding to develop the software, protect the IP, and begin testing a minimum viable product in early 2022. We've already identified willing early adopters in Belfast. We then plan to upscale from there using a business-to-business software as a service model. However, we are aware of the potential for other scalable growth models, such as direct-to-consumer and licensing to sit-stand desk manufacturers. We're creating an innovative, never-seen-before solution to improve the health and happiness of millions of people across the globe. Thank you for listening, and we would be delighted if you could help us in creating a movement to live better.
Richard, I'll go first on the question, if that's okay. This is a device that goes on the desk, correct?
Yes.
So with today, people not being in the office every single day, how do you account for people who don't have assigned desks?
Yeah, so probably with the COVID pandemic, things shifted to everybody working from home. Chances are the future of work will probably be a more of a hybrid model with maybe 2 or 3 days a week going into an office environment and maybe 2 days a week working from home. A lot of people have been buying their own sit-stand desks to use at home. I'm aware of a lot of colleagues that have done that. And so, there you can buy your own sit-stand desk for about £100. So if people are working from home, then they could use the same device at home or in the office.
Okay, so it's detachable.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, Richard. I have a question. So this device can only be applied to adjustable desks, cannot be for normal desks.
No, it would only be used with height adjustable sit-stand desks. However, there has been a huge increase in use of height adjustable sit-stand desks due to the huge amounts of research that are coming out now about the harms of excessive, especially prolonged sedentary time. That's why I've been researching it, from a medical background. I was particularly looking at sedentary time among general practitioners. However, the risks are the same across the general population. In Denmark, for instance, it's a legal requirement for all employers to provide height adjustable sit-stand desks to workers who work behind desks for over 3 hours a day. So in Scandinavia, there's over 80% of desk workers then have them. So similar trends are being seen throughout the rest of the world now as well, which you can see just simply on a Google search review of uptake of sit-stand desks. Google searches for them have gone up very sharply over recent years.
So sorry, just to follow up on that, which markets, like in terms of geographical markets, are you targeting?
Well, worldwide, because there's knowledge service workers across the world. So, and any of them, any desk-based worker anywhere in the world could use one of these devices.
Yeah.
Richard, can I just ask how the device would track if there are multiple users of the same desk? So if a company has, say, 5 users hot desking and rotating using the same desk, how the device would track between multiple users?
They would use their own login on the computer. In environments I've worked in, there's shared desks and shared computers, but people have their own login. So it would be the same principle. People would use their own login to then have their own data.
Okay. Thank you.
And yeah, at the moment, our hardware device is connecting via cable, but moving forward with future investment, hopefully everything would just be normal through Bluetooth, and the user would log in and they'd be able to do it quickly and efficiently.
Is there a way to factor in activity away from the desk? You know, say for instance, somebody goes out for lunch and then they get back and get pinged on the device, so they don't have to perhaps unnecessarily stand.
Well, I suppose there's a lot of people already have wearables, you know, that will track step count and things like that. So it would probably feed in with data provided by those other sorts of wearables. So at the moment, no, it wouldn't be something that would give, it stays on the desk. It wouldn't be something that would go with an individual. But there are lots of other things that do that, but they're a different thing.
You mentioned logging in, and you mentioned beyond connecting, but via Bluetooth. Do you anticipate having challenges with corporates to being able to connect to their systems?
Chris, do you want to maybe take that one?
Yeah, well, that's something that we have to think about moving forward. It will be questions that we have to work with corporate and discuss. But at the point that we're at now, everyone and we have spoken to mentors and people like that, they haven't seen it to be a problem.
Thank you.
Welcome back. So this is the end of session 2. A massive thank you to the speakers, panelists, Young Enterprise NI, who is sponsoring this session. And I have to say the 2 startups that just pitched as well. They're both really kind of just at the about to launch stage, or obviously MVP stage, and it's really exciting to see early stage innovation in Northern Ireland and in different directions within the kind of HR and workplace environment. So thank you to the 2 startups. Finally, let's just end this session with music from Dark Tropics with Helen's Bay.
The tide stops lazily on the damp sand. It's cold, but we don't care. You shiver drawing axes upon my pan. You laugh while the wind entangles my hair. Here for one moment, it is only us, and the future both is here but gone. Don't fail me too, don't fail me too. The fear is in loving you. Don't fail me too, don't fail me too. The fear is in loving you. The fear is in loving you. The cave looms towering, a tempting end. To us, they are so small, too scared of turning pages, too broken to mend. Splintered heart, take it all. Here in this moment, we are so lost, and the future now is here but gone. Don't fail me too, don't fail me too. The fear is in loving you. Don't fail me too, don't fail me too. The fear is in loving you. The fear is in loving you. I'm not here alone. not here alone. You fill me with hope, 'cause I'm not here alone. Don't fail me too, don't fail me too. The fear is in loving you. Don't fail me too, don't fail me too. The fear is in loving you.
Right, welcome back to Work in Progress, and thank you again to Real Time Recruitment and Version 1 as major sponsor for supporting this event. So, we've had 2 great sessions so far, focused on the future of the workplace and ways of working and the hiring demands of the tech sector. The world of work is changing, from the future of workspaces and ways of working, through to future jobs and talent planning, from commitments to diversity, inclusion, and social purpose, through to meeting the hiring demands of the growing tech sector.
Good stuff. First of all, I should say it's not like Doctor Who and Neve's turned into Fran. But I was just going to say, Neve, thank you ever so much for this morning. I thought you were brilliant. For those that are in the room with us here, round of applause for Neve as well. Thank you. So you can probably see from my balding head, there's only so long I can do this before I definitely have to be behind the camera. This is as much about championing new talent, and we've got with Fran and Neve 2 great presenters, and I think at some point I need to be hiding behind the camera rather than out here. So Fran, love you to be with us today as well. It was like the Ant and Dec last time, wasn't it, me and you?
Yeah, Richard and Judy.
Richard and Judy, we've done that joke with Neve
Oh
as well.
no!
So you can't do
That's
that
what
anymore.
I get for missing the first session.
What about, thank you, Holly and Phil. Yes,
Holly and Phil.
absolutely.
I'll take Holly, yeah.
Happy days. Yeah, we're talking about inclusion and diversity in this session, and we've had a session first, which is about working remotely and community and people coming together. Really, there was a touch on there of diversity and inclusion. Then we talked about kind of tech talent and finding tech talent, and then that was really kind of talking about community, culture, purpose. And again, we're talking about diversity and inclusion. So it kind of seemed natural that when we're leading on to this, which is kind of looking at the initiatives, the people, the programs, but also obviously looking at different areas of diversity and inclusion as well, and like how we can drive more people into the workforce. Sadly, I've got to tell you what happened. I put this post up on Facebook and we promoted it on Facebook, and I promoted it to Dublin, London. About 6 comments. What about us? This ain't for me. Here we go again. Diversity, inclusion. And I really wanted to kind of like pull back. I wanted to comment. I'm going to ask for some advice in this because I didn't know what to do. Do I comment back to those people? Do I engage with them, try and educate them? And diversity inclusion is for everybody that's listening in. It's not just for a certain type of person. It's for everybody that's within the society. So it's just as much for me as a white, middle-class, bald-headed, glasses-wearing man as it is for Fran. And I think that's what we need to get across in this session, to promote STEM diversity and maps of support across the island of, Northern Ireland, sorry. It's the home of the Northern Ireland Wise Hub, which was launched last year with the Department of the Economy. So it's awesome to have Polster involved, and thank you for your support in this session. What's coming up?
So in this session, we'll be hosting a panel including leading diversity and inclusion focused leaders. And we will hear from 2 startups with a focus on the future of work, business, and the workforce space. But first up, let's introduce to the stage Virginia Mendez. Virginia is a children's author, public speaker, and co-founder of The Feminist Shop, a brand educating on gender equality through products, books, and free content and recommendations. Virginia has delivered workshops in schools, corporate and host events in diversity festivals. Her book on how to parent beyond gender bias is going to be published in April 2022.
Good stuff, Virginia. Thank you so much for being in the room with us. Our first real life keynote. We were supposed to have 2 on Zoom, jumping in from wherever they were in the world, and 2 in person. Unfortunately, one of them, for circumstances, couldn't be there, and they're in Zoom. So you are our star. Real life kind of keynote speaker. So thank you ever so much for being with us today. I'll let you obviously go, and then what we've got is the audience will be WhatsApping some questions in, so hopefully you can answer any questions that come in as well. So I'll pass over. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for having me here. And I don't know if I can have the things behind, like my presentation. Yeah, hi. So I call this talk, okay, but does it really matters? Because that's what I get, no matter what I talk about, feminist related, that's the question that keeps coming back, like, but does one thing really matter? And well, the answer is obviously yes. So well, I'm gonna introduce myself. My name is Virginia, and you can get from the accent, I'm Spanish, but following my childhood dreams, I married a Northern Irish man, moved to Belfast, all dreams come true. I have 2 kids, and well, I guess I was very ambitious when I was like in uni. I did 2 degrees, studied a master, got the job with the Big Four, all those things that your parents want for you. And and then I became more ambitious and decided that I was going to change the world. But not by myself, I'm not that delusional. So it started with my children's book. When I was pregnant, I wrote a book for my kid. I didn't know if it was going to be a boy or a girl by then, but I thought I want to write a book telling them that, you know, gender stereotypes were not enough, were not good enough, and I would not let them limit them. So I wrote my children's book. It's bilingual. It's called Mika Lolo, and now it's translated in 5 languages. And at the moment, I'm actually crowdfunding for the second book of the same collection, which is about consent. So I shameless invite you all to go to the Kickstarter and pledge and buy your copy in advance. But then I felt that that wasn't enough. So my husband and I co-founded the Feminist Shop, and it's a brand and it's a hub in which we try to make products that are ethically produced, but they're conversation starters, like my boundaries are the new black t-shirt. And there's a lot of recommendations and articles. And then I've done some workshops and public speaking, and I got a book deal to talk about parenting and how we parent beyond the gender bias. So if there's anything feminist related, I'm there. And as I said, every time I talk about something, it doesn't matter if it's small or big. There's somebody with the, but does it really matter? But aren't we bringing things too far this time? So because the whole event today it's about work, I wanted to focus in why it matters. If I ask any company if they have a problem with diversity, they normally think, no, like we're not like the others. We treat everybody the same. They always think that their colleagues and the peers are all very happy. But there's a lot of things happening in the background that maybe even the women in the company are not seeing, but there's like a sense of it. So we all have this kind of bias, even if we believe that we don't. So we tend to rate the performance of women less. So for example, when this year one of the most elite universities in France could not rely on the anonymous or in the oral piece of the exam, and they have to rely only in the anonymous written one, the admission of women raised from 40% to 80%, and that has happened in many places when we talk about anonymous exams. In terms of likability, there's a big study, for example, in the Columbia University, in which the students are given the same exact CV, but one is Howard and the other one is Haiti. And they ask them to talk about what they think of those candidates. And they always think that Howard is really cool and nice to work with. But Heidi, no, she's aggressive, she's assertive, she would not be a good colleague. And it's exactly the same CV. So it's our perception. And that one, it's a bit of a catch-22 one, because the women that come across as nice, they're also perceived as less competent. So we're always navigating that. Am I being too assertive and then people are not going to like me? Or am I being too nice and they're going to think I'm stupid? And it's a lot of mental load and it's emotional load that we don't see because we just do it. We're just always measuring our tone and, you know, trying to read the room and toning us down and trying to toning us up and remember, you know, all the things that we've heard, but it just comes in the back and it just takes time and energy, and it doesn't let us maybe, you know, performs in a freely way as we should. In terms of attribution, again, we tend to be less credit for success and more blame for failure, even when they're mixed couples. Things like women tend to be called 30% less time whenever they have the same skills in the CV, and there was a study made by LinkedIn recently. And things like affinity, we tend to mentor and sponsorship people that look like us, and with white men holding most of the power positions. It's not out of badness, it's not, you know, it's just a certain affinity. You just train to gravitate to people that you feel related to. So it's very difficult to organically change those things. it has to be proactively trying to change. You have to be getting out of your comfort zone and trying to fight that instinct that you don't feel anything wrong with it because it's just there. And same with maternity, like there is a lot of pre-assumptions of how maternity is gonna affect a woman's career and how our interests are gonna change, how much we're gonna be willing to give or not. And that bias starts affecting us even before we're mothers. Even people that do not want to be mothers, they have no interest, they're still perceived as there's some risk because I'm going to assume that they want to be mothers and that once they are mothers, they're going to change their priorities and they're not going to be given the same. So there's all that understanding women almost as a risk. But we are in a candidate scenario at the moment. Like there is a big lack of, I mean, companies are struggling to find talent and to retain talent. And we were talking in the other session about that culture, that creating a culture. And it's the time to go a little bit farther and understand what we're doing. I think a good way to understand that how diversity affects, and it's very important to say that I'm just talking about women here, but we cannot understand diversity without intersectionality, like Black women, trans women, disability, neurodiversity, all those things not only add up, but multiply each other. So all those sections, everything just, get multiplied and it gets obviously much more pressed. But a good way to see it is through the famous Maslow pyramid of needs, but apply at work. So from the very bottom of the pyramid, that lack of diversity and that lack of approach shows up. So physiological needs, food, water, warmth, there's worth mentioning that, for example, the offices tend to be regulated to the temperature of the man. So all women in the office tend to be freezing. There's no right provisions in the bathrooms, those kind of things that are just, but does it really matter? Well, it's just there, it's just adding up and it's another layer of things. Security and safety. I think the newspapers yesterday were all blasted with that new case of a man abusing somebody in the company and getting away with it. We've all seen the Me Too big explosion. And what is worse, the response of some men has been like, now I feel insecure to be around women, which is very confusing. So even doing extra hours and finish work at night, and how do you feel about returning home and getting public transport? Do I better get an Uber at this time? How does it affect if my colleagues are staying for after drinks? How much should I drink? And which position is this putting me in? Belongingness and love needs. Women tend to be interrupted up to 3 more times by other men and by women. We all know that women apply to works whenever they meet 100% of the criteria, while men apply with 60%. And I was talking about it with Chris, my husband, and he was like, why would you wait for 100%? And I was like, why would you apply only for 60? So it does happen. I think we were both really shocked that the other was. So yeah, it all obviously affects to who we come in terms of esteem, the prestige, the feeling of accomplishments, and finally the self-realization. So we all want the same, and I'm not saying there are not women realized in the workplace. Of course, there are plenty, but why our journey to get there, it's different. Why it comes with a lot of extra layers of just one small thing here and another one there, and I don't want to make a big fuss. And those are the things that are important to perceive as a whole, because yeah, maybe we see them in one by one, yeah, but we do have a problem. And again, and I cannot say this enough, I'm just talking about women, and as a white woman, I understand how privileged I am and how easy things are for me. So it's always better if we focus in who have it really bad, and by fixing that, we'll all benefit. So what can we do then? We need to stop seeing diversity and inclusion as a checklist. I mean, we need to genuinely care. And the first step is to understand that we might have a problem, that we might be biased, that we are not perfect, and that it's in our own benefit to get this thing right, because we are missing out talent and the cultures of the company could be much richer. And And there is something good in the checklist. The checklist should be the framework and should be the excuse to do the work, but that's not the work. The checklist is not the work, and really caring and listening to the people and making real changes is where we need to head. So that was me.
Maybe come and join us on the sofa for a second. Is that all right? And then we can ask you a couple of questions. If I pass the microphone. So come around, come around. I was just going to say, I would obviously questions coming in from the audience. It'd be great if obviously any questions could come in. But one question I had for you is based on us advertising for this event and some of the responses that came back, which was, here we go again, like you mentioned at the start of your presentation. Unfortunately, something's worse than that, which I don't really want to repeat, but I didn't know what to do. And we have this situation now where you can't be passive. You can't just sit there and say nothing, but at the same time, I've got a small business. How do I respond to those things while I'm trying to operate my business at the same time? My thought was to ask them what they actually meant. And I didn't know whether that was the right response. So for example, in the panel that we have someone that's representing in terms of neurodiversity. We have someone who's representing based on ethnicity. We have someone who's basing it on gender. We have someone that's talking about it from the angle of disability. And my angle was to try and get to what that person meant by saying, for example, to start with, well, my dad had a car accident when he was 39 and ended up with a head injury. I would have loved for the work environment to be more inclusive of his needs when he unfortunately lost his job. Is that what you mean when you say, here we go again? And I wanted to get to the root of the problem. Would that have been the worst thing to do, the best thing to do? What would your advice have been?
I love them. What do you mean by then, especially with sexist joke or any kind of bigotry, like oh, what do you mean by that? And get them explain themselves, because there's always that uncomfortable moment. It's like, I know I should not say that. And the fact that I know is probably, good enough to just maybe rethink why I shouldn't. And also shift a little kind of the narrative. If there's ever a troll, please send them my way. I love arguing with trolls online. So just that's my thing. Everybody has a hobby. And I'm not even very insulting. I'm really kind with them. But yeah, I agree that we cannot be bystanders, and we have to say something, and especially if we can bring it into positive and tones. But I also think that not everybody has the time or the capacity to respond to everything. I mean, yeah, unless you're a freak like me, I can see why sometimes the easier thing is like, look, whatever, I'm gonna keep doing my job. But yeah, I think if you have the energy and if you have the capacity just to challenge it and be like, what about diversity is bothering you? Or because there is that feeling of it's against me. It's this is against me, and there we go again. I'm the bad guy again. But yeah, what about it? What is it in them? What in the status quo is that it's upsetting it? But yeah, send them to the feminist shop. I'll fill them in. That's my advice.
Fran, any questions or thoughts from your side?
Do you know what? Like, I'm with you in everything you said, and I agree, and I advocate for feminism and all it stands for. So I feel like it would probably be more interesting to maybe look at the WhatsApp questions, or if there's anybody that maybe like challenges your thoughts, it'd be maybe more interesting to hear it from that point of view, because I feel like with Alistair and I like to think that I'm open-minded, and Alistair as well. And I like to hope that people watching this event are too. But it would be interesting to see if there's any other questions from the audience.
Yeah, this is a great question. Do you think that companies and male leadership within them consciously steer away from meaningful conversation around diversity and inclusion, gender recognition and equality, because of a fear of not being able to address it properly, or because they don't really appreciate the issue that it really is? That's a great question.
Yeah, I think there is a matter of probably feeling like, okay, who am I to talk about it? So I'm just not going to talk about it at all. And I've seen that before, a lot of men saying like, well, I don't think I want to, I don't want to occupy this space, so I'm just going to hide it under the carpet. But there is so much power in allyship. There is so much yeah, there's so much to do in role models, and a lot of companies are led by men. I think there are more Johns than women leading FTSE 300 companies. So there is a lot of male leadership that can show up as men and deciding that the matter is important, and you can hire people to educate you on the topics. You can have people in your company and pass them the mic. You can listen to the workers that in your company at any level and listen to them. So no, I think if you really care, even if you feel like you're not the right person, you will make it happen. You can create that space for make it happen.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking of Black Lives Matter, and obviously one of the things that I saw quite a lot on LinkedIn, which I thought was really powerful, was that a lot of corporates were getting involved in the conversation. So they could say they were talking about diversity. You know, you mentioned like the tick box in a sense, but then leading voices within the black tech industry and scene were saying, well, apart from talking about it, show us your stats. What are they actually like in reality? How many black women and men do you have in leadership positions? And I think that we can't just talk about it. We have to make sure that our organizations are leading by example as well. And I think that's one of the things that we saw very proactively, and I think that's a good thing. Let me just bring up one more question from the audience, and forgive me, again, I could talk all day about this. The other thing that was mentioned, and this might be something that happened or not, but during Black Lives Matter, it was like a lot of, for example, white people saying, well, I didn't know about this, can you tell me about this? And the response was, go and learn yourselves, then come back, because you should already know that information. Don't ask me stupid questions. And is that something that you find sometimes you still get, those stupid questions, when really we should be at the point where we've already read those books or understood and gone away and learnt ourselves?
Yeah, and I think it's also that then they feel like the conversation, not only whenever, I feel like a lot of people that ask those questions, they also don't do it in the sense of learning. They're like, and my opinion is going to be as valid as yours. It's like, well, no, because I do happen to dedicate a lot of time in reading and researching and listening, and you're basing this in how you threaten you feel for to what I'm saying, and the same way. I understand, and I'm going to put myself in the other side, but whenever I listen to Black voices, I listen to Black voices, and it's not about me asking questions. It's about there's enough resources up there, and there's plenty, and there's amazing voices educating on us, and our role is to listen and not to. I mean, one thing is to ask, but most times those questions are challenges. It's like, I'm going to challenge what you're saying because I didn't feel it like that, or I feel threatened, or I'm not sure about this. But it's a matter, I think we are in a position that it's never been before, in which, you know, things are changing, and think people are asked to shut up and listen, and, you know, space, you know, give the space to the ones that have something to say. And it's like, it's not a conversation between equals. It's the time to listen to the ones that are in that side of the story.
100%. One last question. Fran, forgive me, I'm just asking all these
No,
questions because they're
please.
great on WhatsApp as well. Patrick says, how do you measure your business outcomes of the positive or negative change of societal bias? What metrics do you use? That's like way over my head, so I'm hoping that you can kind of, that's too good a question.
That's a very good question, Patrick. That's what you say when you don't know what to answer, right? I think, well, that sounds very corporate, and I'm sure there's a lot of tools. I think there's a new app by Global Equality Collective, in which everybody in the company can have free access, and there's a lot of tools, and there's self-assessment and a report about how the company is benchmarked with other things. So there are things like that and great initiatives like that if you want something more technical, I guess. But if you're a smaller company, or if you have the capacity, just listen and see, you know, just listen to the people, read your stats and see, like, it's my company really diverse enough? How does my board look like?
what are we spending the money in, what things are we considering relevant, and just I don't think it's something that easy, or that metric is more about what is the culture of the company looking like, and is it more or less aligned with where the society is going.
Yeah, perfect. Fran, any last thoughts from yourself or a final question?
No, I think that was so comprehensive, and thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us. And I think we all have a lot to take away from that conversation in terms of actionables going forward, and thinking about how we can be more open to these conversations and how we can bring it more into the workplace now, in line with the future of work. And it is a work in progress. And yeah, I think that was a great chat. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, round of applause, please. Thank you. So we'll just be 1 short minute for an advert break, and then we'll be back for our panel. Yes, hello. Sarah, how are you? You well? And Stephen, lovely to see you both. Thank you ever so much, Zoom people, for joining us. Isn't it amazing to have you all with us? Leanne, lovely to see you. Diana as well. Bukola as well, lovely to see you. So thank you ever so much for joining us. Hopefully you got the first 10-15 minutes of that session as well. And you can understand where we're going with this. This is around the workplace, people within the workplace and workforces, and how we can shape how we work and live together much better than it is potentially right now. So I'm delighted to have you all with us. I'm just going to introduce all of the panel, if that's okay. So obviously this is a hybrid event. The audience that's in the room, if you give out a little cheer, audience in the room. Oh my God, that was terrible. Do it again. Yeah. Actually, it's that kind of like just after lunch, kind of like the sandwiches are kicked in. There's a couple of people back. Come on, right? So that's good. We've got the energy back up again. Thank you ever so much, Virginia, again, obviously for joining us for the first the kind of presentation there. Thank you ever so much, obviously, to Pulsar, who's the sponsor for this session. I'm just going to introduce obviously half of the speakers. In fact, Fran, you go first. Is it not you? Sorry.
So we have Bukola Adiza, who is the founder and CEO of Career Masterclass, which is a leading online career development platform focused on enabling the career growth of ambitious professionals by teaching the practical skills that they can use to build and enjoy a successful career. We also have Chris Lynch, who is a filmmaker and presenter of BBC's The Disability Paradox. Chris has recently set up 1 in 5, a pioneering social enterprise that is developing engaging video content around the disabled community for both digital and broadcast.
Good stuff. Great meeting us as well here on Zoom is Leanne Evans and Sarah Watts from Ocean, which is the Wellbeing Workplace. Forgive me, I hope I've pronounced that correctly. Gillian Gregg, who's in the room with us from the Royal Academy of Engineering, and Gillian is the Senior Regional Business Development Manager for Northern Ireland. Stephen Rice, the founder and CEO of Talent Census. Stephen, I believe you're over in the States at the moment. So what time is it there?
It is 7:32 a.m.
Yeah, well, we've had loads of coffee, mate, so I'm sorry. Obviously, Talent Census is a workplace workforce development platform helping those furthest from the labour market to find and keep jobs while removing unconscious bias from the process. I kind of want to know, Stephen, I'm going to start with yourself before we go anywhere else. Why are you doing that out in the States and not in Northern Ireland? What's holding you back doing that here, or are you doing it in Northern Ireland, but you're just all over the place?
So it's mostly circumstance. You know, we ended up getting quite a lot of momentum here in the United States, and obviously issues around diversity transcend borders. So there's no specific geographic reason. But here there are huge challenges around staffing and finding and keeping the right talent. And coming with that is a huge issue around diversity and inclusion as well. So it's just a bit of circumstance and a lot of fortune, I suppose.
Perfect. Good. Are we in fear of possibly just putting diversity and inclusion down to gender and ethnicity? And I wanted to ask Chris that question. What is 1 in 5 about, and why does that matter in terms of inclusion and diversity?
Yeah, well, funny you say that. The 1 in 5 name comes from the statistic that, believe it or not, 1 in 5 people in society live with some type of disability, be that a learning or physical disability. So it's a huge segment of the population. And although it's certainly the biggest in terms of the minority groups in society, it's also the biggest in terms of underrepresentations in so many sectors. So in terms of the industry that I work in film and TV, that certainly is the case, and we're having some really good conversations with the likes of NI Screen at the moment to try and drive that forward. But 1 in 5 is an organisation that certainly helps push diversity, but it does that with two different sort of core strands. The first is where we are looking to engage with medium to large enterprise and big brands, and to go out and shoot film content around disability diversity to help them really support and demonstrate their commitment to disability diversity. So, it could be anything from, say, a piece where we're showcasing someone who's a leader in their organization and they're a real champion, but they so happen to have a disability. So we can go out and maybe do a feature on them. And it's not about, and very much trying to get away from this tokenistic sort of element. It's trying to put a creative spin on it and be innovative in terms of how we shoot that content and how we deliver that. And then the second element to 1 in 5 is we have set out a mission to create the largest platform of disability-led content. And to do that, we have been engaging and recruiting a number of different influencers and contributors from all over the UK and Ireland in various different areas that can shoot and produce content for us. So it could be about relationships, it could be about business entrepreneurship, mental health, fitness, you name it. So that's certainly lacking in terms of what we see in terms of YouTube content even at the moment. And really we're focused on bringing that up and really showcasing that. So those are the sort of 2 elements to 1 in 5 and what we're doing. So we're in a startup stage ourselves, and we're growing, but yeah, we've set ourselves some big goals, but I think certainly now is the time. I mean, there hasn't been, talking about all these various different areas of diversity, there's never been a time in modern life where all these conversations are being had and there's a spotlight on so many different areas of diversity. So it's really encouraging for us and obviously for everyone else.
Yeah, brilliant. I'm going to pass you over to Fran in 1 second for the next questions, but I want to ask Bukola. I remember UK Black Tech did some really important work around stock images, because there was a shocking lack of images that represented Black men and women in the workplace. And they did some sterling work, and we supported them in promoting that to our audience. Is it fair to say that you can't be what you can't see? And how are you helping in that approach, obviously with your own business?
Brilliant. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, I mean, what you said is absolutely spot on. So from my own career, so my background has been financial services, and I've worked at very senior levels across some of the world's biggest financial services organizations. And it came to a point where I had to be comfortable in myself with being the only Black person in rooms, in senior rooms. And when I say comfortable, that means, I wasn't comfortable with it as a matter of sort of, societal justice. But in terms of, for me to progress, I had to become used to being the only Black person around the room. And did that have an impact on my progression? Yes, it did. And then you have to think about all the other people, all the other Black people specifically that come into organizations, either at graduate levels or at more junior roles within the organization. And then You come in, you know what it's like when you get a new job. You come in, you think, okay, if I do a great job, I'll be able to get promoted. And then as time goes on, it suddenly dawns on you that actually the people who progress in this place are not people that look like you. They're not people that have your kind of name. They're not people that talk like you. And so what that sort of starts telling you tacitly is that this place is not for people like you. And so when people say you really cannot become what you cannot see, I would say that's true. Or even if you become what you cannot see, is infinitely harder. It's a lot harder for you, because your motivation will have to come from elsewhere. Your motivation will have to come from outside the organization, and sometimes outside of what you see within the society. And so that's why we do the work we do at Career Masterclass, because from my own lived experience and the lived experiences of other people within our community, we see that Black people specifically have a hard time progressing within corporate spaces. And the issue is not really one of attraction, because when you go into a lot of big workplaces and a lot of big corporate places, you see them at the most junior levels, right? You see them at analyst and associate levels. As you then become more senior, if I take the analogy or the example of financial services or banks, once you hit that VP level, you can, as a Black person, is almost like getting to the next level as director is like, going to the moon, and getting to an MD role is like going to Mars. Like, you can as well forget about it. So that is where we come across what we call that frozen middle phenomenon. And that is why representation matters. That is why role model pieces matters, because I can remember when I was at Barclays and I was one of the only 2 Black female MDs, my desk and where I sat in the organization was like, it was like a town hall of Black people all day. Like, the junior people would just seek me out and they'll say to me, first, we first needed to know that you existed. We've heard about you, but we wanted to know that you existed. Plus, people have told us you actually wear braids, and your name is not anglicized. Your name is very much Bukola Adisa, very Nigerian, very African. So how have you done it? How have you been able to do it? And so that's why that role model piece is important, because for those people in that organization at the time, seeing a woman from their background who looks like them, speaks like them, make it as one of the very few Black MDs, it said to them that, okay, then if she can do it, I can do it as well. So it is really important that we see ourselves even in advertisement on TV, even like you said, in stock images, in advertising, in marketing, and more importantly, in senior roles in organizations, because until that pipeline starts to thaw, that frozen middle pipeline starts to thaw, we will continually talk about this and say, oh, we just can't find them. And I'm sure my panelists like Stephen will be able to tell you, because some organizations still use that trope, or we can't find them, we don't know where they are, but they are out there, and they're out there in abundance. You just need to know where to look, or you need to be a little bit more less disingenuous in actually looking for them. So that role model piece is absolutely critical and is very important, at least from my own experience.
Yeah, and Bukola, thank you for talking about role models. And it actually leads on to the question I was going to ask, which I'm happy to open up to the whole panel. I suppose one of the reasons you started, each of you doing what you're doing, is because there was a lack of support in place. So what steps can employers take to create future workplaces that support and accommodate employees with disabilities, or support more diversity in the workplace, whether that be physical, mental? What steps can these employers take? You mentioned role models, which is great. Is there anything else you would like to offer up in that one?
Yeah, I think having conversation and just opening up dialogue to start off with is a really good starting point. I think the challenge always with disability is there's a sort of stigma and a taboo around it, and people are maybe uncomfortable and afraid to talk about it. And I think that's why it hasn't, it doesn't get the same sort of spotlight when we're talking about a number of various different issues in society and different things, because it has sort of been brushed under the carpet traditionally and historically. So I think it's great that certainly a lot of organizations are taking the approach, and as we heard earlier on about this sort of this sort of checklists and things like that are being put in place. Yes, granted, a lot of these things aren't actually happening in a very genuine way. They are very, very much on face value, and a lot of organizations are still doing it because they feel that they need to. That they the disconnect here is with the disabled community. And I think encouraging more people with disabilities into employment has to come from a genuine want to find someone that has really good skills, that the employer will value their position in the company, and reaching out to show how that opportunity is available in terms of, we've talked earlier on about, virtual workspaces and various different ways that we can, increase capacity in terms of, digitally and not just in a face-to-face sort of world. So I think that, in terms of getting more people within the disabled community into employment and increasing skill sets within businesses, yes, that's a great asset to start off with. But yeah, I think, it's a starting point, and just having, look, let's face it, a lot of people are going to get it wrong. And there's a big issue around language. What do you say? What terms do you use around disability? What's right, what's not? And, it's okay to get it wrong. It's not a case that, and for me personally, now I don't speak on behalf of all the disabled community, but, for me personally, I accept that, people will get it wrong first time and they'll not exactly maybe use the right terminology or language. That's no problem. It's just about having that starting point where you introduce a conversation into someone in the workplace and taking it from there, and people will be open and very welcoming. So
I'm gonna then, because I think the point to this session is absolutely about identifying the different areas where we need to improve, but then finding out more about initiatives as well that are making that change, which is 1 in 5, for example. Obviously Gillian's work, obviously within Northern Ireland, obviously your STEM work. And I wanted to kind of touch upon, obviously, Sarah and Leanne, the work that you're doing with your organization, because one of the things that came out of the pandemic was everyone starting to talk about wellness and well-being and, we must look after our staff. But you've taken a slightly different slant on that from the outset of the creation of those programs. So I'd love you to tell us a little bit more about that, because I think that's a really important initiative for us all to learn from as well.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having us. And it's so inspiring to hear all of the conversations so far. So yeah, we are Ocean Workplace Wellbeing. Our company was born about a year ago after the murder of George Floyd, the tragedy that came about that, and really coming together as women of colour, Sarah and I, and supporting other women of colour who were going through all of the emotions that were coming up, and the sense of just feeling really raw and really vulnerable at that time. We started to realize through that experience how often sometimes these things happen in life, where you do need that safe space, where you do need the people around you who recognize what is going on, where you do need specialist support. And that is what we do with Ocean, and it's what we seek to do. It's evolved, and we have this idea of providing inclusive wellness, which is what we're all about. But it's really about identifying each individual's need in the workplace. We can't have a cookie cutter solution for everything. There are different needs that every employee has. We want to empower people to find their voice in the workplace and really give them the specialist support that they need for their individual needs, whether that is race, gender, based on neurodiversity as well. But it's about finding that solution that works for individuals.
So why, and this is me playing devil's advocate, why does a wellness program differ, for example, I don't know, someone who's based in Northern Ireland who comes from, say, a economically poor background, compared to, say, a Black lady who's based in London? How do you approach that to kind of shape the wellness program in a sense and why does it differ?
Yeah, so it differs because their individual experiences are different. We, for example, at Ocean, we provide inclusion circles, which are safe spaces for people, underrepresented groups, to come together and have that safe space to speak about their experiences, because things in life will affect them, things in the workplace will affect them, and it's about having that space to speak about with people who can understand their experience and empower them in their work and outside of work as well.
Definitely. And everyone's lived experience all over the globe is going to be different, right? So it's really, from our point of view, is understanding and taking each company and really looking at the makeup, and not having, like Leanne said, one solution for all. So it's in dialogue, or, you know, finding out the challenges, where, you know, where do they want to be, finding out what the pain points are, you know, finding out if it's, we need to focus on leadership, finding out, and then we come up with bespoke solutions. It might be that it's the leadership team that we really need to focus on. It might be the community, it might be certain people, but I guess it's a certain type of organization that's willing to take that next step to really have those you know, vulnerable conversation. And there can be something a bit uncomfortable about it as well. Like Alistair, when you initially talked about, you know, the response to that LinkedIn post, I felt really uncomfortable for you. I was like, gosh, like, how do you manage, like, you know, you're trying to create this fantastic inclusive event, and then there's always going to be other people from different perspectives saying different things. But what Leanne and I do, and what Ocean's all about, is focusing on the individual needs of a company and supporting them. And we have so many different resources and networks that we built up to be able to do that, even down to, you know, different languages. We have coaches, we offer one-to-one coaching in different languages, because not everyone speaks English or wants to speak English, you know. There's going to be people from different classes as well. So we have financial workshops around how to manage your finances, because, you know, there's so many different assets and walks of life and color that make up a company, and that's what we're really about.
I can see Stephen's brain ticking, but I want to come to Gillian first. Stephen, I hear your brain and I see it, and I'm going to come back to you, and me and Fran are going to ask you some questions on that. But Gillian, from a Northern Ireland perspective, are we doing enough to include everyone in STEM? And can you tell us a little bit about your role within, obviously, STEM within Northern Ireland?
Okay, so I work with the Royal Academy of Engineering.
Hold the microphone a
bit closer. Sorry. Yeah. So I work with the Royal Academy of Engineering, so our role is there as a national academy to drive sort of talent and diversity across engineering and technology. But specifically within Northern Ireland, I work with the Women in STEM Steering Group, which is a Department for the Economy sort of sponsored group, led by a chairman, Dr. Brian Keating, and a co-chairperson, Professor Eileen Horton-Jones. And so what that group is doing is building on sort of a report which Matrix and the department published in 2018, which sort of very depressingly sort of confirmed what we all knew, was that despite the sort of the massive proliferation of sort of activity that was going on around the region, that actually the dial hadn't changed in yet another 10 years. So we were still sitting at that point where, you know, at age sort of 16, 65% of girls were dropping out of the STEM pipeline versus 6% of boys at that same age. So so that sort of that report and steering group that was sort of sponsored and put in place to try to start to really address these sort of the whole inclusion in STEM bit in a really intentional way. So yes, all of the activity that's happening, it's all exceptionally sort of good. It's well-meaning, it's coming from the right place, and every little thing makes a difference. However, if you've got something that is so systemic in terms of the scale and the sort of the embedded issue that we have around sort of STEM girls, Northern Ireland, it's going to take more sort of to address that. So for the first time, I think what we have with the Women in STEM Steering Group is a real drive, and actually I see for the first time myself real intention on the part led by the Department for the Economy at this point, but also obviously hoping to include Department for Education in that. So a real intention to now actually make a difference. So they've set a target for 2030, and with that, the aim is that we broaden everything out, but we can't go about this in the round. So back to the earlier point, I think, or actually, sorry, if the speaker made around this, you know, if we help everyone, you know, gender will get fixed. It won't. Okay, so because we've been helping sort of lots of things for long periods of time and nothing has actually changed. What we need to do is something really in that space, and you know, it can't be dealt with in the round because you know, it just hasn't worked. So dealing with it really specifically and putting sort of the action plan in place that the department's working on at the moment, that sort of rising tide will rise all ships. So what we're saying is the work that we're doing. So take a very, very practical example. The department has sort of partnered with the Royal Academy to roll out a STEM or an engineering education program across Northern Ireland in primary schools for P1 up, so that we start to normalise the conversation around engineering. So we start to sort of influence children from the earliest possible opportunity in the system, if you like. Work with local businesses to do that, work with the families so that within society we start to normalise that. We don't just go in and work with the girls in those schools, we go in where we work with everyone. So in that, the boys in that class who don't associate with the engineering sort of future, those from sort of poor socioeconomic backgrounds, those with sort of whether it's neurological, whether it's physical, whatever level of challenge, that everyone has sort of an equal sort of role to play in sort of participating in that scheme. So really it becomes sort of something that is accessible to everyone. And once everyone can play, you know, that's really, so that's one very small practical example, but it's the first time actually where I've seen an evidence-based report with sort of real challenge in it to government, but actually with government then putting the sort of the plan in place to start to address that in a whole way. So,
and that's good, because sometimes the fear would be that we're papering over the cracks, aren't we? We're kind of we're celebrating a few good examples, but not wondering about the wider picture. And it seems to me that this is not exclusion, it's inclusion of everyone with the things that you're doing in the school, which sounds great as well. Fran, over to yourself. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much for that. And I love how you are intervening that at that early age, and it's all about action now and thinking, okay, what practically are we going to do, instead of consistently having conversations. And while conversations are great and they are needed to be able to implement action, being able to see that plan being put in place is really great. And now I'm keen to hear from Stephen and what companies and leaders are doing out in the US to try and tackle diversity and inclusion and ensure that there is more of that in the workplaces. Can you give comment?
Yeah, and thanks very much. I mean, it's a huge issue, which is across the globe. We have the fortunate conversations, I suppose, where we work with job seekers, with American career centres, job centres that we'd be familiar with in the UK, and employers. And some of the things that we're seeing are that employers are saying, just as was mentioned earlier by one of my fellow panelists, that they need talent. They really need to get talent, but they can't find the right person for a role. Yet what we're looking at the other side is that there are over 27 million people in the United States who are claiming unemployment insurance. Now, there's an issue here that, there are huge barriers of entry for people to find and keep jobs. And part of that reason is that there is an unconscious bias that exists. There are employers who, look at the name on a resume and it doesn't fit them. They look at the social media profiles of people and their face doesn't fit the company, and that's the harsh reality. There is a conversation that needs to happen around this, but what I'm really seeing is that we're running the risk a little bit of moving the needle of discrimination from one area to another. And what I mean by that is that we're seeing a lot of things like quotas being recommended for companies to look across their organization, to look across their company, and to put a target, for example, of 25% diversity across the company. But the challenge with that I'm hearing is that what we're doing is we're selecting people again based on their age, their race, or their gender to suit a quota. So we've moved the diversity pin from one area over to another, where I believe that, we need to be cognizant that there has to be 25% or whatever it is. There needs to be a diverse workforce. What we need to do is talk about how we make sure that we are appreciating people for their ability within roles to do a role, and the best person gets the job. But that requires us to then increase opportunities right across the career pipeline to make sure that everybody from every walk of life gets that opportunity to apply for that job and to be the best at that job. So a lot of our work is kind of looking at what are the things that we can do to educate employers, to educate educators and society and communities to talk about the wider issues, which is what opportunities are we giving to people? What education are we giving to employers? And a big part of what we do is the removal of that unconscious bias from the initial part of the recruitment process. Why do employers have to see the name, the age, the gender, the race of anybody who's applying for a job? They should be looking at their skills. They should be looking at their ability to conduct that job. And only at the point when that employer absolutely needs to see that information, should they see that information. And one of the things that we do is we track then where interviews are being cancelled. We can then pick up on trends to look at, what are the core issues that are existing within the job space, and how do we then address that? So, I mean, here it's in the States, there is conversation that's happening, and right across the world, there's conversation that's happening. But as we've been talking about, we need to make sure that we are not papering over the cracks, that we are not just paying lip service to this, and we're not moving the needle from one area of discrimination over to another.
Thank you so much, Stephen.
Yeah.
And it's actually interesting you mentioned the anonymization of CVs. It's a huge conversation at the minute, and it actually relates back a little bit to that story that Virginia told about Howard and Haley. So again, a conversation I see all the time on LinkedIn, and it's maybe something that could be explored further.
Absolutely, and we've all got some sense of bias, and also use words that we shouldn't. I remember saying this in the last thing that we did, and I don't mind using this as an example because that's calling myself out. I'm calling myself out here. I used the word guys in an event where there was 85% men, 15% women, and Suki Fuller, who some of you guys will know, ladies as well, sorry, turned around to me and said, when I was emceeing the event, you can't use that word. And like, this was about 5 years ago, and I was like, what do you mean? And I was like, I felt a bit embarrassed that I was being called out, but it was the best place for me to be called out because there was 100 people listening. They all learned at the same time as I did that for some people in that room, that made them feel marginalized from the conversation. So it's for all of us to admit our failings and understand that there's ways for us to improve. Is that right?
Yeah, it's just funny, just that bit about the unconscious bias. It reminded me of, I did some work with Ulster University. The School of Engineering there has done a lot of work with their Athena Swan over the past few years, which is a charter mark for diversity and inclusion. But one piece of research, and I can't cite it exactly, but it was that male undergrad students received a fuller and a more prompt response to emails from lecturers, regardless of whether the lecturer was male or female. But that was a piece, and that was the kind of sort of ingrained bias that existed. So we were looking at sort of normalizing language in the classroom and in course materials, throughout the whole agenda or the whole sort of curriculum, really. But that's established and known, and it's remarkable.
Isn't that remarkable? Yeah. I would have never known that. I don't know if anyone in the room would have known that before, but it's important then. Oh, Patrick's putting his hand up. You do.
A real world thing, so people are thinking about it. Like,
absolutely,
it's just happened today, so it's not, you're not to blame.
Yeah, totally. Like, so for anyone listening at home, because the microphone might not pick up on that, Patrick was talking about words that you sometimes need to correct yourself on as you're saying them, and I think that's fair as well. But Kola, I'm going to come back to yourself. A question that's come in from the audience here in the room. We're using old school WhatsApp, by the way, so we're kind of trying to pretend that we're on Zoom in real life. Nicola, a question comes in. Psychological studies show that lasting ways of opinion shaping and developing unconscious bias start in childhood through what children hear and see. Do you think that enough is being done in the early years of education to address the issues of discrimination, both conscious and unconscious? And how long do you think it will take for a meaningful change in society and the working world to be seen? That sounds like an absolute ginormous question. But if you can answer it,
it is. So that's a ton out of the question. To take the first part of the question in terms of do we think enough is being done in early years, I can tell you no, it isn't. And I'm sure some of you would have seen the debate around even teaching Black history in schools. And some parents are saying, you know, we don't want our children exposed to this. We don't think we should be bringing politics into school. But this is not politics, you know, and this is what really, really amazes me and amuses me about the situation. When we start talking about equality and people talk about it as though it was identity politics, it isn't identity politics. It is human rights, and it is something that everyone should engage with. My children go to, my youngest son goes to a school, and somewhere in Hertfordshire. And some of the parents, the Black parents this year wrote to the school to say, how are we going to teach Black history? Are we going to celebrate Black History Month in October? Because we celebrate everything. We celebrate, you know, we bake cakes and celebrate everything for anything on the school calendar. So we brought the issue to school around Black History Month. And the answer we got was very, you know, fudgy. It was, you know, we would sort of talk about it at assembly. We would have some sort of Black photographer coming to school. It was very wishy-washy. So when we look at, to answer the question in terms of from early years, is enough being done? No, because we have people that go through the entire education system. I didn't go to school here. So, but the people that I know don't even understand the role that the British, you know, the old British Empire even played in slavery. What is taught is that the British abolished slavery. What isn't taught is that the British were very instrumental in setting up, you know, the whole transatlantic slave trade to even start with. So we don't teach a very complete view of history as it pertains to the Black people's contribution from that earlier stage. So that is very, that's something that should be corrected and should be done. And I know there are a lot of groups that are advocating for this, and some schools are doing a great job in being proactive in teaching it. And the reason why that is important is because, as the person who asked the question said, unconscious bias starts from very early ages. As we say, you know, the clue is in the name, is unconscious. I'll give you an example. At the school my son goes to, my best friend's son goes to that school as well. And one boy said to him, he said, boys that look like you, boys with brown skin, do not go to senior school here. And this was a 4-year-old. So this was a 4-year-old child in reception, turned around to my best friend's son and said, boys that look like you, boys with brown skin, do not go to senior school here. Now we can say all sort of things around that, but essentially it's things that this boy is picking up, whether at home, whether from observing the lack of diversity or whatever within the school, but there's something that's made a 4-year-old think that a brown child does not belong in that school. And that is why it's really, really important. In terms of how long will it take for us to achieve equality in society? If we take a look at gender, I think there's a study that came out last year that said it would take about 200 years for us to achieve gender equality. And now this is gender equality that we've been talking about for years, and we've invested a lot of money into. Now, if we think about racial equality that we've only just started to really engage with on a society level, just because of the unfortunate death of George Floyd last year, then we know that we have a long way to go. However, I'm an optimist, and I am dialed into this conversation because I'm the mother of 2 Black boys, and I'm committed to ensuring that when my sons come into the workplace that they would work in is very much different from the workplace I came into and the workplace that exists today. So while it will take a long time, because it's taking us a long time to get to the ruts that we currently have today, I also believe that there are lots of positive steps that are being taken in that direction. When I look at the fact that we're even having this conversation today is a step in the right direction. A lot of conversations before last year would have shied away from the word Black. I mean, people would not even say the word Black. They would sort of couch it under ethnic minority or underrepresented. But the fact that we're having a very open and honest and transparent discussion, an authentic discussion today, shows that there is really an increased appetite to engage with this at a societal level. But at some point, we would have to stop discussing it and start putting things into action. We need to see that coming through in some of the decisions and policies we make in workplaces in terms of who comes in, who gets through, who gets promoted, who gets put on that role, who gets sponsored, who gets mentored, who gets invested in, because that is how real sustainable change would happen. But it's going to take a long time. It's, we didn't get here overnight. It's not going to get fixed overnight.
I want to ask Sarah and Leanne, because we do have to jump in 1 second, and obviously you've been waiting very patiently in the background there. And I just think obviously from a grassroots level, the work that you're doing, going into business and looking at wellness is what we've been talking about all day in terms of building that culture and how important it is to find talent and keep talent. And I'm assuming obviously you can't really keep talent unless you have an understanding of who works in the business. One question that's come in from the audience is, could the government be doing more to make females stay in work after having children? Now, obviously, I know that possibly you would go, well, does that relate to wellness? But of course it does, because obviously you have to have, I'm assuming when you're doing wellness programs, an understanding of the type of cultural place and fit. So I wondered whether the government is doing enough to make obviously wellness part of obviously programs and also including people into that as well.
Well, from my lived experience, when I didn't feel that way, and I know a lot of colleagues as well returning to work after having a child doesn't feel that way. So is enough being done? No. Can we do better? Yes. And I think, the hybrid way that we work now does afford that more flexibility that as mums, we've all been looking for, because our working life is it's often the woman that is the one that's flexible, that maybe at the school gate at 3 and that maybe works a little bit later. So we're really at Auchan here to create safe spaces, so be that for people like myself where I didn't feel that I could get support. So it's really the company level that we're talking to. It's like, what initiatives can we put in place, what safe places can we create for this to change, and for women coming back into the workforce to feel safe, and also people of different ages as well. So menopause is there's so many different things that come up at a certain age, and that's what we're all about as well. And it's not just about women, or that's a big focus for us, women, and also Black women and women of color, but also male mental health as well. Like, we're working with a company, actually it's 70% men. And, that also is something that needs to be talked about as well, because often men don't feel it's a place where they can talk about their emotions. So yeah, but yeah, yes.
Well, no, and that's a really good point to end on, I feel. And it goes back to the comments that were coming in on Facebook with that sponsored ad I put out, and those comments saying, here we go again. Inclusion is everyone, and making sure that everyone feels welcomed and valued within an organization. And I think all of the work that we're doing, whether it's locally in Northern Ireland or collectively that everyone is doing on the panel individually, is making that small difference and small steps that make that conversation go a bit faster. However, going back to Bacola's point, it's a bit like COP26. At the moment, we're going, well, we only need to increase like climate, the 1.5% or whatever it is, or 1.5 degrees Celsius. And that's going to mean we're going to, really, we're not going to hit that. We're going to hit 2.6. It's a bit like, obviously, if it's going to take 200 years, we need to start acting now, don't we? And a lot more than what we're doing, because otherwise it's going to take 500 years. So I thank you all for your time. Fran, great discussion. And Chris, thank you ever so much for obviously your early input into it. I think it's one of those areas that's kind of forgotten about or not included in the conversation. So we're delighted to have you here as well. Round of applause to everybody here. And obviously, thank you for your time. Thank you. By all means, stay with us. We're going to drop you off, obviously, and now we're going to go to a quick diversity mark ad, which if you watch, it'll be nice for you to see, because this is a Northern Ireland initiative, and it's about obviously recording, obviously, and kind of measuring where companies' diversity is at as well. So thank you for your time today, and now the diversity mark advert. Thank you.
Can we hear me again? Perfect. So I'd like to introduce you all to Nuala Murphy. So Nuala has been described by the Irish Times as one of the next generation of female business leaders in the North. Nuala is a multi-award winning professional marketer and entrepreneur and a community builder and connector by nature. As president of the Lean In Network Belfast, Nuala has led and scaled the Lean In movement across Ireland over the past nearly 8 years. As a director at the Women's Investor Ready project, Nuala, along with 3 successful entrepreneurs, started a community interest group focusing on changing the start of investment to women entrepreneurs regionally. And finally, as interim head of business at Diversity Mark, Nuala is channeling her expertise, leadership, and passion into building a more equal and inclusive society, working with companies from all sectors across Ireland and the UK. Nuala, thank you so much for being with us. I suppose I just want to really kick off by asking you about Diversity Mark, and if you could tell us a little bit about the company and what it does.
Yeah, thanks, Fran, and thanks for having me here today. I think hearing to all the different organisations and initiatives that are going on across the UK is really encouraging, and it's really great for me in the position in Diversity Mark to be able to share it with our community of signatories who have signed up. So Diversity Mark is an external accreditation for organisations to sign up to and publicly commit their efforts in building more diverse and inclusive organisations. It originated in Northern Ireland about 4 or 5 years ago and now is in growth mode across the rest of Ireland and the UK. And we're actively seeking there's an independent assessment panel, okay? So we are the facilitators to encourage and support organisations to sign up to achieving an accreditation and external and independently reviewed. There's a bronze standard. The first 3 goals focus on gender. Silver standard, we can add in extra layers of diversity as per the company's choice. And then we're soon to be launching our gold standard. Again, throughout the themes today, it's really important to note that we start with gender. However, we are very mindful that we have to consider the intersectionality of both gender and other disabilities around that, knowing that when you add in another layer of diversity on top of gender, and we've heard that through the speakers today, that things become more challenging and more complex for someone to navigate in the workplace or even in society.
Yes, and that actually leads on to my next question. I was going to ask about the observations you've had since you've been in your post, probably that being one of them.
Yeah, I think when you're as a Lean In leader, as a community interest volunteer, founder and director, you can be quite discouraged as to the lack of progress that we see across the board. But since I've joined Diversity Mark and been on the inside of organisations who genuinely are being led by visionaries and people who not only understand that this is the right thing to do, but also who believe it's good for business, and we saw the reasons for that. I think the observations are that people want to do something. There's a fear that they don't know what to do, how to do, who to talk to, how to talk to about it. But what I'm seeing in the message I want to share today is that everybody is on their own journey. Everyone has their own challenges in a business, but we have to do what we can with what we have in order to push this agenda forward. And we can't get complacent. It was mentioned earlier on about gender equality, how long it's going to take to achieve that. We have to realize that it's difficult for Black minorities in the workplace to get ahead, and there's a lack of representation. So if we can all collectively think about one thing we can do within our organizations and our roles as citizens, then there's more chance of change and effecting positive change sooner.
And when you talk about positive change, do you think that in any way the pandemic has acted as a catalyst for change in any organizations, maybe with a focus on well-being or flexibility?
So I think it's really important to go to the data and see what the data tells us. Lean In McKinsey publish a report every year and have done for the past 7 around women in the workplace. And in my experience, it's pretty simple and pretty it's consistently reflected across the rest of the UK and Ireland and Europe, in fact, is that women still aren't being rewarded and recognised for the work that they do. The pandemic has shone a light on the extra work that women do, the second shift, the third shift, and also 90% of DEI leaders are women in organisations. So what does that tell us? That the work is actually falling on women in the workplace to advocate for the groups. And there's a risk there that it becomes housework. And there's a risk there that we aren't recognizing women for the work they're doing. We're not rewarding them for the work they're doing. And then for women of color in the workplace, things haven't got better since 2019. So, I can give anecdotal stories, but there's global data that has been published where there's a lot of work where thousands and thousands of people have been questioned. We just have to look at the data to what Virginia said. process it, understand it, and see what we can do with what we have in our organizations, community groups, and businesses.
I actually read something a while ago that really opened my eyes. It said back years and years and years ago, when the 9 to 5 was designed, it really wasn't meant for women to be going and doing the 9 to 5 day and raising the kids and doing all the time and doing all the chores. And that's, you know, why now I think it's started to be a lot more recognized, you know, that it is, you know, 2 full-time jobs on top of one another if there's not more help there in the home.
And the pandemic added to it. So you don't even have to look back in the 50s. You know, you look at Mad Men, people love that as a program, but actually it's probably one of the most disgusting representations of life as a working woman. And even now today, when I was starting a family, I worked in a target-driven role most of my career in-house. When I started a family, people were projecting their opinions on what I should be doing. And when you're the only woman in the room, and I'm white and I'm privileged, I get that. But when you're the only woman in the room who is ambitious and wants to grow their career, people tell you should just stay at home, be a yummy mommy. You know, that's not on, apart from the fact it's against the law to say those type of comments, but it's not on when that's the bias you're working with. And when most of the leaders in the rooms, partners don't work, wives don't work. So they don't understand the world. So it's really about understanding and listening to the company, your employees, supporting them, rewarding them, and recognizing for the work that they're doing.
Yeah, and I'm laughing, but it's just because it's so ridiculous, and it's just something that, you know, I've heard, and you know, it's mad that comments like that are still thrown around. But practically, then, how can organisations get involved?
Yeah, so I think the whole point of an external accreditation is that you're putting yourself out there to be critiqued and to be assessed by an independent assessment panel who have huge experience in working in organizations and supporting deploying initiatives across the diversity and inclusion lenses. So Diversity Mark is open to every organization at every size, and we welcome people to sign up and to work on what their first year plan would be to achieve the bronze accreditation. You know, we have 10% of organizations are from across the UK and Ireland. We're in growth mode. There's a huge interest to get involved. We're also evolving as an organization. So a goal at the moment, we have an open application recruitment process for independent assessors. So people who are coming from other organizations, other experiences and walks of life to get in board, because as we grow, we need to be more representative. And that's a personal goal of mine to, in my interim role here, to promote and get as many people and as many networks involved and sharing those positions out there. So go to diversitymark.co.uk, sign up, get involved. Once you do sign up, you're part of a community where there's global resources of and regional resources and examples of companies who have started their journeys at different stages. Some initiatives, some partnership with organizations who are working across different diversity elements, and you get part of a peer support group. So we know the benefits of peer support, be it personally and also professionally. And then we can support you through that journey to submission, and then you're on your journey, and it's, you know, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So it takes time to then move through to silver and then soon be released gold, where we'll be launching that very soon.
Brilliant. And it's so good that you not only offer that accreditation, but the support as well to actually get that. And that means it's not as an intimidating of a process for companies. So look, thank you so much for sharing that information with us and for sharing your knowledge. It's been a pleasure to have you. And thank you very much. Can we get a round of applause for Noah, please?
Thank you, Fran.
So now for the third session of our startup pitches for the Work in Progress Startup Pitch Competition, sponsored by Raise Ventures and Clockwise Belfast, where we will hear from CrewApp and CyberPie.
So I'm Cian and I'm from CrewApp. So let me dive in and tell you a bit about our founding story. So Jane and I have been a couple since 2009. She became cabin crew in 2014, where she worked with Emirates in Dubai for a year and a half, and then moved to Aer Lingus, where she currently works as senior cabin crew. And I guess over that time, what we found is that her roster uncertainty really did consume our life. So the way it worked is that she got a roster, I kind of told her where she needed to be 6 weeks in advance, but beyond that, nothing. And I guess that led up to a whole host of missed events, missed milestones, like a lot of stress, and to be honest, a lot of arguments which weren't that fun. But we believe our experience is one that is shared by a 1.3 million flight and cabin crew around the world. So at Crew App, our vision is to become the global leader in AI and data-driven personalized airline rostering. So how is rostering done today? So airlines at the moment use licensed legacy software providers to do this. And it broadly consists of 3 activities. So firstly, the airline sets their schedule. So that's the airlines, the routes, the slots with the destinations. The second step is they assign the crew to that schedule, and then they publish that roster to the crew members. But we spoke to over 500 IAG flight and cabin crew, and they've told us, 80% of them have told us that this roster consistently doesn't meet their individual lifestyle needs. So the problem, following this publication, there's 3 additional activities that are interrelated that happen. So the first, crew members do their roster. 90% of them do this using an app outside of the airline system, which they pay for. Then they try to swap duties or swap shifts with each other using social media. So they post screenshots of their roster on social media. Less than 5% actually succeed in swapping that shift. And for those 5% where they do find the swap, in order to actually process it in their roster, crew operations team members need to manually process it on the airline side. This model isn't sustainable. So the airline's objective primarily is to deliver its flight schedule and meet its customer expectations. Yet the future workforce, so millennials, rank work-life balance the second most important factor when choosing a job after salary. But in aviation, the global demand for new crew is expected to double over the next 20 years, so to increase by 1.2 million. So for us, a crisis is looming. You have crew with poor morale, which leads to lower engagement and worse performances. And that impact on the airline leads to more unplanned absences on the crew side, cancelled flights, higher turnover, additional costs, a negative customer experience, and also an impact on the airline's bottom line. And then in the grand scheme of things, not enough crew in the future to sustain aviation. Our solution at Crew App, we're developing a cloud-based app that is a go-between between the current system and the crew. And we're utilizing AI technology to ingest this old roster data, shape it to meet and personalize the roster for the crew members, so to meet their individual needs, optimizing their well-being and the efficiency of the airline. In terms of our team, so I'm Cian, I'm the co-founder. I have 9 years experience in banking and insurance across a range of different projects, although it does feel like I've lived in aviation and worked in aviation, having partnered with Jane. Grace is my co-founder. So she has the industry expertise, 8 years experience working with LATAM Airlines, which is the largest airline in South America.
You've got 10 seconds.
And then in terms of our expert advisory panel, we have Sean, who's an experienced HR leader with 20 years experience in aviation across different senior roles. So thanks very much, guys, and I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Hi, Cian. Just a quick question, well, a couple of quick questions for me, actually. So where are you up to with the development of this? Is it still an idea phase, or you've got an MVP?
So we actually have an MVP. So in terms of the product itself, we have a 3-phased approach. So the first is what we call a semi-automated model. And what that basically does is it extracts the roster from the airline system. It allows crew members to swap shifts among each other, and then it automates an email back to the airline so that they process the swap on behalf of the crew members. So that doesn't require an integration with the crew member, with the airline, sorry. So at the moment, we have that MVP currently built. The next stage is the integrated model, where we build the integration layer, connect with the airline system. And then the third phase is adding on this machine learning in Python to actually personalize this roster for the crew members. So just to simply answer your question, we have the MVP of this first phase.
Okay, and how do you make money from this?
So we charge the airlines per crew member, depending on the version that they need. So phase 1, phase 2, or phase 3. So the idea is once we have the phase 3 rollout, we charge the airline a fee per crew member per month. So we're looking at $19.99. Based on the market size, that gives us a total addressable market of 511 million, let's say, globally.
If you spoke to airlines to say that and found out whether they'd actually be prepared to pay that?
Yeah, so the cost of doing this for us, so the average number of crew in an airline is 1,800. And the cost for them to do it for the 1,800 crew outweighs the negative impact of the above. I mean, if they don't have the above, you see the unplanned absences, like the cost of hiring crew, it's 10 grand per crew member. 6 times that for pilots. So we've done the calcs to kind of weigh up, will they pay this versus the cost of not having it?
Okay, thank you.
And just to add, maybe, like airlines in 2019 spent 50 billion on IT. So even though we have a 511 million total addressable market, in the context of aviation and spend, quite small.
Well, how does that TAM and the revenue opportunity compare to the time and the cost it's going to take to build out through your phase 3?
So I think for the phase 1, I think we're looking to get it. So we currently have phase 1. To get from phase 1 to phase 2, we're looking at 100K to raise to build out the integration layer. So ultimately, there's four rostering systems that airline use. So we basically need to have 4 versions of our crew app to be able to ingest the 4 different roster formats from the major players. And then to get from phase 2 to phase 3, I guess it's a learning process in terms of we need to build up the monthly rosters, manage and look at the behavior of the crew in terms of what shifts they swap, what preferences they have, with a view to then kind of shaping it. But in terms of how long it will take from phase 2 to phase 3, I guess the way machine learning works is from phase 2 to phase 3, we can have a guess, but in order to get more accurate, it's going to take a number of years to actually learn about that behavior and build up the data set of the individual crew members. Does that answer your question, Caleb?
Kind of, but when you put the TAM up there and you compare that to the revenue opportunity, and then you take the time and the cost it's going to take to build that out, and based on your exit, what are you thinking? What is it? How does that look?
So we think we can have the phase 3 up and running in 2 years, and in 2 years we hope to have 3 airlines on board. And if we have 3 airlines on board with the cost base to run phase 3, we'll be profitable from years 2 onwards. I actually have a supporting slide with the financial projections. If you want me to skip on, you can take a look.
I think you have maybe a few seconds left.
So the growth in terms of the partners, so we have airlines 1 in the first year. That's fully the semi-automated model. And then in years 2 and 3, moving to the phase 3 model with the AI. So you can see from years 2, we're actually profitable with a headcount of 4 full-time staff. From year 3, 700K profit with 6 full-time staff. And then from year 4, ramping up to 12 airlines. Then we'll have the 4 versions of the rostering software built out. And then we're looking to scale beyond that. It's a case of getting on board with different airlines. Our go-to-market is targeting Aer Lingus, let's say, which is a part of a group. Once we prove the concept in a group, ideally, then we get to roll out to the other airlines in that group. And it's Aer Lingus where we're really embedded and have the strong connections at the C-suite and different departments.
So, hi, I am Alison. I am the COO and co-founder of CyberPie, the first cybersecurity solution for the micro business. So meet Simon. He's a partner in a 5-person solicitor firm. They were just hit by a ransomware attack. Simon had heard about CyberPie at a Law Society event and has since signed up. He can now protect his business and his employees that work remotely from future attacks. Solicitors rely on client trust. They need to protect their reputation, and CyberPie puts the micro-business owner in control of their security. 60% of small businesses will close down within 6 months of being hit by cybercrime. Cybercrime puts the micro-business out of business. Our customers' problem is they're under-resourced, obsessed with cash flow, and are fearful of fraud and compliance fines. The average cost of a ransomware attack in Ireland is over €22,000. CyberPie makes cybersecurity accessible to the microbusiness and puts the microbusiness owner in control of their security. CyberPie is a multi-tenanted SaaS platform that automates the delivery of security awareness training through short edutainment videos and microtasks. Using AI, our app will provide the tech for users to check suspicious links, scan their websites and key accounts, and submit your scam is how we build the CyberPie community. There's a real gap between what an antivirus picks up and the new wave of social engineering scams. CyberPie will simplify and demystify a key business skill for the 21st century. The microbusiness sector makes up 90% of Irish and UK businesses, and cybersecurity is a global problem. Global scalability with the same content is possible through professional bodies, associations, and affiliations. Our year 1 target market are legal firms through the Law Society and occupational health professionals through Registered Physio Association, and to achieve our target of 11,000 subscriptions. The big competitors like Dendify and USecure service larger businesses, but are inaccessible and expensive. The microbusiness is our niche, making us the first player in this space. We give our customers the means to prove their compliance and their competency, and the Submit Your Scam app plugs the gap left by mobile security and antivirus solutions. Our business model has two revenue streams, monthly subscriptions and security audits, which sit at the top of the sales funnel. And we are the team that can deliver. My 18-year career with an international oil company means we're thinking global from the outset. With an MBA and skills in growth and strategy, I will make CyberPie happen. Andrea is a successful entrepreneur and recognized cybersecurity and data protection expert with the technical skills that allowed us to build the platform. CyberPie began in New Frontiers, and we already have 30 subscribers that continue to validate the platform. And next year, we move from our test market in Ireland into the UK. Thank you very much for your time, and I'd love to answer some questions.
Hi, Alison. Thank you for that. Just a quick question from me. Is this, you're sort of trading already, is that correct?
We have released a beta platform.
Okay.
So it's an MVP, and we're currently not charging. It's in a freemium model to try and get user feedback on our content.
Okay, and how many people have you got on the beta test?
We have already 30, and it's growing on average between 2 and 3 per week.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Alison, forgive me if I didn't follow you completely, but with the videos and the trainings, and then the plug that you talked about, how are you protecting, from a technological perspective, people's websites or data servers, etc.?
So we don't create the tech ourselves. We use technology. We are curators, and we check what is on the market today that fits to a micro business needs. And then we will recommend and train the micro business owner on what they need to know to protect their business.
Okay, and are you making money by connecting them with the right software?
So we make money currently through, well, we will make money once we're off beta, through subscriptions, and then we are already in some discussions, but nothing is finalized, with affiliations, so that we can coordinate with our preferred suppliers.
Thank you.
So I'm going to jump in. So does that mean that you actually have a member of your team that is finding the right match? Is it from that last answer? There's an actual human. Okay, so can you just talk about the financial model, and what are you planning to charge, and the cost of servicing each customer? How do you plan to scale that?
So we have a subscription model where there is a freemium version, where you get limited content and limited access to the platform. Then we have a entry level, which is €15 per month, and that enables them to have a little bit more content, including some policies and templates. And then we have a premium version, which is €40, which provides them content that can be shared with their team, because the micro business is up to 10 employees, and it allows them to educate more than just the business owner. And the affiliate links would then be within our tool library, which then we would recommend through audits, what suppliers they need, what services they need. Do they need a VPN? And we would advise them, yes, you do. No, you don't. If the answer is yes, these are the 3 that we recommend that you go to. Don't use Google, and that's really our model. And this is scalable because we are looking at the best technology that is on a global scale. We're looking at US companies, Australian, Asian, and we curate and check out the content, the latest moving and changes within cybersecurity. And then those are the links and the companies that we're talking to, and we place on our website as recommended content.
Okay, but then so me as a small business owner still has to implement it myself?
You have to implement it yourself, but we will give you the step-by-step on how to do that.
So the service, I'm sorry, so the service I'm paying for as a small business owner is when I get to that 40 euro a month is because you've audited my business and you're telling me based on your recommendations which ones I should use, and then I implement it myself.
We have given you, when you get to the 40 euros per month, we are giving you every week different tools that will build up your cybersecurity arsenal. And then within that, you will be able to identify what support you need, what services you need. Again, I will use the VPN example. Some businesses have them already and some don't. And then we would tell you who are the preferred suppliers. Today, less than 5% of the micro businesses that we have surveyed, and we've surveyed over 250 between Ireland and North and South, are actively, proactively working on their cybersecurity. We need to educate this population to get in a minimum, and then with an ongoing subscription model, they can build up that arsenal and take back control as the cyber criminals become more strategic and more mature.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Welcome back and welcome to our fourth session of Work in Progress. The world of work is changing, from the future of workspaces and ways of working, through to future jobs and talent planning, from commitments to diversity, inclusion and social purpose, through to meeting the hiring demands of the growing tech sector. And throughout this event, we've been focusing on the work issues that matter to people, workplaces and society. So in this session, we'll be discussing talent and skills and exploring if unlocking them can really impact social inequality and economic prosperity. A big shout out once again to Real Time Recruitment and Version 1, who have supported us with the vision for this event as major sponsors.
Yeah, of course, as well. Thanks very much to Matrix, who are the sponsors for this session. Before I go on from there, I should just say the audience in the room, you probably know the drill by now, but you've got a telephone number. It's to WhatsApp us with any questions. So we're trying to merge, obviously, what's happened over the last 18 months with Zoom and asking questions and chat, and then us being in a real room together again. So you can WhatsApp us questions. We've had some brilliant questions come in. Apologies if we've not been able to read them all out, because it literally is that I've got a WhatsApp full of questions. Matrix, it's the Northern Ireland Science Industry Panel. They're made up of business and academic leaders, and its role is to carry out research on emerging technology sectors in Northern Ireland. They also do an awful lot of work, obviously, examining the future skills that are needed in Northern Ireland's high-tech sector and looking at inclusion and diversity. Thank you to Matrix for sponsoring this session. Thank you to the amazing panel that we had and the speakers in the last session as well, focused on diversity and inclusion. Sorry we didn't have more time, and apologies that we're running about 8-9 minutes behind schedule. I don't like that, Fran, do I?
No, don't at all.
Oh my God, I'm going to get in trouble with myself later on. So I just wanted to obviously say thank you for all of you sticking around for the whole day that are in the room. Give us shout outs so the people at home can actually hear that you are here. Oh my God, we will sign autographs after, won't we, Fran?
We will, although I charge.
No, happy days. So who's up first?
So we have Diana Cano, who is a Senior Insight Manager at TechNation. She has several years of experience working in data-related roles across various sectors and is particularly interested in the evolution of tech and how this has played a role in employer demand for digital skills.
Excellent. Diana's going to join us now. She's been waiting patiently. I think obviously it's about 8-9 minutes behind. So Diana, thank you very much for joining us today. Hopefully you're on Zoom. Yes. Hello, Diana. How are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good. Awesome for you to join us today. Perhaps you could start by just telling us, before you go into your presentation, just a little bit about your role within TechNation.
Sure. So yeah, I'm Diana Ocano. I'm Senior Insight Manager at TechNation. So I'll go into it a bit more later, but just to give like an overview of TechNation, we have several different arms. I sit on the insights, the research part. So we really look at promoting the UK tech ecosystem through looking at capital flows, VC investment, but another part is also looking at the labour market. So understanding what role tech plays within the UK tech ecosystem.
Fantastic. Well, we will let you get on with your presentation, and I'm hoping audience in the room, WhatsApp us questions, and then we can ask Diana at the end as well. So Diana, I'll let you get on with your presentation, and thank you very much for joining us.
Sure, thank you. So yeah, just to reiterate again, so I'm from TechNation. For those of you who are not aware of TechNation or have not heard of us before, we're the growth platform for tech companies and leaders. And we really have, sorry, let me make this in present mode. Yep, there we go, that's better. So we really have the vision to help UK founders and companies to really reach their full potential to be game-changing leaders. And we do this through a selection of different programs, which you can see here. So we have one that's started recently actually on Libra, and which is focused on supporting underrepresented founders. We also have our visa program, Advanced, which is really looking at skilling and scaling tech leaders. Digital Business Academy covers that as well. And then different sector programs such as fintech, cyber, and applied AI. So those founders that are within those particular sectors, they can apply for our program. We give them like the support that they need to really try and excel their company forward in the way that they want. So this is just a few, like several numbers as well, just to show the impact that we've had within the UK tech ecosystem. So this is some of the alumni that we've worked on that have been through our programs, so such as Darktrace, Monzo. We've had over, well, just under 4,000 visa applications processed. I'm sure by now that number would have risen. We supported over 29 unicorns actually since 2014. And to date, over 75 reports published. So which brings me nicely into what I'm really going to be focusing on today, which is really looking at the UK tech ecosystem from a labour market point of view. So we launched our jobs and skills report a few months ago, and we've been looking at the digital tech sector for the past 3 years actually, and we explore the job ads in the UK. So we specifically use Adzuna job advertisement data, and they cover around 90% of UK job search engines, and we also use ONS data to complement our findings as well. So just to start off, we looked at the past 3 years. So from 2019 full year, 2020 under full year, and H1 of 2021. And we wanted to understand what impacts the pandemic has had on the growth of tech roles. So from Jan to June, we did a comparison from 2019 to 2021. And we see that from Jan to June in 2021, the number of job advertisements is 42% higher than pre-pandemic levels than 2019. As we'd expect in 2020, when we entered the pandemic. So we can see with the pink line, from March, the number of advertised roles started to drop. And the green line shows 2019, so that was pre-pandemic levels. But then we see in 2021 that this has even risen above 2019, which we assume it shows the need of the importance of tech roles within our society and our ecosystem. So not only did the number of advertised roles increase, we also seen that for the past 5 years, the average tech salary is 50% higher than the average salary for all vacancies. So why this is promising and shows that tech is very important and employers are demanding these particular skills for their businesses, we still need to make note and understand that it can be, we can assume that it's becoming quite polarized between tech and non-tech jobs, as we can see that this gap is widening. Although tech is, of course, and digital skills is something that is really important. And as we've seen from the pandemic, it's something that employers have found it is something that they need to like get a grasp on a lot quicker. But just to be aware of that polarization and still to make note that it is still important for other roles that are non-tech roles, how important it is for a business to thrive. So this table here just shows, so we did a deep dive really into UK cities. So within the report, I can share the link afterwards. We did look at a lot more cities comprehensively, but this just shows, just to give like a flavor of some of the things that we looked at in more depth. So in this example, where we looked at the proportion of tech roles that were advertised across these UK cities, we see that Cardiff and Edinburgh advertised the most amount of tech jobs within within the last year, which shows that, of course, there is a need for these tech roles and it's becoming ever more important. So we saw, for example, in Cardiff, there was 34% increase in the amount of tech roles, and in Edinburgh, this was 31%. So we see, for example, in Cambridge, there's not much change there at 1%. However, in 2020, it was 27%, so still quite high and much higher than London, for example. So we focused a lot on, tech roles and thinking about the important role they play. However, we must not forget the non-tech occupations such as HR, legal and finance roles that are really pivotal to the success of any business, let alone tech businesses. So this is data from the ONS, and it shows that over 37% of jobs in the digital tech economy are in non-tech occupations. So this is well over a third, and it shows that as much as tech roles are important and we see a growing need for a software developer. So for example, why I mention a software developer is for the past 6 years that we've been tracking the data and the advertised tech roles, software developer is still the #1 sought after role by employers. So it's really an important skill for any type of business, not just tech business, but software developer roles, for example, that are in non-digital industries, such as like banks, for example, or retail. So when looking at salary specifically for some of the roles that we identified, we see that front-end developers and data scientists have seen the highest increase in salary over the past 3 years. So the front-end developer salary increase was by 34%, and with data scientists, that was 31%. So data scientists, of course, is like a hot role. It's still quite, it's still a role that people speak positively about, and it's very important because a lot of these tech roles that we come across or ones that we even interact with, whether that's social media or within fintech, there is obviously the technology that's really important and pivotal. However, the input and the foundation is the data. And without that, your output is really dependent on your input. So data scientist is not surprising. And moreover, we saw within the past 3 years that the employer demand for AI skills have increased by 110%. And cyber skills also increased by, the demand for cyber skills increased by 80%. So just showing the need for, and the importance of the different types of tech roles that are needed and what employers are demanding, but also the type of skills that are important for the success of businesses. So just to round up, so this is just to give an example of the type of skills we looked at in terms of taking the data scientist role that employers are advertising for, and then looking at all the skills that the employers are requesting. So obviously this would differ from the type of company that is advertising for a data scientist role. But we can see here that handling data, of course, as we would expect, is really important, as well as machine learning skills, Python, SQL, natural language processing. But I think it's important not to forget the softer side that is needed in these roles, such as communication and working with clients. Because more and more with these tech companies, what we're seeing is there's a demand for data scientists to be working more directly with clients, helping clients to solve their problems, and showing them really how data can be used to drive their business forward and provide the insights that are needed. So as well as the technical skills that are, of course, really important, the communication and the client side is also very complementary and important in the success of a data scientist, for example. So this just gives, so yeah, I've just given like a snapshot of some of the key findings from our report. If anyone on this call or live there wants any more information or deep dive into a particular UK city, we can, if you reach out, we can provide that information for you. So thank you for your time.
Great stuff. A round of applause. Thank you. Diana, one question. The question is, with all the need for tech jobs in the UK, how do we better connect that understanding with the school system that still seems to struggle with understanding about the jobs that we need people to do in the real world? So what is being done at that level, perhaps, to educate teachers and the education system on the jobs that we need filled?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I can speak from a role that I play and a role in terms of Women in Data, which is a non-profit organization. And part of that role is I've been into primary schools and secondary schools to speak to the teachers and the students about roles that they can do. And what, for example, with the role that I do, although my title is Senior Insight Manager, I do a lot of data science. My role involves a lot of data science skills. So I speak to them about what my role involves from a day-to-day basis, what that involves in terms of technical skills, and how it relates to them. So for example, when I speak to secondary school, I could use example of social media, but also just getting them to think about how they consume data on a day-to-day basis, and not to make it very abstract. And when you're speaking to children, especially if it's a very young age, for like example 5 or 6, and you want to, for example, bring like a clustering method to them. For example, you can bring in sweets, fruit, and just tell them to start grouping things that look similar. So then they start understand that concept without it making it so abstract. And I think that's one of the key points, is making it relatable to them and how it works and how it fits into the world that they live in now. And of course, we know that in the future, 5-10 years from now, there are going to be roles that we're not even aware of right now. But for them to get to understand the role tech and data is really playing into their day-to-day lives. So I think, yeah, it's really important to be reaching out to schools, especially from an early age as possible. So yeah, I'll definitely recommend either more mentors or organizations to be involved with that.
Perfect. I have a question before we jump on, because we do have to jump on in a second. It's more of a promotion, but I think we should give them the opportunity. So I'm going to just read it out. If anyone wants to get into schools and help inspire the next generation of textiles, please get in touch with Bring It On program to become an ambassador. David Phelan at Belfast Met. Good promo. I love it. And obviously I should say as well, we have Young Enterprise here in Northern Ireland, and they do a sterling job going into schools and doing that education piece. But somehow I still wonder whether the schools get it, if that makes sense. Like, do the teachers know? Because I know I go into schools and they still talk about lawyers, doctors, teachers. They don't know about these jobs. So it's kind of like we need to teach the teachers, not the kids.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, I understand from both points of view. It's the children, also it's home as well. Also what parents are encouraging, because something we saw with like Girls in Data that we did is, as you're saying, it's the traditional, like studying medicine or law, for example, at university. And if it's like, oh, okay, I want to do a tech job or I want to be an entrepreneur, it's like, okay, what's that, or where is that going to lead you? So I think it's also educating parents and allowing them to see the type of roles that do exist, and also how like entrepreneurship does promote and add value to the economy by providing jobs. So yeah, also giving them an understanding of how they interact with these things and just products and services they use, which they don't necessarily think about, because each business or anything that we're involved in, you know, it started off with an idea, you know, with a founder having the courage to do that, and we wouldn't have these products or services without that. So it's also thinking out of that mindset that we may have grown up with or surrounded ourselves with.
Absolutely awesome. Round of applause to Diana. Thank you ever so much. Stick with us if you can, Diana, as well. And it's lovely to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to play a quick video. And then when we come back, the magic of TV, all our panelists will be sitting on this beautiful sofa and we'll be able to go onto the panel. So 1 minute from now, but with just a quick advert to fill that awkward gap. Sharon's on Zoom. Welcome back. So we have joining with us on Zoom is Sophie, who is from Rollshare, and Patricia, who I believe is in the US at the moment as well. And we hopefully will have Sharon with us as well, who's joining us virtually. So it's quite a big panel, isn't it, Carol? It's like the whole world has come to here, and there's obviously who else is in the room, Fran? My mind has gone.
Goodness. So yes, we have Sophie Smallwood, Lisa McKenna, Richard Kirk, Sharon Didrikson. We have Patricia O'Hagan, Carol Fitzsimmons, and yes, I flew through that because I wasn't sure who you had just mentioned.
No, happy
so
days.
just ran through everyone. We're listening now.
Sophie, it's awesome for you to join us over in London. Thank you ever so much. Okay, brilliant. There they are. Happy days. So Patricia, thank you. Virtual backdrop, love it. And Sharon, thank you ever so much for joining us in home near to where we are today, but you're still working virtually, I believe.
Yes, I am. Glad to join you.
Excellent. It does feel slightly awkward on this sofa. I've not been so close to so many people for so long. So
nobody else wanted to sit
no,
beside
no
you.
one wanted. No one actually wanted to sit next to me, so that's fine. It's like a wedding all over again when I'm on my own. But Carol, let's start with yourself. Young Enterprise. Talk to us about I don't know what this really means in reality, but talk to me about the 10 skills or 10 times skills report, program, policy. What does that mean to us in Northern Ireland?
What it should mean to us is that we have something to focus on. We have a shared vision, that we all know what it is that we want to work towards. So be it the economy, be it education, we're all working towards the same objective, which I think is a really important thing for us to be able to align to. However, when you read it, the list, there's a lot of those industries, so there's quite a lot of breadth in there. But that actually also provides for a lot of opportunity for young people to focus on a range of careers. But I think what we need to be careful of is that one of our challenges is we already have that conveyor belt approach to education. You go through school, you probably do A levels, you probably are pushed towards university, if not FE, and I'm sure it's something you'll talk about a little bit later. So, you know, it's how we actually start to challenge that. And I think what's important for me is whilst we can have 10X, we need to use it in a way to encourage people to understand there's a diversity of skill sets. It's about lifelong learning. It's about ongoing reskilling, upskilling, and transferable skills, rather than trying to use it as a single point for the future conveyor belt.
Totally. I was gonna kind of say on that as well. Like, obviously, how do we get people to go along with that process as well? I'm thinking, like, specifically in Northern Ireland. I know people from like lower socioeconomic backgrounds. Why would they look at that strategy and think that's for them, or why should they look at that strategy and think that's for them?
Ultimately, it should be about the creation of opportunity, and we have a lot of those sectors have a range of different employment opportunities, and that's what we want to be able to have, that there are jobs for everyone. If somebody wants a job, they can get a job, or they can create their own job, but actually it doesn't matter what educational background they've come through. But I think what we need to move away from is that sense of, if you haven't done well by the time you've reached your GCSEs or your A levels, then it's over. That's only the start of the journey. So I think what we really need to do is to challenge that side of it, so that we don't expect schools to send young people out fully formed. The job I do is certainly not the job I trained for, years ago. We all develop our skills already in the workplace. So we need to challenge both employers and educators to be much more open to having young people be able to transfer their skills between different roles and keep learning and expect to keep learning.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, and you mentioned they're talking about different roles, and obviously that they aren't just aligned with the typical university pathway. For example, a lot of people will associate apprenticeships with traditional trades, the craft trade, construction, for example. Richard, do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, well, I certainly agree, Fran, that you go out on the street and ask people what apprenticeships exist. They'll say plumbing, joinery, electrician, hair and beauty, motor vehicle. That's what I thought 5 years ago, but the reality is there are over 200 different pathways. And what the apprenticeship brings to it is that you get the best of both worlds, that you can, as an individual, you can continue to be educated, but you're getting real life experience, learning all those transversal and social skills that you can use right throughout your life that you need to develop. Companies that we're working with have really struggled with graduates, if we're being honest. They've had to spend a lot of their own money on retraining them to the people that they need them to be in the workplace. And then they tend to move on quite quickly after a couple of years, whereas apprentices, we're finding that 95% of them are staying on as full-time permanent members of staff afterwards. And it's proving to be a really attractive way for businesses to bring in new talent. And it's good for society as well, because we run the event each year called Meet the Parents. It's not as good as the movie, but it's what we try and do there is we get parents of apprentices on a panel and get them quizzed. And other parents sit in the audience and they listen to the stories of parents who thought, apprenticeship? Are you kidding me, for my son or daughter? No way. To be really open up and say why they chose it. And there was a lovely moment actually where one of the dads came out, and it plays back to your point about getting them into schools. But this is the reason why he's happy, is because he says, well, my son's earning 19,000 as a starting salary. He's now earning 27. He's just bought himself an RDA 3. He's 21 years old. He's got these career prospects, etc. But he's just so much more contented these days. And that's the moment where the room just goes, oh yeah, that's exactly what we want as parents. It doesn't really matter which pathway. But I think that the difficulty that we have in Northern Ireland, Carol alluded to it, around the 10x economy, is it's focusing more on those higher level skills jobs. Another announcement by Invest NI comes out next week. Are they coming here for the talent? Yes, they are. We're already talking to the universities. What message does that give to someone who's struggling in retail, hospitality, in a sector they don't enjoy, or a sector that's been hit by COVID? Well, you, with your rent payments, your family, your mortgage, you've got to step out of that job, go and get yourself a degree, and then we'll maybe consider you at this large company that's now coming in, which is going to be a good news story. The reality is that we need pathways which can bring people from a lower level. And the good news is, with apprenticeships, you can start an IT career at level 3. That doesn't mean a lot to people, but it means you can start it after GCSEs. So you're someone who's maybe 24, but you've only got GCSEs, you're on a career you like, you can join in the IT industry. But what we need are more employers to see that as a career channel, not just to look to the graduates, because unfortunately they're just not there.
I get quite excited when you're talking because it's talking my language, but I'm thinking, like, I'm going, oh, are you doing something similar to what Metaverse is doing? Like, as in, like, with, you know, Union.
Does anyone know what Metaverse
sorry.
is doing?
No, I was going to say Metaverse, but
multiverse.
You know, yeah. So
Yeah.
Union Blair and the work, is that similar to what you're doing? Obviously, but a Northern Irish version. If that makes sense.
Can we just leave it there? Just
No,
that would be great.
Only because I'm just going in my head. I'm pretty sure they raised about like 100 million. So like, it's not like this isn't a pathway that was working elsewhere. Like, not getting them to go to university, getting them trained up into corporate business and employing them direct. Is that kind of where you're going with what you're doing?
Yeah, that's exactly what he's done. You know, he's a training provider for apprenticeships, so he does the off-the-job training 1 day a week. We're not that,
okay.
But we do a similar type of thing to Multiverse, where we're this apprentice marketplace, a place where businesses can come and have an easier way to find apprentices, and then the applicants can come. So it's like a UCAS CAO experience for them as applicants, but then for employers. Carol can maybe speak to this, you know, as one of our members, but, you know, it's like an Airbnb experience where you can filter by all the talent that comes through, and you can find the people that are really suited to your business. It's all anonymized at the early stages because we want to draw out the personality, abilities, and interests of all these candidates. We don't make them do aptitude tests just to try and draw out all those skills that will actually be useful in the job, not just the fact that they've got a certificate on their wall saying they passed a GCSE or A level.
100%, 100%. I'm then going to go to the other side of the jobs market, which is possibly more the senior side. And Sophie, what you're doing with role share. And I just wanted to find out, obviously, a little bit about your story and why that should matter to people here in Northern Ireland, what you're doing as well with role share.
Hey, great to be here. And what we're doing matters on a global scale. So Northern Ireland, UK, US, you name it. So role share really is something that was born out of a need. When I needed it, it didn't exist. And I was working at Facebook at the time in a super interesting sort of strategic role, big clients, traveling a lot across Europe. And I entered a transition point in my life for the first time that made me question if I could keep going at that same speed. But love my job, really identify with my career persona. It's a big part of my self-confidence. And I became a parent. And at the same time, I wanted to also be an A player at home with my little one. You know, I made that choice to bring this little person in the world, and I wanted to rock at that role as well. And I looked at my options and I tried it out for a while, sort of this like juggle of everything. And I just kept failing at the parent thing. And I thought maybe part-time is an option. And to be frank, part-time was a dead-end solution for me in enterprise, competing against full-time counterparts who didn't have the same responsibilities that I had, or perhaps didn't have the same sort of desire for balance. And so this concept of sharing my job sort of came back to the forefront. I'd come across the concept previously. And I thought, well, surely, you know, if you could find your partner in love online, you've got to be able to find a job that's shareable online. Like, you pretty much like sharing everything these days short of a toothbrush. And so I'm like, right, let's go see if I can find jobs that are shareable, and couldn't find anything. The concept wasn't foreign. Companies had done it before, but there just wasn't a solution, like a marketplace where I could go and like raise my hand and say, hey, I work at Facebook. And I'm thinking about sharing my role. Would anybody want to maybe share my role with me as a starting point? And it wasn't there. So After some time, I decided to make the leap out into the entrepreneurial world with sort of like my experience on business side at Facebook to build RoleShare. And so that's what we did. We built RoleShare. Now it exists. And ultimately what we're doing, very much mission led, and we're really driven by the mission to enable a diverse, sustainable, and equitable workforce. And yeah, we're available to anybody in Northern Ireland who'd like to join our platform.
Does that mean in reality, say I could merge my CV with someone else on a part-time basis so that our talents and skills are combined when applying for a job? Or does an employer need to know that they're applying through RoleShare? How does that work in terms of the employer knowing that it's through RoleShare?
So we're B2B to C talent marketplace. So in essence, we enable anyone out there who is a professional looking for an opportunity to work in a shared capacity to create a profile to join our platform. And then on the company side, companies can also join our platform to list roles that are shareable, both for their employees to retain them, but also for a way to attract a new class of talent who want to work this way.
Perfect. So like me and Carol, we could share a job, couldn't we, Carol?
I mean, you got to have chemistry, right?
No, I'd be basically your PA or something. But like, obviously, yeah, no, totally. And obviously, I'm assuming then in terms of like inclusion, what it's doing is making people not feel like they have to drop down loads of levels of job to get back into the workplace. Is that something you're seeing the results from? Is that the metrics that are coming through from the work that you're doing?
Yeah, so when we initially started this, it was, we thought first use case, working parents, that was our story. And then the more and more we researched and did customer development, we dig into, in essence, the commercial viability of this marketplace idea. We realized that there is literally like an insane amount of benefit to working this way, both for people who want to work this way, but for companies as well. So on the talent side, you're benefiting from flexibility, right? Without having to regress on your career trajectory and aspirations. And why people want to share really varies. It could be that they want to share because they have children. It could be that they're looking after aging parents. It could be that they are freelancers and they're tired of that life and they want that balance, but in it with a sense of belonging inside of a company and access the same benefits as full-time employees potentially. So there's many different use cases. On the company side, let's go back. Other benefits beyond flexibility. You've got the ability to learn from someone who has different skills than you. You are able to have almost like a built-in coach, somebody who's really in it with you, who is measured with you. And as part of that comes like greater focus on the days that you're working, right? Because you have a shortened work week, but you know that you're going to be handing it off to your partner. So it's like, the Olympian in the relay, like running with the baton in their hand to pass it on to the teammate because together they want to win the Olympic medal. Ultimately, it's that same spirit of teamwork. And then on the company side, there's the retention piece, right? So employees who want to work this way, there's a reason why they want to work this way. So they could potentially be at risk of churning, burnout. We found actually that there's a 30% boost in productivity when people share jobs. There's also an 11% increase in well-being over any other way of working. And then you have continuity. One person's sick, you still have, part of the role going. If one person's away on holiday, you still have some coverage. If one person leaves, you still have some coverage until you can backfill the other half of the role. So in essence, it's insurance of skills. And those are just some of the benefits.
Yeah, so thank you for that, Sophie. And based on what you said, I mean, you talked a lot about change and the new way of being able to work. And on that, I'd like to actually jump to Lucy, who's the co-founder of Brave Lab, which is an organization that challenges and guides people and companies to be brave, to innovate, to learn, to journey through discomfort, and to actively participate in creating a thriving world. So I just want to, I suppose, connect those by, you were saying about this change and how people work now. And I suppose what I want to ask you, Lucy, is that with the Brave Lab, you're helping to initiate further change, from helping organizations change how they do things and helping people reevaluate and make new career changes. So why do you feel it's important that businesses be brave in this new normal?
Well, so I suppose I'll cast your minds back to 2 years. This time 2 years ago, we were all sitting here
and we had certain expectations of what our job was, what the boundaries were, what we had to go to the one place to do it. We generally had to do 40 hours a week. If you wanted to have anything beyond that, then it was, you probably had to fight to get it. It might have taken a bit of work to get it. And then the pandemic hit and completely threw that all up in the air. So the social contract has been rewritten in terms of what we believe work actually is, right? So all those things that we were told we couldn't do, can't be flexible, can't work from home, all of a sudden we could, at least in the knowledge economy, we could do that, right? So employees are now looking and going, well, what else were we told that we couldn't do that we can actually do now? So this for me is why organizations need to be brave. They need to be looking at this and going, okay, we've been saying this is how it is, but it's not. So how can we completely rethink what we're doing? And I mean, the session before this was all on diversity, equity, inclusion, access, belonging, right? The next generation coming into the workforce are demanding that we are making changes to make sure that our organizations are somewhere that welcomes everyone. So this is a big shift that's been happening and continues to happen outside. In addition to that, a big part of what we're doing at the Brave Lab, it's not about just people thriving, it's about planet. And I mean, in Glasgow at the minute, COP26 is in its second week. There are major shifts coming down the road. Organizations are going to have to play a big role in how we are going to tackle the climate crisis. So for me, and I love what you were saying, Sophie, about that, as someone who used to work in Google, similar thing, I tried to figure out how I could do it differently. Even in progressive organizations like that, it was challenging. And at the Brave Lab, what we're doing, and I think this has been mentioned in previous session, is we're taking a user-centered design approach to this, right? Look at the data. What is the research that's out there? Doing research within your own company, understanding what are the needs of the people who are working for you. And if possible, talking to the people who you actually potentially want to hire down the road. What are their needs? What do they want to do? And using that information, putting it in front of you. And it's scary to look at that sometimes, right? It doesn't always tell a nice story. But if you're going to be an organization that is at the forefront of the changes happening, you need to take a good look at it and go, okay, this is where we are right now. This is the status quo. What can we do? And I think that's where, there's so many organizations out there doing really cool stuff, like Sophie, like the apprenticeships, right? There's so many people already doing great things. It's connecting it with the employees and giving them the reason to actually go, or the employer, sorry, and giving them the reason to go, actually, do you know what, maybe we could try that out. And I think it was mentioned in the previous panel as well, each organization is different in how they're going to react to a particular problem. It depends who's sitting in the room with you. It depends who's leading the organization. So really taking that user-centered approach to designing something that's going to work for you to help you retain your current employees, but also attract people from different perspectives and different backgrounds that are going to ultimately make your company better at what they do, right? That's what those different perspectives bring is creativity and innovation. So yeah, I think, and I'm sure, Sophie, for you, the pandemic, I'm sure has had a positive impact in the company that you're running and what you're doing, because there's going to be a much more demand for this. Employees, are leaving their jobs in, well, I'll not say in droves, but there's the great resignation is a term that's happening at the minute. And I think there was McKinsey research come out about a month ago. But one of the pieces that I found was really interesting in that nearly 30% of people who'd left in the previous 3 months left with no job.
Yeah.
People are going, well, actually, what is work about? Is this what I want? And this is the pandemic has really pressed that stop button. And I think organizations need to be brave to help really navigate this and make sure that they are going to be able to continue to run their companies and deliver for their clients at the end of the day.
It's a really interesting point. The kind of leaving your job without having another one to go to was always so frowned upon when I was like in my early career. And it stopped me actually from leaving a job I possibly wasn't happy in, because I just felt like I had to stay where I was. So it's it's a really interesting point that you make. And then I'm going to lead on to that and say, well, there are some people that don't really have any choice at all. And that might be because they are in a circumstance they don't want to be. And I want to kind of move on to Patricia and the work that you're doing with core systems. Just to kind of better understand, how are you trying to help offenders, obviously, to rehabilitate both in terms of digital skills and life skills? Because we sometimes forget, don't we? Like, there's lots of people in prison, and sometimes it's just circumstances. Like, it could be any one of us. So I just want to know what's happening, obviously, there, and what you're doing to try and help those people to kind of upskill.
Hi, Alistair. At Core Systems, what we do is provide a digital platform to prisoners to use while they're in prison. So what we want to do really is normalize their experience so that they acquire these digital skills while they're in custody. So our platform enables them to access information and services and communicate with people outside the prison in a secure way. It has to be, but also giving them a real life experience so that when they go outside, they know how to like shop online or manage their money in a way that we all do, but also given experiences of remote learning and how to use self-help materials. But if you think about how digital has just progressed so rapidly, it's so difficult for someone who's been taken out of society for even a short period of time to go back in, and everything has moved on and things are alien for them. So it's just simply giving people a real life experience while they're in prison and giving them the tools that we all have and value in our lives.
I think it's quite typical, isn't it? We just assume that people have those skills in the first place, but there is a vast amount of population, whether it be here in Northern Ireland or anywhere across the UK or Ireland, that they don't have those skills, and we just assume that they're there in the first place. Carol, we must get that in schools as well, don't they? With the stuff you do in schools, that we're still, well, maybe the kids are better than us. I don't know.
I think we tend to think of young people as a digital generation, but it's not in terms of everything that they do. They are certainly very digitally savvy in terms of what they do domestically, but that for most of them is not necessarily their experience in schools. They don't do a lot of the work digitally. And I think we saw that during the pandemic. We were able to, in-house in Young Enterprise, develop a learning management system, which again, I think goes to that point of, you know, as employers, we also need to constantly look at how do you transfer and upskill your own staff to maybe be more innovative, creative, brave, to do different things. Because I think constantly, the more you do that, the more that showcases to people that you're maybe open to them doing different things, learning different things. But our education system probably still hasn't got that level of digital that we might anticipate that they would have based on their home experience.
Yeah, totally. And before I pass you back to Fran, I'm just going to go back to Patricia and kind of in terms of obviously the kind of mainstream routes that exist in Northern Ireland, is there a divide perhaps that exists between the grammar schools, the universities, and then those that perhaps don't go through that system? What are we doing in Northern Ireland to change that so that people feel that they're included in that economy 10x, you know, strategy in a sense, so it's for them as well?
Yes, well, if you consider the population that we serve in prison, like 50% of prisoners have dropped out of have been excluded from the mainstream education, you know, so there are a lot of people who are excluded as such. So I think things have changed positively in that I think we all recognize that now, that we need to do something, and initiatives such as the apprenticeships, internships and alternative pathways are great to open up the opportunity to more people. We have also seen initiatives like the academies, which select people through aptitude rather than qualifications, and then give them an opportunity to learn new skills to fast track into a different role, like in the tech sector. but a specific role where we need people in particular job roles. But it's based on aptitude selection rather than qualifications.
Yeah, it would actually be good to get maybe Lucy and Richard's opinion on this as well. You talked briefly there about recruitment, Patricia. I'd love to hear any advice you both may have on maybe changing up traditional recruitment processes and how companies might change those to get, you know, better or more variation of talent or new talent into their workplaces.
Yeah, from our perspective, the companies we're working with are keen to know the whole person, and they're not just interested in particularly the qualifications, although some qualifications apprenticeships will need a certain minimum entry point, but they're looking well beyond the certificate itself. I think the challenge though comes, and Patricia made the point there about academies, and they've been used really well, but the problem that we have with academies is that we're medicating something down the line because we're sick. And the problem is that folks are going off encouraged to do certain degrees that don't have jobs at the end of them. And then we need to put them through academies to move them into careers where there are actually jobs, because they didn't maybe make the direct decision to go on to that career pathway the first time. And government has helped fund that university course, and then it had to fund the assured skills to get that person into the right job. And Patricia and colleagues in the tech sector have done a great work recently engaging with schools. Later this month, I'm speaking at the Grammar School Principals Conference. That's something which we go to each year and do a keynote at to try and nudge the culture. But the difficulty is that we're putting a lot of young people at school through digital user qualifications, which is like how to use Excel, Word, but it's not digital creator qualifications. And that's where we need people to be going through. So it is a whole system approach, and that's not easily solved, as Carol has alluded to. But certainly by hitting the principles of those schools and helping them to understand, they can start to enact some change within their school system, which can help get more digital creator courses being taken, which means then the government doesn't have to spend money retraining people who've taken a qualification which isn't actually economically relevant. And I'm married to a humanities graduate, so and I love literature. So I'm not trying to say that everyone needs to go down the STEM route, but we certainly need to do better at making those career prospects open. And Patricia and others in the tech sector are doing a lot more in schools, which is great to see. And the likes of work with Dave is doing with Bring It On. That's really important to help the schools see that there are careers here, and an apprenticeship is the best way to bridge between school and the economy, because you don't have to go to school, university, and pick up the debt along the process.
Yeah, totally. And I feel like that kind of skills gap is ever more relevant now with marketing graduates coming out of university, because then they're hoping to go into marketing agencies, specifically now digital marketing, but they actually haven't learned those skills in university. Yeah. You know, in university, when you do your marketing modules, it's very much sort of theory. And then you come out with this marketing degree and you don't know how to run a Facebook ad. And it's like, oh no. So, you know, marketing companies are now saying, oh, I want to hire an English literature graduate, because they can write, and they can write copy, and they can write ads. So it's, I suppose, a very relevant example of that skills gap of the university graduates. Does anyone else have any thoughts on that in terms of recruitment processes and how they could be altered?
No, I just think it's, as employers, we also need to look at how we recruit, what we ask for. You know, parents want the best for their young people ultimately, as long as the first thing that appears on a job description is a degree at 2-1 or above, that will seem the safe bet. So we need to stop necessarily asking for the institution that they studied in and start talking about levels of education, because it doesn't actually matter where they did their qualification, as long as they're working to a specific level. So I think looking at that and looking at I mean, that's a lovely example, the likes of English literature in marketing, because copy is a strong skill. So I think reflecting on what are the actual skills that you need, not necessarily the qualifications, and where would those aptitudes come from. And particularly in the world of digital, because actually there's not necessarily a lot of those qualifications ready to go. So when you're looking for somebody in social media, actually a demonstration of show me your portfolio is going to be much more relevant to you.
Totally.
100%. So I'm just going to give a shout out to Sharon, who is not with us. I think she's dropped off. She doesn't. Hello, Sharon.
I'm here. Yes.
I'm so sorry. It might be that you turned your camera off and we couldn't see you, but basically, I wanted, before we go, because we have to run in 1 second, and I'm so sorry that we don't have much time to talk to you. But I want you to specifically talk to us about why you do what you do, working and developing the talents of autistic people and the organization you work for, because I just feel like this is, again, such an untapped market, both for the people that are autistic, but also employers in Northern Ireland. So please tell me about that.
Yeah, okay, so in a few minutes, Alistair, is that right? To summarize it?
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I can do that really easily. So I'm part of a team of 10 at Specialist Stern, and we work to support autistic and neurodivergent people to get into work, and we help employers get ready to welcome and identify the talents. And some of the things you asked me to consider for today was, did I think employers were aware of the talents of autistic people? And I think that largely most autistic people working in Northern Ireland, but well, many of them will not disclose because you don't feel terribly safe to do so. And autistic people have recently from Specialist Stern met up with some government leads in the UK and said, you know, where your glass ceiling is going to be put in your career. You don't know what the interviewer thinks of autism. You don't want to waste your time in an interview talking about being autistic. People start to shift uncomfortably when they do. But I think there is some awareness coming about. Our chair is David Crozier of Queen's University of Belfast CSIT, and he co-authored a report this year, Cybersecurity Skills in the UK Labour Market. And we were really pleased to see that employers across the UK in the cybersecurity field thought 10% of their employees were autistic, neurodivergent actually, which is more broad as ADHD, dyslexia, OCD, Tourette's, as well as autism. 2% of leaders, but we know a lot of very senior leaders in Northern Ireland who tell us they're autistic or neurodivergent, but may not have told anyone else. And so it's a bit of a cultural shift. And why we do what we do, well, we have a lot of neurodivergent mentors who tell us they can do things like in their first year of work, they know 6 coding languages, they work in analysis, they love solving problems, can sit for 5 to 6 hours straight and not realize it, and the most knowledgeable person in their area. They don't assume what people think, and whereas other people might do. And I just have a real analytical brain often, and some people have none of those skills but have other skills. And so it's really about helping companies recognize talents. The way we do that is we work with the company, and so it's about looking at processes that may not have been written with neurodivergent patterns of thought in mind. So it's a bit like shopping in a shop which doesn't do your clothes size, not going to fit. And so if you have neurodivergent people in your management team, well, that's a good starting point. But if you don't, you may need to get like a neurodivergent commentary on those processes. That's what we do. It's really cost effective, and gosh, it really changes a lot of things. And we just finished training a company today who are away to put their heads together and think, gosh, we're going to have to redesign everything. But you don't actually. You just need to have a neurodivergent expression for what you measure already. And you need to adapt your pathway in areas which would feel like pressure points for autistic and neurodivergent people. So what we do, it makes a change really quickly, and it you know, very quickly it ramps up the people knowingly coming through the door who can be openly autistic, and then knocks on the people in the company can say actually that they are autistic or thinking of a diagnosis, and all of a sudden you have a neurodivergent community in your company, which has again another ripple effect across other areas of difference, such as mental health. So we love what we do.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, the takeaway I'm taking from that is, well, if 1 in 10, then there's quite a few of us in the room, and if there's quite a few of us in the room, and we're not representing those people, then we haven't got an inclusive workforce. But we're missing out on talent. Is that fair as well?
Well, yeah. So we have some people. We're thinking of one person in particular. He's a PhD. He's been unemployed for a year. In an interview, he'll turn to the side and adopt like a thinking pose. He's a great person and very knowledgeable and super fast thinker. He hasn't got a job, and it kind of draws attention to, well, what other talent are we missing as well? So it's part of a bigger picture. But what I would say is start small. Often when we start getting involved, it's just like saying autistic people or neurodivergent people are welcome, and we can show you the evidence of that, because many neurodivergent people want to see the proof of that. They'll not trust a message alone, because it could be that you're doing that because you actually hadn't been very good at working with neurodivergent people. So once you've got a wee bit of proof behind it, and we'd be happy to engage with you. Then that tends to grow, and people feel more confident to recruit people with more obvious differences, and that, you know, over a period of 2 years, that usually leads to a much better ability to identify talent.
Perfect. I'm going to have to leave it there. I want to thank Sharon for waiting all that time to speak as well.
No problem at all.
Patricia,
It's interesting.
Patricia, no, thank you. And Patricia, I could talk all day about the work that you do. Sophie, role share is amazing, and it's brilliant to have that outside perspective, talking about something that's happening elsewhere. Gives us a bit of inspiration about some of the tech platforms that are here as well that can kind of help with the career pathway. Richard, for all you're doing, it's brilliant. Thank you very much. Carol, of course, you're my buddy. But Young Enterprise is awesome. And Lucy, I want to be more brave. So I think that's a good starting point for all of us to think about, obviously, the process as well. We've got 2 more startups pitching. But first of all, let's give a round of applause to all the panelists from this session. Thank you.
So yes, about the startup competition, for those of you who have just joined us in the last hour or so, Work in Progress features our startup pitch competition. It's powered by sponsors Clockwise Belfast and Raise Ventures. 8 early stage tech startups from the island of Ireland will pitch with relevance to future work, workspace solutions, and they are competing for a cash prize of £1,500.
Not 1.5 million, 15, yeah. 1,500.
Yeah, 1,500. So last but not least, we have our 2 final pitches, introducing RegTech and Scanmatic.
Good. After this, we'll be straight back and we'll be announcing the winner. So stick with us. We're about 10 minutes behind schedule. Scanmatic, RegTech, good luck.
Right, well, good evening. My name is Gary Lyons, CEO of RegTech, and together with my co-founder and CTO, Jerry Murta, we're very excited to talk to you today about our RegTech platform and how it can help companies maintain high levels of corporate compliance whilst embracing the impact of increased remote working. Our platform structures and simplifies the management of regulatory and compliance requirements, helping institutions to reduce their costs, improve control and collaboration, and to evidence their compliance with ever-increasing regulations. Our platform creates a new, wider compliance ecosystem, bridging seamless but secure collaboration across existing and emerging compliance infrastructure, connecting remote teams and facilitating real-time access to workflows. So no matter what sector you are in, RegTech takes the complexity out of compliance. The global fintech market is expected to reach $324 billion by 2026. During this 3-minute presentation, the sector will have been fined some $15,000, a staggering $5,000 per minute for regulatory and compliance breaches. Our SaaS platform sits on RESTful APIs, not requiring any upheaval to existing IT infrastructure. The RegTech platform comes with a library of out-of-the-box workflows for key regulations, ensuring that tasks are completed in the right sequence and to consistent standards. We have a highly experienced team with a proven track record of delivery. I have a law degree and I'm a retired Scotland Yard Fraud Squad detective. Jerry has been a go-to person for fixing large-scale IT infrastructure problems within the City of London for the last 20 years. Patricia is an experienced marketing professional, and Dr. Michelle is an expert in transformational change. So how do you bring distributed teams of teams, clients, consultants, legal counsel, internal staff across multiple offices, countries, and time zones together in a transparent, sequenced, and auditable way to work in harmony on solving a complex set of tasks? Well, that's where RegTech comes in. We've developed a collaborative and open technology to enable rapid scaling of a fintech ecosystem from any location for any task. Our platform is fully developed. We have won a Gold Award for Innovation from the Department of Trade and Industry, and we've also won the UK heat of the Abu Dhabi Global Markets FinTech 100 competition. We are currently preparing a seed investment round. We've secured a number of proof of value schemes for our platform. We effectively connect remote teams and facilitate transparent, effective compliance, providing a single point of truth across their ecosystem. We're passionate about removing the complexity out of compliance. We are currently creating incredible momentum. We've identified and validated a clear product market fit, and we are now ready to scale. We are RegTech. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Gary. Just a quick question from me. So you're trading, yep.
Yes, we're pre-trading at the minute. We've got a couple of pilots underway, but we're pre-trading.
Okay. And how much seed investment are you looking for, and what do you plan
£1
to do
million
with it?
£1 million for 20%, and we have 2 offers.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
What other competitors would you see in this space, Gary?
Sorry, I didn't hear
What
that.
other competitors would you see in this space?
Jerry, do you want to pick
I'll take that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we see that our product's quite unique, again, from experience. There are products like Microsoft Project, which are very generic, and there are other products which are very configurable. We see ours as being a Goldilocks, almost like a USP, because we take the workflows and embed them into our platform. So we feel we've got quite a unique product there.
Guys, slightly different question. What do you see as your biggest weakness here?
The biggest weakness is we've very deliberately chosen to be very specific about our product market fit. Generic platforms aren't going to cut it in the compliance and the regulatory sector. So the biggest issue for us would be preferred suppliers lists, getting in onto those lists with the institutions. And that's why we've developed a twofold marketing model. One where we will sell direct to the institutions, but also one where we'll partner with people that have existing relationships and are on the preferred suppliers list. So for instance, some of the big consultancy firms that we've been talking to that already have those relationships, we will just become their product of use within the institution.
Maybe I'll just ask another question.
Yeah, right away.
Sounds like a difficult challenge ahead. Big problem equals big opportunity, but why are you guys doing this?
A couple of reasons. I'll split that into 2 answers. We've been hugely excited by the reaction we've had. I was in Dubai 2 weeks ago. We took 3 proof of concept there from some big leading law firms, a regulator, and a bank. The reaction to the product has been absolutely fantastic. Why are we doing it? Because we know the space. As I said, I've got a law degree. I was a detective from the fraud squad for 20 years. I know compliance and regulation. And there isn't many institutions in London where Jerry hasn't been in to fix some of their IT at some stage. So we really know the space. And it's that experience that we've had over the last cumulatively sort of 40 years where we know where the holes are, and this product plugs those gaps.
Yeah, and I'll just add from my side, why am I doing it? Again, 20 years of working with senior professionals, seeing that they're under this pressure to evidence compliance, and in a future world of collaborative working, bringing those people together, giving them the tools that they need to be able to evidence compliance for which they're personally responsible for. It's a people thing as well as a product thing for us.
The COVID pandemic and Brexit have seen unprecedented changes in retail and manufacturing. Many high street names have disappeared, along with the well-documented supply chain issues that currently are in existence. These changes in manufacturers' just-in-time processes have led them to having an increased stock holding. Also, a recent study a European-wide academic study into retail concluded that trading up of stock can increase turnover by 4 to 8%, and increased margin between 5 and 7. I'm George Armstrong, CEO and co-founder at Scanmatics, and we help businesses commercialize their data and improve their bottom line by putting stock control at their fingertips. Our mission is to become the leading name for stock taking and inventory management in the UK and Ireland in the short term, with global aspirations in the future. Scanmatics is a 360-degree complementary solution for all stock movements within retail, wholesale, and manufacturing. We are faster and more efficient than our competitors, and our solution as a service provides the end user with both software and hardware to increase efficiencies and provide a competitive edge with business intelligence to their operations. There are 3 strands to our platform. We have our web app, currently with selected customers, our desktop app, and our Android scanning app. We also have 3 strands to the service that we can offer. While our competitors only focus on one, our customers can move up and down the scale depending on their needs, and this flexibility is allowing us to create a simple onboarding process towards our solution as a service across all our target verticals, be they retail, be they warehousing, or manufacturing. And this helps empower those businesses with the knowledge to see their data differently. Scanmatics are the only company in Ireland offering a range of services. Our competitors only have 1 strand. We can accept product data from any source or any format. We can integrate with ERP and EPOS systems and already have worked with SAP and Shopify. We are quicker than our competitors, and a recent pilot showed us to be 6 times quicker for the same process compared to the existing transfer solution in operation. And Scanmatics is also a multi-use platform, allowing our speed benefits to be applied across stock takes, transfers, deliveries, and returns. In regards to the team, myself and Panos bring over 50 years experience in stock management systems for retail. Alex and Gary head up our team of stock takers in Ireland and bring over 25 years experience in their roles as professional stock takers. And Gordon and Reyes bring a wealth of experience and guidance from different sectors. In regards to our financials, we have projected our sales in blue with costs in orange, and we're currently on target for these figures despite the retail lockdowns in 2021. Our current usage and target levels are shown also. And we currently have £135,000 invoiced or booked for 2021. This has been done during the lockdown of non-essential retail, and you can see there are some of the traction to date, including the pilots we have with the Hardware Association of Ireland and Manufacturing NI. Some of the other customers that we've worked with in their first year are also listed. So thank you very much for your time. I'm George at Scanmatics, and with Scanmatics, we're more than just a stock take.
Thanks, George. If I can ask the first question,
Yes.
As you mentioned at the beginning, see, COVID has had a profound effect on retail and manufacturing industry, but how would you say COVID has changed, or would you say it has changed your short-term and long-term strategy? And if so, how?
Well, in the short term, our separate strands, initially we were going to be a self-scan platform. Mm-hmm. And when COVID struck and non-essential retail was forced to close, we had to realize there was another way of doing it. And essential retail, such as the electric companies and the convenience stores that were still allowed to open, they require people to come in and do their stock takes. And we found that by getting a team on the ground, being able to go and do that, it has allowed us not only to develop our software and tune it up greatly over that year, but we've also now created a separate business, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Scanmatics. And that has allowed us to create two strands and give something different that nobody else can.
Sorry, George, can you elaborate on the subsidiary business?
Okay, so the subsidiary is it's the guys on the ground, as we call it. So it's the people who are physically stock taking. It's not necessarily the way in which we can scale the software, but they are allowing us to basically show our product to the end user. We've already had 2 customers who have converted from outsourcing their stock takes, seeing our software in action, and then asking the question, can we do that? Because we've always told them it was a self-scan solution. So we've converted 2 customers from outsourcing their stock takes to bringing it in-house, and that continual truing up of stock that they're then able to do is giving them better intelligence, not only to make decisions within the business, whether it be buying or merchandising or whatever, but they can actually sort of make better sales and ultimately happier customers because they can always fulfill the orders that they're getting either online or in store.
I think you said in terms of your competition that it's because you're faster and more competitively priced. But what if the tech from your competitors got faster and better priced?
Okay, we're basing that on what we know at the moment. The example that I gave. It was a pilot for a large national retailer in the sportswear industry. And they have a process where they have to transfer all the stock from their stores to the warehouse to sell online. They do that once a month. And say we were 6 times quicker than their existing solution. Their solution was an SAP-based solution. And what was taking them 20 hours, we got down to just over 3.5. When they scaled that and did the simple numbers through their business, across their 50 branches, it equated to just under 9,000 man hours saved. Because there's sort of that was lost hours, they were sunk hours in regards to staff. So they were able then to take those 9,000 hours, turn them, say, maybe into the sales time. So they were able to increase their sales. During our stock counts with them, we identified 12% of stock that wasn't actually on the shop floor able to be sold. It was just like a hidden warehouse in their storerooms. So they were able to find that. That has changed the layout of their stores. The managers now know where the stock is. So they've increased sales, they've improved their productivity. And ultimately, we believe that when we scale this right out, we could add somewhere in the region of €500,000 to their bottom line.
So it was a better solution than they were currently doing. But from the competitor landscape, can you talk to us about that in terms of your advantages? Or
Yes. So from our side of things, because we can offer the self-scan, the managed scan, and the service scan, all our competitors are either service scan or a self-scan. So by being able to sort of hit them with all three, depending on their needs at the time, they can do the self-scan and true up their stock on cycle counting throughout the year, but their accountants may still need an external auditor to come in and count their stock for them. And because we provide them with the one platform, the reports they get are consistent throughout the year. The data intelligence they get is consistent throughout the year, whereas our competitors will come in, do a job, and go, and they're done.
So there's nobody else in the market doing this? Not
what we're doing, no. Seems strange, but it's true.
So what would be the barrier to entry then?
In what way? Barrier for entry in what way?
So if you guys are the first ones to do it and it creates such efficiencies, I'm assuming other people will then follow you. So what would be the kind of barrier for them to come in and do what you do?
For those that are doing the stock taking, our competitors who actually come in and physically stock take for them, they have created software that is internal software for them to use. They're not trying, it was never designed to be used by the end user. So it becomes very technical. They need to set up their own local area networks with laptops and equipment when they get on site. Our devices run offline. So we store the database on the device and only need to connect when we're sending data back and forward to the cloud servers. Our other competitors, they're working on local, they create a local network when they're doing a job. So the economies of scale that they can provide, they need a supervisor with technical knowledge in every site. We can have that technical supervisor offsite monitoring 10 jobs. So we become more efficient than our competitors. So they would have to redesign their business model to be where we are. And those that do the self-scan side of things, they don't have, they've nobody on the ground who can actually do that. So they don't have the knowledge and way to enter that. They could bring people on board, but whether they want to get into the resource heavy guys on the ground is maybe a different thing.
Wow, welcome back, everybody. This is the last of all the sessions. I feel like I need to boost my energy level, so I'd love everyone in the audience to just give us a bit of a round of applause. Well done for everyone sticking with us today, and a bit of a whoop as well. Oh my God. Yeah. And that was just the first joke. It's amazing. Right, so thank you ever so much. Today's been brilliant. We've had 4 brilliant sessions. this is the last part. We've had 8 amazing startups from across the island of Ireland pitching. They all had to have a focus either on a business solution, which was digitalizing something which is quite traditional, or they were looking to improve something to do with HR, process, people, the workplace. So we've had things obviously that have been, you can put onto a table and it measures obviously like your performance and obviously your mobility. We've had obviously things that obviously look at the airline industry and kind of how we can better schedule staffing requirements. We've had a look at things obviously that are looking at fintech and how that can be improved. So I just think we've got an amazing array of new talent that's coming through in Northern Ireland. And I'm just delighted obviously that we can be part of that process. Fran, so obviously you're probably seeing, obviously we're going to see the recap for the first time because you've not been part of that process. And I think obviously just to give you a bit of an overview of what we were looking for, they had to, we've been a bit fair because lockdown has meant that someone that maybe would have been 12 months further on than they are have not been able to do as much. So it's been a startup that's 3 years or 36 months and less, and they had to have raised less than or 100K and less, which seems quite fair. I'm delighted to be joined by Jenny from Raise Ventures and Rachel from Clockwise as well, who are supporting this segment of the event. So thank you ever so much. Just to give you a bit of a recap, so everybody, there's a 3-minute kind of show reel, which I edited myself, so it might be really bad. But I'd love you to watch it. It just gives you a recap of all the startups, and then we're going to come back and announce who wins the £1.5 cash prize. But for the first time, we're going to do a third, a second, and a first because it's dead close.
My name's Matthew. We are Mustard, and our vision is to empower a digital generation with control over their financial future. We are solving the pension problem, which impacts employees, employers, and pension providers.
Okay, so just a couple of quick questions. How different are you to, say, a platform like PensionBee?
So at Knowledge Work, we're rethinking how to do process to make it accessible to business people faster in hours, not weeks or months.
Good afternoon and welcome. My name is Joanne Cole and I'm the CEO and founder of Broker IQ. Broker IQ is a customer engagement platform built specifically for the insurance and mortgage broker industry.
The solution is Sonomove. I'm a medical doctor researching sedentary behaviour among desk workers. In autumn 2020, I conducted a study where participants wore accelerometers in their thigh 24/7 for a week.
Richard, I'll go first on the question, if that's okay. This is a device that goes on the desk, correct?
Our solution at Crua, we're developing a cloud-based app that acts as a go-between between the current system and the crew. And we're utilizing AI technology to ingest this old roster data, shape it to meet and personalize the roster for the crew members, so to meet their individual needs, optimizing their well-being and the efficiency of the airline.
CyberPi makes cybersecurity accessible to the microbusiness and puts the microbusiness owner in control of their security. CyberPi is a multi-tenanted SaaS platform that automates the delivery of security awareness training through short edutainment videos and microtasks.
Well, good evening. My name is Gary Lyons, CEO of RegTech, and together with my co-founder and CTO, Jerry Murta, we're very excited to talk to you today about our RegTech platform and how it can help companies maintain high levels of corporate compliance whilst embracing the impact of increased remote working. We've been talking to that already have those relationships. We will just become their product of use within the institution.
Our mission is to become the leading name for stock taking and inventory management in the UK and Ireland in the short term, with global aspirations in the future. Telematics is a 360-degree complementary solution for all stock movements within retail, wholesale, and manufacturing.
Right, back in the room. I just want to say to the audio-visual team, thank you ever so much for all the work you've done in doing this for the last, day and a half setup. So thank you. Round of applause to Unit 7 as well. Thank you. there's a lot of unsung heroes who do stuff for Startacus. So Danny, who's over there, who does the occasional woo, he he has his own business, and he uses comics to educate kids, sometimes about health or mental health, and they're amazing. So anyone listening in or in the room, you should go and check out what Danny does, because it's brilliant. So thank you, Danny. I have to give that promo. Simon over there and Matt from Digital DNA. We're in the same industry, but we help each other because it's hard work. So I thank them for their time today. Fran, obviously brilliant. Neve this morning, it's just been brilliant. So thank you ever so much. Jenny, why did you get involved in startups? Like, why are you supporting startups? And also, like, why do you want to support this startup pitch competition?
Well, I think at that earliest stage, it's the hardest part, because quite often it's a founder on their own and they don't quite know what the next step looks like. And by having advisors around them and the ecosystem that we have here in Northern Ireland helps them take that next step, helps them be brave that they talked about earlier. And that's why we really like to get involved with events like this and help support not just the education in terms of what does the future of work look like. There's fantastic knowledge and insights in terms of tools to use and suggestions in terms of these are going to be the employers of the future, the startups that we're working with today. And if they can take some of the tools and techniques from today to the future, they're going to attract really amazing talent, and they're going to be a great place to work. So we really want to get involved in this in terms of the pitch competition to help showcase the next round of talent coming through from a startup point of view. And the pitches that came through last week across the board, the judges were looking at them, the talent and the ideas were fantastic. I mean, already, you know, the likes of the ones that we were talking about in the first session, the Yonder desks and those guys, and the role share that we're talking about earlier on, they're maybe 4 or 5 years down the road of where these guys are today. And hopefully these guys will be the showcase of your next future events.
Oh, I think that's a really good point. I don't think I've had a startup pitch competition which has been so narrow in terms of the type of startups, but the quality has been the best I've seen. That honesty is at an early stage in my mind. These people know what they're talking about. In fact, I'm inspired by what they're doing. That's fair, isn't it? It's like, it's not a bad level competition, is it really?
No, I mean, it's fantastic. And it's not just workplace solutions in terms of business processes, but it's also people solutions. It's also helping customers and suppliers and clients just digitize and make things easier for the end user. Every single one of the solutions that pitched will make life easy.
100%. And I just want to give a special shout out to someone like Joanne, who's doing great stuff with Broker IQ. She's done so much in 6 months. It's unbelievable. So like, absolutely round of applause, Joanne. She's doing brilliant. And it's really important that we support female founders in Northern Ireland to make sure that they get fast tracked and supported as much as we can. So round of applause, not just to Joanne, but all the female founders that are out there that are on that journey. Fran was one 6-12 months ago as well. So round of applause. We can't just look at like the scene as it is. Very quickly before I forget, because I was sitting there going, this amazing graffiti behind us is by a guy called Carl Porter. He does stuff all over the place, but the most memorable thing that you would know is probably the Derry Girls mural. And he's amazing. He does stuff all over the place, but he just helps me out with artwork, which is brilliant always. So thank you to Carl and Chris from Dip That Media, who's doing all the photography today. Again, really just helping me out because they just want to help with the event. So thank you ever so much. Rachel, talking of thanks, thank you for Clockwise as well. We're there later for a beer and I can't wait. And if anyone hasn't got a ticket, just book one because I need to get all the alcohol drunk. But tell us just for a minute or so about Clockwise and what you do locally as well with your co-working space.
So Clockwise has been open now for just over 3 years. So we provide well-designed, contemporary private offices, shared workspace and meeting rooms, and access to a thriving community of businesses. And that's everything from an individual to companies, maybe 30 desks and more. So it's a really dynamic mix of companies, largely from tech and creative backgrounds, but we really focus on our community and the events that we put on for our members and really look to them for inspiration and for what we can put on that is going to benefit them and help them grow in the space and ultimately form connections with each other, which is really a real joy for us to see. And since we have opened, we've been home to many startups in Clockwise, and for myself and the team, I have to say it's been a real joy to have watched them evolve over the years, and we feel like we definitely go on that journey with them and celebrate their successes and milestones that they have. And just to echo what Jenny has said, the quality of the talent that came through in those pitches was unreal, and with every single one, I was like, wow, like amazing. So I found it really hard to judge because everybody was just fantastic.
Yeah. On a note as well, I should add that Jenny has some involvement into the startups and wasn't able to score for a couple, which probably was quite hard for you. But it's the only way we can have a fair process in that sense. I think, I've never done this before because I don't think sometimes it's good time, but we kind of need some footsteps on the floor just to give a drum roll. And thank you, Danny. We're going to do that, but Jenny's going to do a third and a second, purely because I think the quality was so good. We have to give credit, and there could have been 5 winners. Honestly, there could have been 5 winners today. So drum roll and then third, second, please. Oh.
Okay, so in third place, we have Mustard.
Okay. Right, cool. We do have some of the startups, by the way, on Zoom, but I think we'll just wait until we get to find out who the winner is, and then we can jump to that person if they're on Zoom or in the room. I think that's the easiest way, because I just don't know how we can control the crazy spam bot people that are out there as well.
In second place, then, we have Crew App.
Crew App. Excellent. Thank you. Brilliant. Mustard, amazing. Crew App, just amazing as well. Kian, I thought you pitched brilliantly. And I love the fact that you're working in a sector which needs so much innovation as well. So I think you're going to do brilliant, both of you as a co-founding team. And knowing the industry as well is so important. And I've got some amazing connections across the airline industries. So I'd love to help you with that as well. Mustard, I don't know so much about insurance, but we can certainly help, obviously, in terms of knowing the bigger picture as well. You're going to do first place, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like we need to go, and the winner is...
Yes. So it's a real honor to announce, are we doing a wee drum roll? The winner of the Startup Pitch competition is Scanmatics.
Scanmatics. Okay. Right. This is where the magic's going to happen, because Scanmatics, George is not in the room. I believe he's over in Liverpool at some expo. So I'm hoping he can jump in and join us. Hello, George. Any joy? We'll soon find out. We'll soon find out. But what I can tell you about George while we're waiting. Hello, George.
I'm in. Currently on a bus. In Liverpool Town Centre.
You're on a bus. Go and do me a favour. Turn around to everyone in Liverpool and tell them you've won. Go on, please.
No, that's embarrassing.
No, honestly, listen, George, congratulations. What I would say is the feedback we got from your pitch was basically, now George has pitched about 6 months ago at an event that we did. And the feedback we got based on your pitch was how much your journey has progressed and your pitch has improved over that 6 months. And I'm absolutely delighted that you're able to be the winner for this, because it just shows every other startup, because I think you probably were ranked about mid-table from the last one. And the quality honestly wasn't anywhere near as good as the one we had today. So it shows all the other startups that were pitching what progression can look like over a 6-7 month period. So I just wanted to say congratulations. The money is great. It's lovely to have that, but the kudos and the fact that hopefully it will open doors for you is brilliant as well. I just want to say congratulations. Rachel, was there anything that you took from George's pitch that you kind of thought it was great about what he's up to?
Yeah, I just think I definitely remember him saying that he was the quickest on the market. So I think that is definitely going to help with the stock taking, because I know that that's something that is a really long drawn out process, and it's something probably that retailers dread coming to. So I think that the fact that you're the quickest out there is huge. It's a huge USP to have.
Absolutely. And George is a gentleman as well, so it's lovely honestly to be able to support him on his journey. George, are there any words you'd like to say, obviously, to the judges and the fans that are behind us here?
Obviously, I can't see, but no, like, first of all, to every other all other contenders in the competition, I did try and catch some of their pitches during the day. All looks to be, and I mean, as you said, really, really great companies out there. I know that, like, ultimately, someone much wiser than me always told me that the prize isn't the prize; it's the kudos and being validated by other people who believe what you do is actually the right thing. That's where the real prize is for us. And absolutely, I'm chuffed to bits. Pity I'm on a bus and sort of don't want to make a fool of myself because I'm a bit reserved. But yeah, no, really, really, really chuffed, and congratulations to everyone else. The guys from Mustard and Korea being second and third. Nice to see them getting the same recognition. So really good. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I wish I had more cash to splash around to the other teams. I do. Just because I think that the talent that we saw was just fantastic. But George, a round of applause from everyone here for you. Congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Right, that's the end. Audio-visual team, we haven't played one of the songs yet, and I really want everyone to listen to this because it's just brilliant. So it's the song that we were going to play in session 3, but we're now going to play it now. So it's Lather with Joshua Burnside, and it's going to play the event out. Thank you ever so much for everyone joining us today. Thank you to the sponsors, going back obviously to Real Time and version 1 that backed it as a major sponsors from the start. But then we've got to say thank you to kind of the likes of Raise Ventures, Clockwise, Waypoint, who were the sponsors of the first session, Pulsar, Matrix NI, and Young Enterprise Northern Ireland, all amazing sponsors for us and really supportive of what we're doing. So thank you ever so much. It's a new experience, this hybrid thing. Obviously, having a TV studio, watching us, watching them, watching us, it's kind of a bit weird, but I think hopefully you all loved it. And it's lovely for you all to be here. Let's play out with a song. And obviously, thank you ever so much for coming here today. So thank you.
Nothing is bolder than the jump from the windowsill into the depths of hell, into the clutches of the devil himself. But never mind, that talk is a little premature. I have many sins worse to commit first. Oh, under the dead weight of all the grey concrete weeping, covering all of the children, all of the flowers, who said to be all I am, all I am, all I am, all that I am. Not from a higher spot, there is certainly a great danger. But maybe my soul will float up into the sky, where all of the people dancing and clapping will greet me with such warmth, stealing glances at our old teachers, wondering if they remember who we are, all that we are. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 all of the people, all of the children, stealing glances, all of the people, all of the children, under the blue sky, and all of the plastic, all of the traffic filling up our throats. Everything's keeping, nothing is breathing under the harsh light, and under the blue sky. people under the concrete never ceasing to be all